same principle as parallax.
Negative parallax, dude.
That's what your binocular vision does. You have a space between your eyes and you get a slightly different angle to an object so you can gauge the distance to it. That's when you every day when you look at something, you know how
I
far
know
away it is.
stereoscopic vision is, dude.
So stereoscopic vision is essentially the same principle as parallax.
I understand that.
Yeah, what happens when
We measure
the
negative
shift is the wrong way?
parallax.
What happens when the
Negative
shift's the wrong
parallax.
way? Right.
Yeah,
What do you
it's
mean
the
by
wrong way
negative
shift,
parallax?
Dylan.
It shifts the wrong way. Okay, with your binoculars argument, when you switch from your left eye to your right eye, it shifts to the opposite eye. So it shifts left to right, right from left. What happens if it went the wrong way?
He can't even conceive of it. It's fucking funny.
That's the problem, Dylan. They're measuring this shit going the wrong way. That's what he's talking about.
So I'm going to post a diagram of parallax, right?
Don't they say it's happening like 60% of the time, negative parallax?
Dude, yeah.
Like more than half?
Hipparchus catalog, it's like something like, it was something like 60% of the stars in the catalog, half of them have negative parallax, half of them have no parallax.
I don't even think he'd be able to comprehend if you taught him.
I posted a diagram in the chat. Now, you see this diagram? This is regular parallax. Now, imagine they're looking up here at this star, but the angles they're measuring diverge. And they converge behind the observer.
I think he was having connection issues, Indio. Dropped.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's not even in here. Shoot. Convenient.
That's probably why he went quiet, because his connection dropped out. I thought it was that little pause for thought there. I was going to say, wow, he's broken.
Dude, they're so convinced that every observation, everything matches the globe no matter what. When they hear something where it doesn't match, it doesn't even register in their brain. It like bounces off like a rubber ball.
There he is, he's back again. Hopefully his connection's fixed. Yo, Dylan, you back?
I'm back. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
What is negative parallax?
Okay. See, when you were talking about your binoculars...
Binocular vision or stereoscopic vision, yeah?
Yeah. And when you switch, open one eye, close and switch, and the image jumps?
Yeah.
What would you say if the image jumped the wrong way?
One more time. You cut out a little bit.
I think it's your end, bro. What would you say when you were switching eyes if the image jumped the wrong way?
If the image jumped the wrong way.
Yeah.
I would think there's something wrong with my eyeballs.
Excellent, because that's negative parallax. That's what's happening.
%30 of the stars in the Hipparchus catalog, which is hundreds of thousands of stars, if not millions, have negative parallax values. There's a reason that they say all this shit's so far away. It's because the tools that we would use to measure things on Earth, the techniques, they don't work looking at the stars in the sky, and none of it works. So just say, just willy-nilly for no reason when we know it doesn't work, to say, hey, flat earthers, use the technique we know it doesn't work, and use that. I have a better idea. Abandon your philosophical uniformitarianism and move on. Because that's really the problem. Is you think that there's one for every environment and reality that we experience, there's a universal rules that apply to all of them, and that you can just take them from one domain and just attach it to another domain, and they just work equally as if nothing ever happened. There's no basis for that. It's just wishful thinking.
You know what my favorite thing in Indio is how the planets, the planetary orbits in the globe model match the wobble of the Earth.
But, what do you mean match the wobble? Like the equinox thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That thing that Stone did too was pretty crazy with the what was it? The aberration, and they're supposed to make these like little like stars are supposed to make circles depending on what latitude you're on if you plot them over a year. And then Stone graphed it all out, and it turned out that was all horseshit. It's crazy. Stone is something else, man. Like, really, dude, he's fucking. As far as like, what would they call it? Chopping wood. If you want to use that as an analogy, he's a fucking wood chopper, bro. He just goes like, he's like, I have an idea. I'm gonna figure this out the fucking hard way. And he goes on and he's crunches the numbers, makes spreadsheets, does all this shit. Like, wow, bro. Like, goes through tables and tables and tables of data.
For fun.
Yeah. That's what I mean, dude. He's like chopping wood. It's like, hey, we need some firewood. We don't need firewood. He's like, I'm gonna go out there and chop it anyway. Like, so just to recap, 24-hour sun can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth because it's theory-laden nonsense. You have to say, okay, I have 20 premises, and all these premises have to be true. And if they are, then the Earth can't be flat. You guys just say, you just skip the part where, like, I made all these premises of reality, which I just think are true.
Indio, I heard you use a term that I'm not familiar with earlier, negative parallax. Can you explain what that is again? And so basically, if I look up some table of stellar parallax and I see a number that's negative, what takeaway should I take from that?
I don't know what you should take it away. Like, this is what I take away from it. That's all I'm going to say is what I take away from it. That they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That there's a lot of assumptions made in astronomy about how everything is. And they have to discard data that doesn't agree with what they already presuppose to be true. And they just discard it and just pretend it doesn't exist. A negative parallax would be like, I mean, Sheepdog kind of explained it. It's just they're looking at a star over the course of a year, and 6 months apart, it'll be shifted from its, like, say you do the initial observation at January 1st. Then 6 months later, you do another observation. Right? That star will appear shifted from what, now it's not a naive shift. It'll be a calculated position. So I'll do the observation, okay, and then I'll calculate a position where I should observe it in 6 months, and then based upon that calculation, I'll see it someplace. Right?
So why is it significant when a negative number comes up?
Because that means that means the angles diverge.
Assuming that number is real,
It would be
right?
like if you looked at it, right? If you're looking at something and you close your right eye and you're looking at it with your left eye, it would shift left. And if you opened your right eye and closed your left eye, it would shift right. But instead, the inverse is happening. When you open your left eye, it shifts right, and when you open your right eye, it shifts left.
Is DJ here?
Yeah, because I just threw it into Google. 5-second Google search. It's just statistical noise. So basically, when the noise of your signal is higher than the uncertainty of your tools, like, if everything can measure,
That's not true.
0.005, if everything can measure like 0.5 arc seconds plus or minus whatever amount, and if your value is very close to zero, then sometimes you'll end up with negative numbers if your noise is too much, and that's it. So I don't think that's really significant at all. So there's noise in our measurements. Yeah, there's noise in our measurements sometimes, and that gives us physically meaningful results, but that doesn't mean that physics isn't real.
Okay, that's a nice cope, but is there any evidence that's the actual reason? Because 30% of the 30% of the stars in the Hipparchus catalog have a negative parallax.
Okay.
30%.
So in order to answer that question, I would need more information. Specifically, what was the error? What was the error in the tools that they were using? Like, what were they rated for? And what was the average, sort of signal noise that they were dealing with? And then that would be it, right? Because, like, look, I do measurements and stuff all the time with like a multimeter, and it's very well known that if you're meant to be measuring zero voltage, your multimeter is going to be jumping back and forth between like plus 0.00001 and negative 0.00001. That's what true zero is, and that just comes down to the uncertainty.
Shouldn't be floating around. You got something wrong if your ground's floating, dude.
So you're getting three values. You're getting parallax, no parallax, and negative parallax. Which one's the noise? Are they all noise?
Well, the way you measure parallax, it would come down to the actual angular resolution of whatever optical system you're using, right? I mean, to really get into like. No, because you would need to identify a specific survey with a specific telescope and the specific conditions, and then we can actually start answering these questions. You know what I mean? So until you're ready to provide that data, then I don't even know. You said Park survey? Okay, can you tell me something about the instrumentation used in that survey?
The Hipparchus, it's a telescope. Now, it's not as straightforward as that because the position that it's supposed to be in is calculated. Because this is also another thing that's theory-laden. Stellar aberration. Okay? You got to compensate for that.
Yeah. So my question to you would be, what do the astronomers who produced that survey, what do they have to say about it? Right? When they say, hey, well, I mean, what do they say? Do they say that this negative parallax indicates some kind of exotic
all of astronomy
motion?
is wrong? What they published was all of astronomy is wrong for the last 200 years because we measured a shitload of negative parallax. So all our assumptions about how that worked are wrong. We're all going back home. That's what they did.
No, It just
Of
means the
course they didn't
parallax
do
was
that.
too
You're
small
asking
to
a dumb
measure with
fucking
the tools that
question.
they have.
Dude,
It
do
just
you
means
think
the
that they're going
parallax
to
was
say
too
they're wrong?
small.
No, Quantum, you think they're going to say they're wrong? You know
Okay,
who
but if
Halton
they
Arp?
say
You know who?
okay, no,
Look, you know who
because
Halton Arp is? You know who Halton Arp is?
no, I don't know who Halton
Okay,
Arp is.
so Halton
But
Arp was an astronomer
that's fine.
slash.
Let me finish this first.
No,
I got
no,
okay.
this
So
is no,
basically,
dude. You need to hear this. So Halton Arp was an astronomer. Okay, he was Edwin Hubble's PhD student. Okay, so you know the Hubble expansion, all that shit. He published a book called the Atlas of Unusual Galaxies and Quasars. He published it, and he falsified redshift, which all astronomy is based on, which would also falsify the Hubble expansion and the Big Bang and all the other shit. Want to know what they did to him? You can never use the fucking telescope again. Okay? You think they're going to admit they're wrong? No, they're going to do the same thing they always do. They're going to fucking adjust parameters, come up with bullshit, how whatever they observed also fits into their paradigm. Same with dark matter, same with dark energy, and all these things.
So you're saying once upon a time there was an astronomer who falsified data, therefore redshift doesn't exist? Is that
He falsified redshift as a theory.
Yeah, he did not falsify data. That's a misrepresentation.
I took an observational astronomy class, Astronomy 301 at San Francisco State University. I measured redshift myself. It's real.
Oh, okay. So can an object have blue and redshift at the same time?
Yes, very large rotating stars can have their edge that's rotating away from you be slightly blue shifted, and then the edge that's
Hubble
rotating towards
redshift,
you be
dude.
slightly red shifted.
Hubble redshift, dude. Caused by the Hubble expansion. That redshift. The cosmic distance ladder?
Yeah, distance objects are moving away from us. The faster they go faster, the more distant you are, and therefore the more distant objects are more redshifted.
Okay. Yeah, so can it be blue shifted and red shifted? Can it be coming at you and moving away at the same time?
Like I said, if you have a large rotating object like a star or a galaxy, the edge that's rotating away from you may be blue shifted, and the edge that's rotating towards you is red shifted. And
well, that would have to be very close.
Well, I mean, it's called. God, there was a. I knew a guy who was doing his thesis on it. It's like radial velocity measurements, or something like that. Like, yeah, it's a real thing.
They would have to be very, very close. Because the further away something is, the more it's going to be redshifted. And that redshift is because it has a greater velocity. Because the universe is accelerating. It's an accelerating expansion. So there's no possibility that it could be blue and red at the same time.
Well, redshift and blue shift are all with reference to some baseline, right? So if it's like perfectly stationary and not moving away or towards you, then it's also rotating, and then you see that one edge is blue shifted, one edge is red shifted. You'd be like comparing that relative to the center. Oh, well, actually, yeah. No, I just answered my own question. So the whole thing is moving away from you. No, hang on. The whole thing is moving away from you, but the left edge is rotating away from you. The right edge is rotating towards you. So the center is like, you know what I mean? That's your baseline. So you measure it. You measure the redshift relative to the redshift of the center. That's it. There we go.
Hubble expansion.
Yes.
Do you not understand what Hubble expansion is? Everything is moving away from each other. Even the center.
Okay, so, all right. So you hold up an egg, right? I'm dividing that egg mentally into 3 regions. There is the left edge, which is rotating towards me. There's the right edge, which is rotating away from me. And then there's the center, which is moving away from me. So the whole thing's
Yep.
moving away from me, but the center is moving away from me at that's the Hubble expansion, right? Just the center. So that means that the center is going to have normal frequency redshifted with Hubble expansion, right? The right edge is going to have normal frequency redshifted with Hubble expansion plus redshifted because it's rotating away from me. And then the left edge is going to have normal frequency redshifted because of Hubble expansion minus blue shifting because it's rotating away from me. So they're going to be slightly different.
It's
but
going to
you
be
just compare it based to the
yeah,
center.
good try though. It's going to be red shifted less. Okay.
Yes,
The part
that
that's
means yes,
rotating
blue
is going to
shifted.
be red
Yes,
shifted
it's
less.
going to be red shifted less. It's going to be blue
Okay.
shifted, right?
And I said blue shift. I didn't say red shifted less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying things can be red shifted more on one side than the other if they're rotating relative to you.
But this is red shift and blue shift in the same astronomical object.
Like I said, just
That's
because
the whole point of the falsification, dude. I know you want to
just
defend it
because
and you don't
once
understand.
upon a time. Okay, so what did I measure then? Am I lying? Did I make up the data that I measured when I fucking sent it and collected it and sent it through a fucking spectrometer that we have in the basement? Like, what came out of it? Was there some like
You didn't measure the
AI?
acceleration of. You did not measure the acceleration of an object.
I observed redshift in the hydrogen
so
spectrum.
What? But redshift is not a measure of the shit moving.
That's literally what it is, dude. That's the Doppler effect.
No, that's what you think it is. That's what it is hypothetically. But Halton Arp falsified that hypothesis.
Dude, like I said, just
yeah. Go right back to it, right? Halton Arp falsified the hypothesis that redshift is based upon the Hubble expansion. He was Hubble's PhD student.
All right, I'll rephrase what I said then, just to avoid all the little. So when I measured the light from a star, I observed a light spectrum, a frequency spectrum, consistent with the absorbance spectrum of hydrogen and other common. It was like hydrogen, and that frequency spectrum was shifted towards red relative to frequency spectrums I have measured here on the surface of the Earth. Okay? Therefore, whatever it was that was emitting that light, I know that number one, it's composed of hydrogen, and number two, it's receding away from me. Now, is that because due to the Hubble expansion of the universe?
No, you don't know it's receding away from you.
Okay,
you don't know it's receding away. That's theory. Well, that part's theory. What you do know is you captured, bro, listen, you captured some light. It did a certain thing. You compared it to some other light. That's what you do know. Actually know. Why it did that, the cause of that, that's theory. That's hypothesis. You don't know why that happened.
Okay, so tell me, what are some things that can cause light to reduce?
Well, I mean, Halton, his theory was tired light. It's called a tired light theory, which I'm not going to get way into right now because it's complicated. There's other theories, there's other hypotheses for redshift.
Such as what? So if that object that I observed was not receding away from me, explain what caused the frequency to be redshifted.
Nobody knows.
Oh, good meaning. Just how nobody knows what a lunar eclipse is. How nobody knows what the counter-rotating celestial poles are.
No, the claimed reason that they thought they knew was wrong. Halton Arp proved it wrong. That's how it works.
And you have
there's a hypothesis
explanation.
And you do a test, and then the test shows the hypothesis is wrong. Really simple.
So what is the alternate explanation? I mean, because clearly we have these observations.
You don't need an alternate explanation.
Oh, the answer is just we don't know. The one thing we do know 100% is that the Earth isn't around.
That's right. You don't know. Amazing. Yeah, that's right. You don't know. Is that scaring you?
And how are you so certain that it's not receding away from us? Because
Halton Arp falsified it. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't give a fuck what some guy said, dude. Look, listen.
It's not what he said.
It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that the light is redshifted, and it doesn't change the fact that it's consistent with an object moving. Like, do you accept that emitted light undergoes a Doppler shift when it's receding away, when the source is receding away from you? Can we just agree on that? No. So now we're denying. Now we're denying that the Doppler shifting of light is not is really.
Yeah, really.
How does radar work?
Is radar light?
Yes.
Radar's light now.
Radio waves have always been electromagnetic radiation. That is light. The only difference between radio waves, microwaves, and the light that's coming out of your phone is the wavelength.
Okay, all light is electromagnetic radiation. All electromagnetic radiation isn't light. Okay?
No, by definition, light is electromagnetic radiation. That's what it is.
I know. It's a category of electromagnetic radiation, but all electromagnetic radiation isn't light.
Give me an example of electromagnetic radiation that would not qualify as light.
Radar.
Radar is radio waves.
You just brought it up. Radar.
No. Radar. Oh my God.
Radio waves. Terahertz.
Have you never heard of the electromagnetic spectrum?
Dude, your posturing is a joke.
You don't know basic
literal
physics.
Fucking joke.
You just told me radar is not a form of light.
It's not light.
It absolutely is.
Look, light
then why
is
do we use the
spectrum of electromagnetic radiation,
dude? Yes,
including, but we can't see it, infrared.
Okay, dude. Okay, listen. E equals E naught E to Euler's number raised to the.
Are you reading that right
omega,
now?
No. I'm trying to do off the number. It's like E naught. I literally had a fucking optics final, a laser science final 2 days ago, dude. So E naught E to the I omega t minus kz. Okay, that is the equation for a plane wave of light. That's the most basic sort of form that you can model a light wave. Okay, if you want to model a radio wave, you plug in an omega that is larger. Okay, that's it. Omega equals 2 pi f. Omega equals 2 pi f, which is equal to 1 over the wavelength divided by the whatever. You convert from the frequency to the
thanks for fucking goddamn sophomore physics. Nobody gives a shit. Is there a point to this?
Yeah, the point is that you don't understand it. You don't understand that
it's
radar
not light.
Is light.
Radar is not light.
You don't understand that radar waves are electromagnetic radiation that are the same as visible light. You don't understand that you can start with a very, very high frequency light, and then when it undergoes redshifting, you observe it in a lower energy wave. But it's the same wave. Radar is light. The way that radar works is by measuring the Doppler shift when it's reflected off moving objects. So if the object is moving faster towards you, the radar wave returns at a higher frequency because it underwent Doppler shift. That's literally what radar is. That's how it works. You can Google it and educate yourself on this stuff. Okay, if you ever built a radio, you understand.
Google is an advertising agent. Google is an advertising agency. You pay to be on top of that thing. So whoever pays their answer is the correct one.
What would you accept as a source as to how a radar works, Professor Triangle?
Know how radar works, dude.
How does radar work? Explain it to me then. Explain it to me. How does radar work?
A current radar system?
How does radar work?
Electronics?
How does a radar tell if something is moving towards me or away from me?
There's two ways. They can measure time of flight. They don't shoot off one pulse, right? They shoot off lots of pulses, and they measure time of flight. And the return signal.
He's Googling it.
I'm not Googling it. I'm waiting for Indio to explain to me.
I just did.
I'm not Googling it.
Time of flight, dude.
Time of flight.
Yeah, you shoot it, at T0, you freaking shoot it, then 1 second later you get a ping back. And then you shoot another one, and then 2 seconds later you get a ping back. Oh, it fucking moved further away. There's nothing to do with that.
And so you're telling me that there are no radar systems that use Doppler shift in order to measure relative velocity.
There are radar systems that use Doppler shift for the weather.
Okay, so radar, as in radio waves, can undergo a Doppler shift due to relative motion. We're agreeing on that?
Yeah, this is all great and academic and very.
Radar waves, radio waves are electromagnetic radiation.
Okay.
All light
Right.
is electromagnetic radiation, and all light
Okay.
undergoes Doppler shifts due to relative motion.
Really?
That is basic physics. Yeah, it's basic physics. Like you said, 10th grade. I literally learned this in 10th grade. So, seriously.
So then that means that if to have air pressure, you have to have a container, don't you?
No, due to the hydrostatic equilibrium, and thanks for pivoting away since clearly you've conceded on this whole topic. Since obviously you don't want to talk about it anymore. You want to
you'll see how I can walk you into like a hole you can't get out of.
There are two completely unrelated topics. Do you want to stay on topic, or do you want to concede and pivot?
Does gravity pull light?
Anyway,
does gravity pull light?
It's funny that you're crying about going off topic when we were talking about the distance.
Photons matter.
We're talking about the distance that the redshift has been falsified, and then you're talking about radar. And then you make the basis claim that that's how the stars are working the same way. You have no idea if that's the case. And you lied when you sat there and talked mad shit about you doing redshift measurements. You're a fucking liar.
No, I'm not a liar.
Yeah, you are.
We literally,
because I know how they're done, and you're a fucking liar. Okay, tell me.
Redshift measurements.
Tell me about the Doppler. Tell me about the Doppler line broadening.
Doppler line broadening is what I was talking about when you have something that's rotating and part of it is rotating away from you.
When you took your redshift measurement, how did you compensate for Doppler line broadening? See, you have an idea about how spectroscopy works.
That shit fucking
it doesn't work the way you guys think it does.
Fucking 20,
way more complicated. It is way more technical than the way you guys make it out to be.
He was thinking about it.
Lots of confounding variables, and oftentimes the spectrograph is smeared. And you need to take a bunch of fucking theory and run it and filter it through numbers, and then come up with some resulting thing and say, "Hey, this is what we observed." It's not straightforward the way you're making it out to be. But that doesn't matter.
We have one of the professors that does radio astronomy, and he has access to a spectrometer, and we basically logged in.
Interpretation is theory laden. Did you not hear
that? No. We logged in onto like a virtual portal, like an online portal, to this observatory in Northern California, and
one day
that's where the spectrometer is. Yeah, and they have a telescope, and you point it at the telescope, and it sends the light through a fiber optic straight into the spectrometer downstairs.
Okay, that's fantastic. And then you get a signal. That signal has to be interpreted.
Okay? Yeah.
There's confounding variables. And you're actually probably post-processing it. It's probably a bunch of shit you're doing. Probably doing point spread functions and all sorts of shit. But that's not the point.
Point spread functions.
The point is, it is hypothetical that it's not even a fucking viable hypothesis anymore. It's hypothetical that redshift is caused by the expansion of the motion of the stars. That's just been falsified. It's over, dude. It's been over. Dude, you understand that, like, right now, like, astronomy and astrophysics is going through a fucking crisis? None of their shit is matching.
Talking about, dude? Are you talking about Hubble tension? Are you talking about Hubble tension?
No.
Okay, like what? What are you talking about then?
Type 1a supernova, and that expansion of the universe not matching the quasar data.
That sounds like Hubble tension.
There's all sorts of problems, which also doesn't match the fucking CMB, which also doesn't. None of this shit matches anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Lambda CDM model is done. Done. It's fucking.
Yeah. Well, personally, personally,
know
I'm
they're
more
not
of
teaching. You
I'm
don't
more of
teach
a
that in school in 30
timescapes.
years.
I'm more of a timescapes model guy myself, so I'm kind of okay with lambda CDL going away. And besides, I'm not an astrophysics guy. I'm a materials science. I usually work with matter light interactions. But like I
Does
said,
air pressure require a container?
does what require a container?
Air pressure.
No, it doesn't. And so anyway, red shifting is caused by relative movements. You can't propose an alternative mechanism that even makes any sense or accounts for observations.
Don't need to. It's falsified. You can't account that mechanism.
Undergoes Doppler
The
shifting.
mechanism you just said can't count for observation. What are you talking about?
Light undergoes Doppler shifting. I don't know who told you that it doesn't, or who told you that radar isn't light.
Okay.
But it is.
Yes.
You should go review your basic electrodynamics.
Yeah, that's great. Light will undergo Doppler shifting, but they're looking at stars that are red and blue shifted at the same time.
Yeah, so what you're describing is like what you just said earlier, the Doppler broadening. Is that what you called it? Or
Doppler line broadening is a whole separate thing that's caused by
No, it's literally the same thing.
It's caused by the chromosphere.
It's caused by the what?
Chromosphere.
What is
because
the chromosphere?
the emission lines because you don't have super sharp emission lines, dude.
Yeah, and
okay,
you know about fine structure splitting, right?
Yeah, but that happens inside. That happens.
What is fine structure splitting?
That happens in the center of the sun, dude. You talking about the triple alpha reaction?
No. What is fine structure splitting?
You're talking about the fine structure kinds, the hyperfine emission line of hydrogen.
Yeah. So what is it?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it comes from where they say it comes from because it's not possible.
What causes that hyperfine splitting of spectral lines?
So see fusion of hydrogen into helium.
No, that's what emits the light. But what I'm asking is why, and if we calculate it, and there's meant to be one spectral line right here, why instead do we find two very small spectral lines right next to each other?
Good question, because they shouldn't happen.
No, it's actually perfectly explained by quantum mechanics. It's called
explained. Oh, it is.
Yeah. It's called fine structure splitting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
With bound atoms.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have
so how do you have bound atoms in a plasma? How do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
How do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
Yeah, bound electrons. It's supposed to be a plasma. So how do you have bound electrons in a plasma?
You can go take a class on radiated processes from MIT.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have an answer. So no one ever has the answer for this. I've asked
because I already
tons of people. I've asked PhDs this question. None of you guys have an answer. How is it? Look, I understand how it works. You have the excited state.
It's quantum mechanics. Yeah.
You have the excited state and the stable state of the atom. When the electron goes from the unstable state to the rest state, right? It emits at a certain frequency. Right? Correct? Is that right? But that's for a bound atom. That's for a bound electron. But you don't have bound electrons in the center of the sun. You have a plasma. So it should just be all fucking white noise of electrons being accelerated by, what do they call it? The ponderomotive force.
No, so when you have that excited electron and it falls back down to its ground state and it emits a photon with
you don't have bound electrons. Temperature's too high.
The electrons in a plasma can still be excited and they still relax down to the ground state.
They're okay. You have the nucleus, which is the proton, and you have the electron. The electron, the electron has to be bound to the nucleus to go from the unstable state to the stable state, right? And that's when you emit the
Dude, are you gonna?
It's not bound. There's no bound electrons in a plasma.
Am I gonna have to go take a fucking plasma physics course just to be able to explain it to you? And then at that point, you won't even accept anything I have to say because like you refuse to even look at it yourself, and you're just gonna.
I've talked to people that are experts in this. They don't have an answer either. It's bullshit. You believe bullshit.
Plasma glows, is it not?
Yeah, we're talking about the emission of a the theory is that there's an emission at a very specific frequency. And it's that frequency because of the energy level of the hydrogen atom at that first orbital, right? So when it relaxes, it can only emit, because E equals mc squared, that, I don't even know if that's E equals, I think that's E equals h bar times V? Anyway.
Yeah, but
the point is that it's only going to emit at that. But the problem is you don't have a bound electron.
Okay,
you got rid of that when you said it was 5,000 degrees fucking Kelvin in the center of the sun.
Do you accept that the xenon in a xenon lamp is in a plasma state when that lamp is lit?
What are you talking about? They're ionized. This is completely different.
It's an ionized gas.
Yeah, it's a gas. This is a plasma.
What is the definition of a plasma? It's an ionized gas.
Three electrons and protons.
Well, that sounds like an ionized gas to me, right?
No, because you still have that nucleus. So you still have a nucleus, right?
Well,
you still have
protons. Dude, I can literally Google how do plasmas. Okay, but here's the thing, right? What the point I'm getting at, right? You have a plasma lamp, like an arc, right? Like an electrical arc arcing through a gas, right? And it's turning that gas into a plasma. I mean, that's literally what an electrical arc is. It's plasma. Okay. When you analyze the spectrum of that electrical arc going through that gas, it perfectly matches the expected distribution of those energy levels. So like whatever is going on, it is intimately tied to those electron energies levels within the bound atom. Now, okay, so a plasma has a lot of energy, and the electrons aren't bound to the atom. You know what? I'll like I said, I'm not an astrophysicist. Given my research field, I probably should know more about light and plasma interactions. I can tell you, but you can just Google it. I mean, or not Google it.
I can just Google it and get. Look, I know the story, dude.
You can just find. You can find explanations to these things.
Oh boy!
I'm willing to bet. In 30 minutes of reaching, I could I could answer your question and be like, here's how plasma glows, right? And like here's how we can identify the elements present in a plasma based on their spectral things, and here's how quantum mechanics of this specific atom leads to it emitting this frequency of light, right?
No, don't say things like that.
I'm sure I can find explanations for a lot of things. I can find how Frodo overcame his addiction to my precious in the One Ring. Who gives a shit?
Okay, wait. So I just want to clarify.
Explanations are worthless, dude. They are worthless.
I just want to clarify. Does light undergo a Doppler shift due to relative motion? Yes or no?
It can. Yes.
It can.
That's right. It can.
Okay, so if I observe light that is redshifted, is it reasonable to conclude that the source of that light is receding from me?
Yeah, it is, until evidence is contrary to that.
Okay.
Because is it reasonable to conclude that the light that's blue shifted? No, because you're trying to cherry pick. Is it reasonable to conclude that the light moving towards you is blue shifted?
An argument.
Is it reasonable to conclude that the light moving towards you is blue shifted?
Yes, by the same logic, right?
Yeah. So is it reasonable to conclude that if you observe both the same things in the same object at the same time, your theory about how that works is fucking wrong?
Okay. So we already...
Unless you believe in contradiction.
No, we already discussed Doppler line broadening. So my question to you would be, my question to you would be, when we observe, when you say we observe red shifting and blue shifting of the same thing at the same time, how is that? Like, what does that observation consist of? Does it consist of like lines being broadened? Is that what we're talking about?
Like, I could Google why the electron in the center of the star does X, Y, Z. You also could have Googled Halton Arp entire light. You could have Googled that too, but you don't fucking care. You will
I'm
never
not
look at
Googling anything right now because I'm not home in
because
front
you're
of
a
my computer right
fucking
now.
bootlicker. No, you're a bootlicker.
I'm a bootlicker? Whose boots am I
A
licking exactly?
bootlicker.
I'd be curious to know. I'd be curious to know whose
Apparently,
boots am I licking.
whatever the mainstream tells you, whatever you think you have to say to agree and get through your little gate, that's what you're going to say.
Yeah, whatever the Maxwell equations specifically tell me, yeah.
Yeah, I had to correct you on that, what they actually even were. You didn't even know.
What, the Maxwell equations?
Yeah, Heaviside equations.
Oh, the Maxwell Heaviside equations. Oh, you mean, so when you say the Maxwell Heaviside equations, you mean the Maxwell equations including corrections for displacement current?
No, when I say Maxwell's equations, I mean the 20 quaternion equations, partial differential equations that he made when he originally wrote his treatise on electromagnetism.
Yeah, okay. Which nobody in modern physics uses because it's too cumbersome, and we have a more elegant form in the Maxwell equation.
Is it wrong?
No, they're not wrong. I mean,
okay. Is it a mechanical model of the ether? Yes.
Doesn't matter what it is, dude.
Okay. Like, well, listen, you don't believe in the ether.
Oh my god. So
the only reason I bring it up, you guys just miss the point. You guys just you have no wisdom. No, you missed the point.
The Maxwell equations
point out that just because a model works doesn't mean there's any ultimate fucking reality there.
No, but it does mean that the ultimate reality shares some significant or meaningful similarities with the model such that we can use the model to predict and explain the behavior of the real thing.
No, it doesn't explain anything, dude.
Yeah, it is. So the Maxwell equations are a mathematical model. They're basically, like a differential vector calculus kind of thing that you can use to model and describe EM waves. And when we use those Maxwell equations to design things like radios, and then we take those radio designs and build them, guess what? They fucking work. So maybe
you don't design radios with Maxwell's equations, dude.
Dude, I literally had to use Maxwell equations to design an antenna 3 days ago in my fucking electrodynamics final.
Now actually put it in a fucking radio and see if it works. See if what you put in Maxwell's equations
How do you think
or what the output comes out. Because look, bro, because I know how the shit is actually done in the real fucking world. Okay.
Do you think that they're just like snipping different lengths of cable and just testing each one with random frequencies until something works?
Okay, you know what impedance mismatch is?
Repeat that one more time.
Impedance mismatch. Do you know what that is?
Impedance mismatch.
Where's that in Maxwell's equation? Impedance mismatch.
Impedance mismatch. Oh, okay. So
let's say I have a copper wire. I have my power source. It goes to the crystal. The crystal creates an electric. My quartz crystal will create an electric current that I feed through a copper wire to an aluminum antenna. What's going to happen?
Well, you can model.
I'll have an impedance mismatch, and I'll get a reflection from the copper wire at where the aluminum and the copper meet, and I'll get a reflection. And Maxwell's equations will become completely fucking useless. They're useless for designing the fucking antenna, dude.
No, you could model that using the relative susceptibility and conductivity of copper and aluminum, and then you factor that in. That becomes your relative your susceptibility chi-e, and then your relative permittivity, which would be epsilon r, which is 1 plus chi-e, and then you can take the square root of that to get your index of refraction, or n, and then depending on the frequency that you're sending through, in this case it would be a radio frequency, basically what's going on is that as the radio waves are interacting with the metal, some of the radio waves energy is being absorbed as a free current within the metal, and then you have attenuation.
And how much mismatch is also going to depend on how long your antenna is.
Yes, and electrical engineers.
Nobody uses Maxwell's equations for any of this shit. Nobody uses
Electrical
Maxwell's equation
engineers
for this.
use electrodynamics.
Only in an academic way. But in real life, in industry, they don't use that shit.
Yeah, I was gonna. Where's that used?
Electrodynamics?
He's still a kid. He's still in college. So he
Okay.
thinks like what they're doing in
Oh.
college, they do in the real world.
Oh shit!
He's
Wait
still
till
in
you
La
get in
La
the real.
Land.
Wait till you get a job, dude. You're gonna be like, "What? I wasted my time," because that's what everybody says.
Dude, holy shit. So I guess light doesn't undergo Doppler shifting.
Yeah,
Radar
straw
isn't
man.
light.
That's all you can do. Yeah, the odd part about that straw man is you specifically asked me if that's what I thought, and I specifically gave you an answer, and you acknowledged my answer, and you still straw manned what I said. That's how retarded you are.
Okay, yeah. So an object
So,
was reported to have redshift and blue shift at the same time, but in a way that's different from Doppler spreading due to rotation, and specifically in a way that
you suck at
or
taking
I
notes,
guess-
dude.
no, because like I'm honestly like I asked you for like a specific like, okay, what does that observation look like? Like, what was the spectrum that he came up with? Was it like, was it just Doppler broadening? Because we already discussed that, right? So I guess it must be something different.
Look,
Okay,
bro, you're fucking so confused. The Doppler line broadening was brought up in relation to spectroscopy because you said you did it. So that's a particular part of spectrographic analysis that I was testing you to see if you knew about it, to see if you were full of shit. Turns out you're full of shit. It has nothing to do with Halton Arp. Doppler line broadening has nothing to do with Halton Arp. Has to do with the smearing of the frickin' spectrograph.
Yeah, so explain to me, how did Halton Arp falsify his data? Like, what did the falsified data look like? Because it didn't look like Doppler smearing, right? Or Doppler spreading.
My God, dude.
No, seriously. I'm asking you to educate me about Dalton Arp or Halton Arp.
I'll find it. Shut up.
How come they don't argue with their professors like this?
Oh, of course not. All you hear is slurping.
Oh, fuck off.
Okay, how about bootlicking?
I don't lick anyone's boots, brother. I don't worship anyone, not even Jesus.
I came into this discussion a bit late, but is Maxwell's equations being proposed somehow that they require a globe, or is this proof of a globe? What is this?
No, I don't know why he went off on that.
No, when I first brought them up, I was saying that you can model the propagation of EM waves using Maxwell's equations, and that once you actually use the equations to get an expression for a plane wave, for example, the only difference between a radio wave, a microwave, or ultraviolet light or visible light is just the frequency that you plug in the exponent. And because we were having a discussion about whether or not radar is considered to be light, but he's backed away from that point at this point.
And did what now?
He's returning to his category error of calling the electromagnetic spectrum light.
Oh.
When light is just a part of the spectrum, he's just incoherent.
No, 400 to 700 nanometer wavelength is what is considered to be visible light. But ultraviolet light is still light, even though you can't see it. Infrared light is still light, even though you can't see it. Radio waves are still light, even though we call it something different. It's just a historical holdover, but fundamentally they are all electromagnetic radiation. By definition, light is electromagnetic radiation.
Therefore, Earth is flat.
No, it
Look, I
actually is
posted in the
completely,
side chat
it's
a bunch of
completely,
Houghton
it's a complete
his
non
articles.
sequitur.
I'm not going to sit here and post every fucking everything he has out, dude. There's tons of shit. Non-velocity redshifts.
Okay, so it is convenient. It's all on like one convenient website. So I'll go ahead and read through this at my leisure. Before I do, I want to just clarify this Halton Arp guy, an astrophysicist. So what is like? How does he factor in? So you're saying that these papers that I'm about to read, they're going to demonstrate what?
That the hypothesis that redshift is astronomical redshift based upon the stars being moving objects or quasars or galaxies is falsified. Data shows that's not possible.
Oh, and is this a claim being made by Arp in his writings, or is this something where you're looking at the data after and then you're coming to that conclusion yourself?
Do you want to rewind the clock to when I told you? I said, yes, this guy, he came out and he said he used to work at the University of California, Berkeley, and used to be a major person at the Wilson Observatory, right, at Palomar. And when he came out and made his compendium of unusual quasars and galaxies, he said, hey, this redshift thing, this can't possibly be true. The Hubble expansion can't possibly be true. They just took his telescope time away. He actually left the country and went and worked for the Max Planck Institute. They fucking blackballed him. You understand? Telescope time is how they computed it.
I'm just trying to figure out this puzzle piece you gave me. I'm trying to figure out where it fits in the whole. That's it. All right. So what you're saying is
New
this
York Times
guy.
article about it, dude.
Okay, so you're saying Halton Arp measured some kind of redshift blue shift combination that wasn't accounted for, and his conclusion is we don't know anything, and all of astronomy is fake.
Had a hypothesis called tired light.
His hypothesis was the tired light hypothesis.
Yeah, the light loses energy over time. That has nothing to do with velocity. Now, you would get a correlation with distance, obviously.
And so we're talking about individual photons losing energy as they travel through space and becoming more redshifted without accounting for expansion of space.
Yeah, there's just other alternate hypotheses about redshift. I'm not familiar with all of them. It's not my bag. It's not my bag of tea. I don't really care that much. All I know is this is just another nail in the coffin of modern cosmology. It's trash. It's fucking trash. It's just made up bullshit fairy tale. It's about as reliable in its accuracy as the stories they told 1,000 years ago about the stars.
Yeah, I just kind of woke up. Does this have anything to do with the ground curving or not?
Nah.
No.
Not at all.
Okay.
No, this was about, it started with Quantum saying that radio waves are light waves, and then Indio fucking wrecked him and proved everything what he's saying was bullshit. And when Indio asked questions, Wantum couldn't say anything except, well, maybe I need to go take a quantum physics class so I can come back and wreck you. That was his response.
I'm pretty sure that we all ended on radio waves are a form of light, right?
No, where this started was, I'll give the actual recap. The actual recap was a dude named Dylan said that the 24-hour sun observation disproved the flat Earth. When asked how he did it, he simply said, it's impossible. And I said, why is it impossible? He said, trigonometry. So I go, okay, so what makes you think you can use trigonometry with the sun? He never gave any reason why he thought that was possible. I gave him the evidence that it's not possible, but then we went off into the weeds on more astronomical shit where the methodologies used to determine the way things are spaced on the ground, they don't work when observing the heavens, and it's just an assumption that they should work the same, and there's no actual support for that idea. And then this redshift thing I used as another example of how things don't conform when you look in the sky with how we think they're supposed to work. We'll make an observation where we assume, hey, this should work just like it does on Earth. Then we look in the sky and it doesn't actually work that way. Because we've gotten to negative parallax. So it was negative parallax, it was redshift, it was all these things. Because we're trying to, so that's, and you may, like, I'm glad you brought up Sesu, because we're trying to determine the geometry of the Earth, and they're trying to use the geometry of the sky to determine the geometry of the Earth, and just extending it. I'm just saying to extend the geometry of the sky to the Earth, but they can't justify how they would, like, why they would do that or how they could do that. They just say, yeah, you can do it because I said so. But it would be a lot simpler to just like, why even look up at all? Why not just measure the Earth? Simple.
Bro, you said so many things, though. Wantum asked you so many questions, and you fucking answered them using the correct terminology. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then you responded back and asked him to explain this part and why this part doesn't show up in this equation or in this theory. And he's like, just trying to completely blow past that whistle, dude.
It's because he brings up irrelevant, niche stuff.
No, it was completely relevant, and you fucking had no answer for it because you didn't even know what the fuck any of it was.
No, it's because he takes topics and then he like translates them into like something has like 2 words. He translates into like 5 words. Like I remember when we were talking to like Baron Rutledge and we were talking about Laplace deviations, and you were like, "Oh no, it's the deviation from the vertical of the standard deviation of the vertical." And we're like, "Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. You're talking about like the same thing for like 5 minutes, so you're talking past each other because you refuse to acknowledge that there's more than one way of saying things."
No, he said the guy's name wrong. That's why I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Yeah, and you were being a pedantic little bitch instead of actually just being like, "Oh, hey, are you talking about this? Oh, yeah, we are talking about the same thing. Let's move on."
Look, but they don't call it that. Look, bro, they don't call it that in the literature unless you look at the literature from the 1800s. But he said the name wrong. If he would have said the name correctly, I would have went, oh, yeah, this is what he's talking about. They had different terminology at the end of the 1900s regarding geodetic surveying.
He said Laplace correction instead of Laplace. Even I made that connection.
Yeah, exactly, but they don't call it in modern day. They don't call it Laplacian corrections.
Yeah, no, but what he said was, what he said was, you have to measure the deviation of the vertical from the plumb, and then you factor that in, and then you do this Laplace correction, and then you were like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know there's something called the deviation of the vertical. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know anything about this Laplace guy. You know, it's like it was like a whole little song and dance you provide. You do it all the time, but again, not strictly relevant.
Yeah, you don't know what's even being talked about, dude.
I listened to that whole thing from beginning to end, from when he came in.
Yeah, and you still just demonstrated you didn't understand it.
I remember that you guys, somebody posted a picture of the black swan.
You know, Baron straight lied, right? And you didn't catch it?
Listen, I'm not Barron's lawyer, bro, but I do know
Look,
that
don't even look,
when
bro.
somebody
You
brought up,
don't even have to look. Just ask the AI. Google it.
I'm not going to ask AI,
He
dude.
said
Stop relying
that if
on
I
AI. It's
set up,
pathetic.
he said if I set up a theodolite, he said if he sets up a theodolite next to a mountain and he lines it up, uses the optical plummet and puts it right over a nail that he put in the ground and lines it up perfectly so he's dead over the nail, and he's next to a mountain. If he hangs a plumb line, that plumb line will not be over the nail and that it will be deflected by the mountain. That's a fucking lie. A fucking lie, dude. Straight lie. I should have clipped that night. You can just look. You don't even have to trust me on this. Just use the AI. Ask it. And want to know what it's going to tell you? It's like, no. Because when they level the instrument and set up the optical plummet, it's also going to be deflected, just like the fucking plumb line. He's a fucking liar.
Wait, so now you're just saying that deflection from the vertical doesn't exist because it's exactly what he was describing.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. That's not what I said at all.
Okay, what is deflection from the vertical and why is it necessary to account for it?
I explained it that day.
All right, I guess we'll have to roll back the clip, right?
It's the difference between the zenith of that you would see if you were if plumb was perpendicular to the surface within the celestial sphere. So say you were, let's imagine you're at the North Pole, right? And let's imagine that Polaris is directly over the North Pole. You should see, if you look straight up, Polaris, right? 90 degrees above your head, right? But what happens if I level the instrument and Polaris is not 90 degrees above my head, that it's at 89, and I'm a degree off? That's called deflection of the vertical. Now, they would say that there's lumpy gravity under the surface of the Earth. Tilting, when I leveled the instrument, the lumpy gravity deflected the gravity direction, so I didn't level the instrument perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, and it's tilted relative to its surface. So then when I look at vertical relative to the instrument and try to find my zenith, I don't see the North Star. I'm off by a half a degree. This is what deflection of the vertical is. The difference between the plumb, the gravitational direction vector, and the celestial sphere. It's that difference.
Why is the gravitational direction vector different from the straight up and down?
Because Earth's not a sphere.
No, I'm saying, do you have a mechanism to account for that difference in your flat Earth framework or not? It's okay if not. It can just be the same as a...
No, the celestial sphere isn't real, dude. It's an idea. The difference between what my idea
projection straight into your eyeballs. Is that what you're saying?
The celestial sphere is an idea. It doesn't exist in the physical world. Okay? There's nothing to account for or explain away because it's a human concept. Okay? Within our conceptual framework of a coordinate system, we presuppose that if I level a fucking instrument, it should be pointed at a spot in the sky that I chose through convention that it should be pointed at. And when it doesn't, I say it is deflected. It's not really deflected in real life, but I'm saying it is because I have a concept that I'm trying to get my measurements to conform to.
Yeah, so from my very brief research, and I would not be surprised if you know more about it than I do, a Laplace correction is basically when you have to account for the difference in direction between the plumb line and a vertical line being a line that is perpendicular to the horizon. So you can kind of set a plane, rotate around, you find the plane of the horizon from your point of view, and then you define a 90-degree angle to that is your vertical. And then, a plumb line, just a weight on a string, if it's not perfectly aligned with that line, that's what a Laplace correction is necessary for. And like you said, the cause of that is the inhomogeneous density distributions underground, which is also how we can use gravitic surveys to find things like mineral deposits.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so in your world, we have this vertical line, and then when we measure the direction of gravity, sometimes it's different from that vertical line. And the explanation we have for that is nothing.
Dude, are you always like this dishonest?
What's your explanation for it then? Go ahead. I'm listening.
There's nothing to explain. What do I need to explain on a flat
Why
Earth?
doesn't gravity point straight down all the time?
It is pointing straight down.
Well, then what is the difference between the vertical and then the...
Because the Earth's not a sphere.
How does one lead to the other?
Because you're matching it to the celestial sphere. And you need the Earth to be a sphere too. But if they don't match, then it'll be a deflection of the vertical. So it is plumb on the surface of the Earth, but the plumb, that vertical, doesn't match, doesn't point to the right spot in the sky. Because the thing you're on the ground measuring, that vertical, is on a flat surface in the sky, has a spherical attribute to it.
It's a celestial sphere because your head is at the center and we can define a field of view. Like, that's it. So you can always like project some imaginary 2D surface that would be a sphere centered around your head based on where you can look. That's it. So it doesn't make any sense what you're saying. And all the angles that you're measuring are still based off the ground itself.
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when you measure an angle of elevation, you're measuring that off the ground using the tangent plane of the ground, which I know you guys aren't very uncomfortable when it comes to
look, bro.
and stuff.
They level the instrument in 90 degrees from that level line, from the level, the plumb, is the horizontal line. That horizontal line, okay, is 90 degrees from the vertical at that point, but only at that point.
But they don't use a plumb line. They don't use a plumb line to determine vertical.
When you level up the theodolite, that's finding plumb.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think a level works? The fluid goes down and the bubble goes up.
Yeah, that would be with gravity, but you can level it optically using the horizon too.
No, they would never level it to the horizon. Why would you do that? The horizon moves around.
Well, you can take an eyepiece. You can take a triangular prism so that you're seeing, to the left and the right at the same time, and so that way you can make sure that your up and down orientation is consistent from one side to the other. So if you're like slightly tilted over, you'll see the horizon slightly higher on one side of the prism than on the other side of the prism. So yeah, you can optically level it like that. And that was just something I came up with on my own.
But,
out of my head right now. I don't think that's a real
cone.
thing.
That wouldn't work either. Trying to find a horizontal line, dude, not a cone.
You're trying to find a horizontal line, not a cone. Yeah,
the ground is underneath your feet. So let's say the horizon is dipped down half a degree. You could line up to your theodolite with the horizon slicing the image right in half at the crosshair and spin that in a fucking circle, and the horizon would be dead in the center the whole time. But that wouldn't trace a circle. That would trace a fucking cone.
In your world or mine?
In reality. If you take a camera, right, and you tilt it down 1 degree, it's on a tripod, and then you spin it in a circle, it's completely level, that will trace a cone with the camera at the apex of the cone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. My next luxury spending splurge item is going to be a theodolite. That'll be fun. But yeah,
what limit are you going to get? What is that? A 2 mile, or are you going to get like a 1 mile theodolite?
I look forward to using your evidence as our evidence.
So that's the max you're going to get. I think max might be 3.1 miles or something, and that's max, and that's like perfect condition. So which one are you going to get?
Well, as soon as I'm actually saving money instead of spending it, then I'll get back to you on that. But anyway, I don't. Yeah, I don't spend my time researching PLLAs because I'm not a
Are you gonna
surveyor or a flat
you
earther.
putting a swimming pool in or something?
A swimming pool? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, what are you doing with it?
Well, I don't even have. What? Okay, you guys are fucking a bunch of freaks. Anyway, Indio, appreciate you sending me that link. I will be reading through some of Mr. Arp's works, and just to see kind of what that's about. But yeah, I did measure Doppler shift in an observational astronomy class. It was made for college juniors, so I'm not surprised if it was not as comprehensive rigorous as like whatever real astronomers do.
Yeah,
But that's
borrowed
fine.
trick.
You know,
Yeah, we did the same thing in 5th grade.
you did not measure redshift in 5th grade. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, we
Anyway,
used a spectrometer in 5th grade and
yeah,
measured
spectrometry.
different
Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna measure
different
paper,
shifts.
but I gotta head up.
Anyway, Halton Arp, there's also some videos. There's videos on YouTube of conferences he went to and talks he gave and presentations. So you can also listen to it come from the horse's mouth.
So his argument comes down to if the universe is expanding, we would see redshift. We see redshift, therefore the universe is expanding?
I guess.
I don't see
Circular
any
reasoning.
redshift. I don't see it.
He needs to establish that it is redshift, not just use circular reasoning to assume it.
I mean, circular reasoning, that's just like, that's all their reasoning. They just think that that's how normal people think. Like,
Yeah, they literally think that's being reasonable and logical. Making fallacies is logic to them.
Yeah, I didn't actually understand that myself.
You don't know that phrase?
Well, I just don't think it's very classy to use that sort of terminology. We're just going to have I would hope, a respectful discussion. But if it's not going to be that way, then I will leave.
That's the only way to put it, man.
Yeah, I just, when you're trying to get to know people and have this conversation.
Well, let me warn you, Baron. Have you ever been in this Discord before?
Never. This is my first time.
This Discord is very degenerate. So, not on our side. I'm not saying it's this chat. This Discord in general. It's the politics Discord. So you get a lot of immature. They'll come in. They'll say the N-word. They'll say some stuff against Jews. They do these drive-by trolls. So I'm just warning you. Don't be shocked.
Yeah. So I have a responsibility to own my behavior, which is 100% my choice. And if I can't do that as an adult, then I shouldn't be engaging in these conversations.
Well, it's going to have nothing to do with us. This is an open chat. People can just join. And they see Flat Earth and they get triggered and they come and they just yell some crazy stuff. That has nothing to do with the conversation. They're not Flat Earthers. They're just speds.
Oh, okay. It was pretty hard for me to get in here. Like I had to do I had to get interviewed.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, damn.
Yeah, I had to do this VC verify. Some guy had to come talk to me and ask me about, my flat Earth experience and what have I done to verify the shape of the Earth. And
Oh, you mean in the home server?
This with
I think
the 24/7
so.
home server.
Yeah, that's because we live stream on YouTube, so we get people that would just come in and scream expletives to try and get the YouTube channel nuked. So we had to introduce a screening process.
Gotcha.
Though I deprecated that, so I don't know why someone's still doing that.
Well, yeah, and there's also people trying to evade bans and stuff like that, right?
Oh yes. 200 plus, 300 plus alt accounts. There's a guy we finally named PD because he comes and advocates drinking pee and not using soap or water or anything like that, and that he's using the internet from the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Well, roger that.
This morning, Discord is not TikTok. I mean, there's some weirdos on TikTok, but man, this is there's no accountability on Discord for some reason.
Interesting.
I mean, I remember back in the day, all the mods in our server, we got autopsy photos for something like 2 months. Every day we'd get spammed autopsy photos in our DMs. Yeah, he didn't like us. Whoever that was. I'm not squeamish, so it didn't really bother me that much. Though, I'm not going to describe one that did bother me, but I mean, if you hang around, Yoder will be back. I'm just very like, I need more caffeine to engage in this crap. But I will post a couple citation about curvature of the plumb line.
Yeah, it's I think there's
and a diagram.
There's some yeah. So these things are sub-millimeter, and it's considered deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
Right. It's the difference. It's the angle between the true plumb line, which is influenced by local topography, and the normal to the theoretical reference ellipsoid. And generally, it can get up to about 1 arcminute, which you'll see in your Laplace corrections via like phase differential GPS leveling and stuff like that. Yeah, that would be a pretty exaggerated example. There's an angle there, right, that takes place.
Yeah.
And so what you can do, and I did this out at Fort Funston. I went out there to meet a group of guys that wanted to learn how to measure the Earth. And so what I did was I took a 60D nail. It's a common nail in surveying for construction staking, because that's primarily what I do. And you hammer the nail in the ground, and then what you do is you set your tripod over the top of it, and you use usually about an 8-minute tribrac. And you can get more sensitive to that depending on what you're trying to do. There's an optical plummet on it to where when you look through the peep sight, it shows you a 90-degree sight to the nail with a circle and a crosshair on it. And so the idea is to center the instrument directly over that point. Now, when you do that just out in the open with nothing around and you hang a plumb bob, the plumb bob will just drop right to the center of that nail. But if you do this at like the base of a mountain, you'll notice that the plumb bob will pull towards the mountain. So it's like, okay, that's what they're talking about, that angular deflection between what would be considered vertical and plumb. And this is why we got away from the North American vertical datum of 29 and got into NAVD 88 and derived orthometric heights. It comes down to leveling, right? And how surveyors have to account for the curvature of the Earth via the leveling process, right? Like trigonometric heighting and things like that for obtaining the heights of like distant peaks that are virtually intraversable.
Okay. That's not what deflection of the vertical actually is, though.
Well, can I hear your definition of it?
Okay, so you have your celestial sphere.
Mhm.
So now imagine there's a star that's supposed to be directly overhead at zenith.
Yep.
And you have I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name. It's for astrogeodetic surveying. It'll look straight up. So now say your coordinate is supposed to be exactly underneath the star. That star is supposed to be at zenith. But when you sight in zenith, that star is off by a little bit, arc minute, whatever it is. Right? That's the deflection. It means even though your instrument is level, right, where you're at, the gravity vector is not aligned with the celestial sphere.
Yeah, one is vertical and one is plumb. So if you were to draw a straight line down from that star through the center of the Earth, and then you were to occupy a point, geodetically speaking, which, I mean, these are referencing to geographical points, and the reason why they come up in geodetic surveying is so that we can transform those coordinates to what are called state plane coordinate system, so that we
How
can map
important
out
is
our
it, Baron,
state.
for the clock to be synchronized and accurate with sidereal motion?
I don't know.
Well, that's actually necessary for determining deflection of the vertical.
No, I'm talking about the angle from down and vertical.
Yeah, I'm talking about the astronomical plumb line.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about here.
That's dependent on clocks.
Okay. So go ahead and explain yourself, and we'll work out the math.
Well, I'm just adding some further clarification and detail, so you understand that you're talking to people who kind of know what they're talking about too.
Sure. I'm actually a professional land surveyor and can go out and measure this stuff.
Okay, so you're not a geodetic surveyor then?
Everybody's a geodetic surveyor. Anytime you measure a distance along the ellipsoid, you're a geodetic surveyor.
You don't measure along an ellipsoid.
Why don't you?
Because the ellipsoid is a mathematical concept. It's a datum. It's not something in reality, unless you want to reify it yourself, which would be fallacious.
Sure. You can set up, you can use two orientation marks, one that you can set up on. You can use a back azimuth to get your orientation, and then you can measure in the shape of an L, either using EDM or chain the distance. And you'll find that the published grid-to-grid mark distances are different than what you measured on the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
You could do this out at the Bonneville Salt Flats. That's what I did back in December, actually.
Yep, everybody knows electronic distance measurements don't match coordinate distances.
And why is that?
Because Earth is flat.
I know, but which distance is longer? The distance along the ellipsoid or the distance along the chord?
The distances in real life taken electronically don't match spherical distances unless you pin them to an ellipsoid to match them, but in which case you're no longer using real-world measurements anymore.
No, I'm talking about chaining. I'm talking about chaining the distance. You know what a Gunter's chain is?
Well, chaining tangent planes?
No. You know what a tangent plane is?
Yeah, that's also with respect to a mathematical datum that doesn't exist in reality.
No, a tangent plane is...
Yeah, a datum like WGS84, a tangent plane to WGS84. No. You can chain tangent planes together.
So
that's how GPS works.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to disagree with you, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I can point you to an online Geodesy Academy that you can take some lessons and go learn about this shit if you're interested.
Sure. Go ahead and link me up. We'll check it out.
Okay, I'll give you some links. All right, I got to step out for a minute. I'll post it.
Okay.
So I know what a Gunter chain is.
Yeah, so a tangent plane is the projected plane where the tangent plane itself is brought to the height of the instrument. It's the point where the horizontal line touches the surface of the circle. That's the tangent plane. If he's talking about tangent plane projections, that would be something completely different.
I don't know. I'll have to explain it when he comes back. I'm not 100% sure of exactly what he's referring to. I have an idea, but I don't want to put words in it.
Yeah, so that's how we know that there's drop, is because we can establish the tangent plane, and then we could turn angles to distant targets, and then we use that tangent plane as the reference. It's considered eye level. And so you can either use this in the process of direct differential leveling, which like in any surveyor's field book, like I've got a bunch of them sitting here. If you look in the back, it will give you like what are called useful notes. And it will tell you that the curvature of Earth's surface is about 0.7 feet in 1 mile, and the curvature in feet is 0.667 times the distance in miles squared. And it's got a bunch of stuff in here, right? So basically what that means is if I set up my instrument, say, generally speaking, you want to do it equidistant. But let's say I don't. Let's say I want to test the shape of the Earth. I want to see if this is real. This drop can be measured. I take my rod and my rod man, and I set him up on a known elevation. And that's called the back sight. That's a positive number. It gets added to whatever I read on the rod gets added to the elevation of that point. Then I take that rod guy and I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me. Let's say the back sight's 75 feet. I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me, and I read the rod. That gets subtracted from the sum of the back sight and the elevation. So if I were to minus what I read on the rod, that should be the elevation of that point, but it's not going to be. It's going to be out. It's going to be out about 0.03 of a foot. The question is why? Well, if you were to account for the curvature or the drop from the tangent plane over that distance, you would close, and you would therefore, both geometrically and mathematically close that loop. This is a testable thing that you guys can go do. Like you can buy an auto level on eBay, and you can get a plastic fiberglass rod, and then you could go out and you can test this just to see if it's true.
Yeah, it's not true.
I'd love to see your notes on it, man. I've got a whole book here.
I'd love to see your notes on it, quite honestly.
Sure.
I'd like to see all your measurements, not the ones you kept, but the ones you threw away too. So this goes to the crux of the argument. You're cherry picking data and confirming your bias.
That's your claim. So
it's not my claim. I've looked at all the literature that's tested using surveying methods, right? You said things like we don't measure a concave Earth, right? Remember you said that? The two things I just posted, one of these things, no, not that one. I'll post it, right? So using reciprocal zenith angles, there's a one that's they say right in it, they measure or they calculate a negative K value. That's concave, dude.
Well, all values are negative Ks. So
all values are negative.
So the coefficient
gives a range,
of
negative
refraction
4K
is always
to plus 6, right?
Yeah, but it's always subtractive. Wait a minute. You know this, right? Like you've studied a little bit of refraction. You understand how it works in the process of leveling or taking measurements, correct? So if I were to let me ask you something. If I were to turn an angle to a distant peak, okay, and I had no idea about my elevation, right? Let's just say that we're clueless about the elevation that the Occupy station is. And let's say I look over 30 miles at a known peak with a brass cap up there. We know its elevation. We know its coordinates. We know it's there because surveyors said it's there, right? How would I find
the globe when they did that, right?
How about we just assume a flat Earth? Let's try that. Will that work?
Okay, then you're going to get a different elevation.
Well, I mean, the measurement is the measurement, right? We have to figure out what the shape of the Earth is by using the geometry on both sides. You're saying the Earth is a level topographical plane. Yeah. I'm saying that the Earth drops at 8 inches times a mile squared, and you can go check that out. But you need to know a little bit about the geometry and a little bit about the instruments and go out and actually try this stuff first. Because me explaining it to you, I think we're just kind of beating a dead horse, right? You've got your ideas about what you're reading.
They're not my ideas. They plainly say it.
They are, though, because you're saying that refraction.
So when they explicitly say that the ray would be concave, that's me misinterpreting the word concave.
I don't know. I don't get plumb lines leaning towards one another, dude. When I do my plumb lines to see if they're parallel or not, that's not what I'm getting. Is what I'm telling you. I don't know. I mean, if you've got somebody that's measuring that, I'm willing to take a look at it. I'm just letting you know from my experience and the data that I have. That's all I can provide for you is the data I have. If you want to say that I've cherry picked or been dishonest in some way, then I guess
no, cherry picking isn't dishonesty. It's a cognitive bias.
Well, it is. It is dishonest, right? If I'm taking a measurement and then not sharing it,
if you're intentionally cherry picking, that would no. Some people think it's all right.
I just go and I measure the data. That's it. I let the data tell the story. I mean, that's it. Like I'm getting ready to meet up with Jaron over in California. Anybody is open to come to these and show me their means and methodology. Show me how to arrive at a flat Earth. I've been all over the United States doing this. I think my behavior aligns with the value of truth seeking. If you guys want to say it's something else, I can't help you. That's just what the data is. So, I've never been to, a surveying conference or met any other flat Earth land surveyors out in reality. I meet them on TikTok all the time. But after we talk for a little bit, it comes to find out that they're not actually land surveyors.
Well, that's fantastic. Who cares?
That's just my experience.
You're just a narrative spinner, dude. That's all I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'm just hearing narrative. That's all.
All right.
Storytelling.
I guess the conversation's over, man. I just thought we would talk about measurements. You say you wanted to see them. I can provide them to you. How do I post them here?
All of them.
Yeah,
not the ones you just cherry pick. Oh man, the wind is blowing. You know goddamn well that you have to survey under very specific conditions, right?
Correct. So I don't know what you're accusing me of.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
You're saying you want to see measurements that are thrown away.
There's going to be an uncertainty in any measurement.
Every single measurement has uncertainty.
This is uncertain. Yeah, there's a measurement uncertainty.
Every single one of them. What is that? What's E1, E2, and E3 values, respectively?
Oh, God. Okay. Dude, stop. The posturing shit is annoying.
Yeah. All right, man.
It's really simple. There's going to be an uncertainty. The air gives another level of uncertainty, right?
He snowflaked out. Ran off.
He's gone. Wow.
That was easy. That's the same way Astronomy Live is. If you don't talk about what he wants to talk about, he's leaving.
Man, I didn't even get a chance to come back. He was going to get tied up in knots anyway. It's obvious he doesn't know what deflection of the vertical is. He thinks he does.
I know. He also said NAD 23 or something was like in 27.
Uh-oh.
So, but that's, maybe just don't remember the number. I'm not going to.
There was like a WGS 83 or something right before 84, I think.
Yeah, yeah. It's called
the GRS 83.
Yeah, WRS 83 and WGS 83, I think.
But the fact that he thinks he knows what astronomical plumb is and doesn't understand how you have to incorporate the time component to this, because how else would you know when the star's supposed to be at a certain point in the sky?
I didn't get to post this, man. I'm pissed. What the hell? But he was doing the same thing he did last night. Like, look, here's what the data says. Oh, you don't understand it. Okay. I don't understand it. They say convex, or concave, and I guess I don't know what the word concave means.
Yeah, it means on your own geoid, you're going to have verticals that don't just converge underneath you, but diverge away from underneath you and converge above you.
Exactly. But the point is, he was saying, if you go out, you'll measure this. That's horseshit. It's just horseshit. Maybe I'll measure that.
It's going to be positive curvature everywhere, dude.
Well, yeah. He said you're going to measure. What did he say? It's I'm going to measure some amount of drop. Now, what he thought tangent plane was a tangent plane that's running through the theodolite.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sets up a level, duh. Well, but that's your local tangent plane established from level is not the same thing as what he was talking about, projecting the coordinate system flat. So he was wrong there. The tangent plane, you can set up a tangent plane to a mountaintop that's curving or a hilltop that's curving. See what I mean?
So he's chat skanking now. Really funny.
Is he listening and chat skanking? But yeah, like you can set up flat or a globe. You can set up a tangent plane. Just the tangent in reference to what? There are going to be areas of Earth that have gradual slopes over tens of miles. And you maybe want to set up a tangent plane to take your local measurements, right? It's not the same thing as taking WGS 84 and instead of doing a reduction of the horizontal datum, you do the opposite. I've actually got a video on this. Hold on. All right, check this out. Posting it inside. You can lay your blanket on the ball, and then you can lift the blanket off the ball.
Depends on the size of the blankie.
Yeah. Tangent blankie. Just pull the corners tight, my friends.
Where's the other one? Fuck.
Wow, so he's just gonna chat skank now, hey?
Amazing, right?
That's crazy. I can't believe he left. He didn't get muted once or anything like that. He didn't.
Dude, I didn't even say anything bad to him at all.
And this is their top guy, their top like globe surveyor. Amazing.
He has to protect his reputation. He's made quite the. I don't know if he makes a living off of it, but he's made. Well, I mean, me and Yoda heard of him, so he's built some reputation behind this. He comes in here and gets cooked. And
I've watched a bunch of his observations on TikTok where he just completely just guesses the atmospheric conditions every single time.
Very interesting.
Yeah, even straight over the surface of water, right? He'll just guess the refraction.
It's whatever doesn't match the globe, is the refraction is equal to the difference.
Yeah, I mean
that's literally what this dude thinks. He thinks whatever that is different than the globe, the refraction is equal to whatever difference that is.
And whatever's not in refraction could probably be made up with vertical curving plumb lines, rather. I'm still reeling at that. Like I thought he would know. I thought he would definitely be like, oh yeah, it's important to have synchronized clocks. So how else are you going to get your longitude? Amazing. It's kind of scary, right? When you don't do this for a living and you start to learn more than professionals do about their own craft, it's kind of scary. Like, holy shit.
Well, I mean, when you're doing it as a job, you like, you know, you have your boss cracking the whip, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just go through that thing, write down the fucking number. We have 20 more jobs this week. Hurry up. Good enough.
I don't care that your triangle measures 180 degrees. Curve it.
I mean, I watched them survey a big high rise. They kind of put, well, not that high, maybe 10 stores. But they're out there every day surveying it. Like every day.
Okay. Some new funny claims by Jesse, Path of Light. I was having a long chat with him today because AI Overlords challenged him with being able to confirm that you're able to actually have no destruction of what you're looking at in the distance, and have a refraction coefficient of 0.96 at the same time, which basically is what would be needed on Dr. John Dee's windmill observation. So AI Overlord's challenging him that he has to be able to validate, right? Show us that someone's actually measured that accurately in the past and shown that you can have that with no destruction, right? No like visible miraging effects or crazy destruction optically. So Jesse's he's made further claims during the conversations I was having with him, trying to explain to him what he needs to actually do and that he doesn't have to do it himself. Now he's claimed that in the he's trying to use the 40 kilometer FE core test. So he's pulled up one of the single vertical temperature and humidity readings. I think it's about 2 degrees difference between the temperature of the air just above the water and then at 2 meters height. And he's confirmed, he's done the calculation. Now he's claiming there's a refraction coefficient of 0.43. And on the FE core laser test day, because of those 2 temperature and humidity readings at one point along the path, not a K factor, not a big K, not a K factor of 4.3. He's saying a refraction coefficient of 4.3. And he's got some other one that he took himself where he's claiming that it has a refraction coefficient of 2, which is Walter Bislin's slider only goes up to a refraction coefficient of 1. So basically for this observation that I just put in the side chat, Jesse is saying that if the Earth was flat, then this boat would have to be 28 feet. He's upped it to 33 now, but in this he says 28. So if the Earth was flat, this boat's 28 feet higher than what it should be. And that proves that there's a refraction coefficient of more than 1 on a flat Earth without any destruction of what we're looking at in the distance. And that's what he thinks is the counter to AI Overlord's request. That means for this to work on a globe, you would have to have about 66 feet. This boat would have to be lifted up from 33 feet below the curvature to 33 feet above the horizon, which would require a refraction coefficient of 2.
Funny.
Which is
so Walter Bislin's model only accommodates up to 1, which means it can't account for super refraction.
Well, I mean, what's even super refraction anyway? There really isn't any citation.
Oh, the opposite of sub. I mean,
I know.
Start getting negative coefficients.
But wouldn't even like 0.6 refraction coefficient sort of be counted as super refraction? Like once it gets past 1, that's like extreme ducting. I
think it terminates at 1, approaching infinity.
Well, infinity in regards to
it'll go into negative and look concave.
Yeah, that's what
the ray of light is bent the other way.
That's what I'm getting.
This is what Jesse's saying. He's saying that not only is the boat lifted up 33 feet from behind the curve, it's actually lifted up a further 33 foot because the refraction coefficient is so high. And Jesse says that this is just super common to have these like crazy refraction coefficients. Basically, to have a refraction coefficient of 1, he said it only has to be 0.33 degrees Celsius per meter change in the vertical temperature. I'm talking about Jesse Path of Light. If that's Jesse Gordon, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, you know, I did tell him not to make observations in this place. So this is the Salish Sea. The Salish Sea is connected to the Pacific Ocean. So tide water flows in, goes up the Salish Sea, and then flows back out. But there's a huge turn, like almost like the Strait of Hormuz. It has like an elbow that turns. Well, if you look at the oceanographic water elevation, there's a big hump right where the turn is, in the middle of the turn, that varies from like 8 to 21 feet. So you're like literally making, because this is the same place he like, look, the sign is above my theodolite. This is literally cherry picking. How many times did he look through his theodolite to take this picture? You know what I mean? This is the same problem I have with the Soundly thing and the Lake Pontchartrain. That dude has taken hundreds of freaking pictures of that bridge, if not thousands. Pulls one out. Look, the bridge is curved. Yeah, let's show us the other thousands. And that's my beef with Barron here. Hey, if I go out, I'll just get this measurement. No, you won't. No, you goddamn well you won't. Maybe some of the time you will.
Yeah, you know, we should really bring it back to that geometric horizon test. Okay,
yeah.
When are these people finding this geometric horizon? Right? When are they going out over a distance where there would have to be a geometric horizon at a certain distance, right? With their guessed refraction, right? That they guess. I mean, I've not seen them ever actually measure it, right? So they're just guessing it. They're just using a model and guessing it. That means that the horizon would have to be at a certain distance.
Yeah, I see infrared to control for weather.
Yeah, so I only see them doing, for some reason, right? Jesse Kozlowski, I think I've seen this guy do it as well. They're doing these theodolite tests over short distances, not long enough to where there would actually have to be a geometric horizon present from the height that they're doing it from. And then when they're not doing that, they're doing it from another vantage point, you know, where you wouldn't be able to really make out a geometric horizon as well, which is sort of mountain peak to mountain peak. But when we provide,
exactly,
they're skipping that midpoint where you would have to have that geometric horizon at that set point. I mean, and I want them to show footage of when you have the, you know, a subrefraction, negative refraction coefficient. The horizon would have to be closer. The geometric horizon would have to be closer. And that I've never seen that happen.
I mean, that's what's got to be happening in the lake videos, right? With the RC boat, for there to be a horizon, there has to be some serious negative refraction going on to move the horizon from 2,400 feet away to freaking the middle of that lake, right? Because there should be no horizon on that lake whatsoever. According to those guys, right? If I look over some water, I'll see the entire surface of water till I reach the geometric horizon, and that's where the curve starts. There shouldn't be any horizon in front of that ever.
Exactly.
But like I said, the RC boat videos, they show a well-defined horizon. I mean, you can argue about the boat waves or whatever, but why is there a horizon at all? Right?
Yeah. I actually have a good paper by he was a scientist, but he was also a sailor. I'll find the paper, I'll post it in the side chat. But yeah, he was doing observations. This was a long time ago, in the early 1900s, I think. And he was seeing boats disappearing from the bottom up and even completely disappearing at such short distances. He came to the conclusion that there's absolutely no way this could be caused by the curvature of the Earth. Because
you still got that? That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll grab it right now, actually.
You know, and what they would say is, right, concave rays of light and subrefraction, right? Because they have it in radar, right? They call it subrefraction. But the radar don't go as far as it's supposed to go.
Yeah, so he thought that was amazing. And he went back and he did a whole stack of tests and determined that you can have a nice, clean horizon that's not caused by curvature of the Earth at all. Yeah, I'll find that now, actually. I'll go on mute for a second.
On a related note, their North American Archive Parallel document that they love to trounce, bring out as a proof. Within that, you can find where they were perfectly fine cherry picking. They describe throwing out beams of observations and measurements. They're not intending to deceive.
Dude, there's a whole section of California they had to throw out measurements for that were all messed up. And they published. That's just like the one they investigated. Oh, let me find it real quick. It's
Yeah,
very
and other parts
mountainous.
too, like the Himalayas as well.
It was like a very mountainous region. So what they said was they were getting what's unequal refraction error.
Oh
Because
yeah,
looking,
you brought that up.
yeah, looking up through the gradient, it would have a different light path than looking down through the gradient.
Right.
So they were like, "Oh, our measurements are wrong," and it was like a whole section of California. But it's like that was like the place where they did like, "Hey, we're gonna go to this. Like, we did this whole survey of North America. Let's go to a place and double check." And they're like, "Shit, we double checked and it's all wrong."
So on a globe, they think that when they're looking at the horizon, that they're looking at a tangent to the Earth, which means they're staring off into a region of decreasing air density. And meanwhile, the opposite actually happens. I think that's why we see, like, their defined term of terrestrial refraction is the exact opposite conditions of super refraction, but the effects are the same as described. And so this means, when they're looking at a mountain peak in the distance, means that they're looking through a gradient that decreases at a higher lapse rate than as if it were on a flat plane. Just throws everything off.
Well, I mean, like I've said before, man, the justification for even claiming refraction exists is seeing a flat Earth. It's basically the remainder of any equation. Earth equals a globe, and when it doesn't, we have refraction that we're going to fill the hole with.
I'll read out a quote from
like silly putty
from this paper. So, by bringing the line of sight near to the surface of the water, boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any curvature of the water, and can arise solely from the bending of rays by refraction. When I reflected upon the causes which were probably instrumental in the production of these phenomena, they appeared referable to the difference of temperature alone. I'll post the paper as well on the side chat.
Nice, thanks. Yoder gave me homework, man. What the hell?
Oh yeah, which one? I give you homework a lot.
In the Geodesy freaking thing in the home server.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh man, you took a big ass dump in there.
There's so much stuff there, man. I got to go through all that as well.
I'm tweaking some of it too, just to make it more user friendly. But check out #satellites too. There's
oh boy. We got homework. God damn it. 1803. That was a good year.
What happened?
Yeah. Every single person that ate pickles that year died.
What?
Yeah, man. Every single person. They didn't die from eating pickles, but
Oh,
they
I
all
see what
died.
you mean. Yeah.
See, that I wanted to
You
bring that
got
up
me.
because that's how you lie with statistics, right? That statistic is 100% accurate. I just omitted key information.
Yeah, that's how deception's done. Self-deception, delusion. You ignore information to perpetuate your own myth.
Yeah, you missed it. I talked to. I don't know if you were here when I talked about cherry picking.
Barely.
And he took it as like I was saying there's something against him or something. Like, no, it's cognitive bias. It's not like it can be intentional, but a lot of times it's not intentional. It's just a cognitive bias.
It's almost a Freudian slip, if you ask me.
It's like cherry picking. So there's the normalcy bias, which is a cognitive bias. And if you think globe Earth measurements are normal, how do people make mistakes when they do things? They'll look at something and they'll literally see something that's not there.
The lemon illusion. Hello.
Yeah, people have been in like fires, dude. The whole building's on fire. And they don't even realize it, dude, because the normalcy bias.
Yeah, it can't be happening.
I watched a video of a gas station convenience store. The whole wall is on fire. And the guy that works there, he runs out. But customers are still coming in, shopping, buying stuff. Now there's no cashier and the wall's on fire. And there's like at least 5 people come in to shop. And one guy standing there waiting for the gas station attendant to, I guess, maybe he thought he was in the bathroom or something. Just sitting there waiting at the register. Yeah, they didn't run out of there until the smoke got to the level of their head. And then they were like, and then ran out.
There's another really good paper that I've got here that I'll put in the side chat as well, and it's all about how unreliable and how ridiculous the standard 0.13 standard refraction coefficient is. And they did stacks of tests. It's actually a huge paper. It's a really good paper. But basically it says the failure of standard refraction. The study explicitly concludes that the frequency used in the Gaussian refraction coefficient of plus 0.13 is unsuitable for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere. Basically, the source reveals that near-ground refraction can differ from this, quote, standard by 2 orders of magnitude, and that it kind of shifts constantly. And they were picking up ranges from -4 to +16 on sunny days. And there's a whole section on how temperature is the primary controller. And anything under a certain height, right, especially under 30 meters in the troposphere, is just completely controlled by temperature, basically. Yeah, it's a cool paper. It's interesting. I actually found the paper on Walter Bislin's in the references section. But I'll post the paper as well. There's lots of good stuff in there, actually. It's the Journal of Geophysical Research on Atmospheres.
Yeah, it's like these glimmers of honesty, right? I thought I hit a little jackpot when I found one of Jesse Kozlowski's papers from 2006 describing how electronic distance measuring doesn't conform to spherical coordinates.
It's funny, he interpreted that as the Earth's not flat, which is, there we go, the cognitive bias.
Yeah. Good point.
Right? He like what he said, the chains, right? So they used to take chains and measure on the ground directly by using these little triangle chains. Now, fine, you can do that, but the longest chain length measurement that was ever done is 7 miles. Do you think that you're gonna? What's the difference between the arc length and straight line length that an EDM would find in 7 miles? 2 inches?
Very little.
Half an inch? Your measurement uncertainty, which I tried to bring him up to him, is measurement uncertainty. It's not even precision. Like, precision's a whole nother thing. People think the precision is the uncertainty.
Right.
No, that's not the uncertainty, dude.
I'm glad you're bringing that up because, no, I don't. Jesse's a nice guy, I think, but he extrapolated a globe out of using a measuring wheel over a mile to measure angular change of stars from one place to another. I'm like,
that's an actual issue of precision, dude. Those fucking measures.
You know,
Jesus Christ.
So you measured 1/25,000th of what you think the globe is, and you've got an accurate measurement. What's your error rate? I mean, if we compound that
with a wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if it was on a track or something, or it had teeth, or if it was gear, right? Where there's no slippage.
Yeah. How straight was it? I mean, if you start like taking a curve to the left or to the right.
You know, like, it's so funny. They act like these things are so, like this measuring wheel. He wouldn't bet his life on the accuracy of that measuring wheel.
You're right.
Right?
But when it comes to
this cannonball, it's exactly calibrated to 100 feet. Take your wheel and measure to 105 feet, and it'll land at your feet. He would not use that fucking wheel to do that.
That's funny, true.
Sorry, DJ.
It's kind of like too with the gyroscopic precession, right? They'll show you a mechanical gyro, and they'll show a precession that seems to accord with maintaining rigidity as the Earth turns under it. But they'll do it for like 10 minutes. It never account for any other variables, and then they'll extrapolate a globe out of it.
Yeah, it's pretty whacked. Let's see this. Oops. Oh yeah, DJ, I just posted that a little bit ago.
The same one?
Yeah.
Ah, it's out of the same paper. Yeah. You must have already read this paper.
Yeah, I've seen it years ago, actually. You know, Glober's, I think I found it first on it. And then McToon ended up putting on his website, and for some reason, for at least a small period of time, Globers were like, yeah, here's everything that proves it in this paper. Like, did you read the paper? Because I know if you read the paper, you wouldn't be using that.
Which paper?
And they give you a link to McToon.net, and it would be a direct link to that paper, right? Look at all the frickin' refraction papers on McToon's site. Yeah, did you read any of them? Neither did he. None of them support what you're saying. None.
Wait.
They did one in Greenland. They did testing quote unquote refraction model in Greenland. And they took a bunch of frickin', you know, markers, and they ran them over ice, right? So they had the distance and all that, and they measured all the meteorological conditions. Dude, it's not even like they're not even close to each other. And McToon's got that on his site, where they got the graph of the meteorological conditions overlaid over what they actually surveyed, and it's not even close. They're in no way correlated. Correlation 0.
First law of Glurf is you got to quote mine.
I mean, you know, can someone just do that? Show a correlation between the meteorological conditions and what you're seeing through the theodolite. You measure the meteorological conditions, you graph it. You look through the theodolite, you graph it as using the same time, and then you say, "Hey, dude, did these curves fit? Or these slopes fit?" Right? You know what I mean? Like, what's the correlation between these numbers? I've never seen anything. I've seen it attempted, and I've seen no correlation. I mean, there is a correlation, but it's not correlated in the way that they think. They're using like the wrong variables, or like I don't know. Here, I'll get one. It's one I used to post all the time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to include that quote into my railroad videos I have on YouTube.
DJ's done excellent work digging stuff up. It's great.
Here's another one McToon has on his site. This is a freaking joke. Empirical modeling of refraction error and trigonometric heighting using meteorological parameters. Okay. Yeah, so that's what they do. They take they make meteorological observations and survey observations at the same time, and they're uncorrelated.
I know. I'm just laughing because the data fitting is so egregious.
Here's the observed, right? There's the meteorological observed and the frickin' the survey observed. Those fucking lines aren't correlated. And then they try to estimate K from it using like a model, right? Different models to try to create a correlation by basically making a filter.
And then you see those models tested.
Yeah, and I'll show you.
They collapse.
And this is what spits out. The survey observed is the dark blue line.
So there are a couple of papers on this that from hashtag Geodesy and the Home server that I think you'd be that I direct your attention to first and foremost, and that'd be the NATO Sapphire trials, the German and Dutch.
That's what I want to get. Yeah, I want to look at that big time. I saw that. Now, what was that about? Give me like the short version, Cliff Note version.
Dutch team, Chesapeake Bay, 16-kilometer observations shore to shore. One side, German team too. One side had infrared TV.
No, I'm just kidding. Huh? I said, who let them in our country? No, never mind.
NATO. It's for a Navy contract under Navy funding line, NRL. But so they set up an infrared camera TV, and then they set up lights on the opposite side on a tripod, and then there's like a Yogi Bear Ranger tower that they set lights graduating up in elevation.
Yep.
Dutch team found that they had to. So they required 0.01 degrees Celsius precision for their model to work. And their model failed, and to make it work, they had to widen the error by 1 order of magnitude.
Yikes.
That's what the Dutch team did. German team was railing about how confounding it was that the lower light on the tripod that was supposed to be a control for Earth curvature, because they purposefully, specifically took the Earth curvature calculation and affixed the height of the light to be beneath the curvature of the Earth. I checked it myself with the math, and that's exactly what they did. They were spot on. And they could see the light in basically all conditions. Day and night, they could see the light. Rainy weather, not rainy weather. And they called the situation cursed. They actually did in the paper that they furnished to the government. They also
That's
said
funny.
that they could not actually detect or measure where the Earth curvature was, even though they knew where it should be. Great quote in that paper, by the way. Box Ops took it, made a meme out of it, which is awesome.
God, we have so much good crap, dude.
Yeah.
We do. Like, that's another awesome one. Like a treasure trove. That's why that dude Barron last night, that's what ticked me off when I actually came in here. I was listening on YouTube, and then I heard him say, well, flat earthers say, do your own research. But you guys researched the wrong thing. You go out and you watch some YouTube video or something stupid like that. You guys don't do anything actually for yourself out, and that like flamed me, dude. I was like, what? Like, you don't know us. Anyway. Yeah, dude, we do the best research. What are you talking about? We do so much research that you aren't aware of even within your own field of supposed expertise.
Yeah,
it's like our community produces the content that people watch on YouTube.
Yeah, India, as soon as you joined the chat, I said, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I was civil with them. I shouldn't have been because that kid kept talking over me. He was being a jerk. But he was trying to filibuster. I know what he was doing. But I'm not going to let him end up being the center of attention.
How many hours ago was this? I want to listen to it.
Oh, what was it, like 2 a.m? Yoder listened to it. What, when... Did you listen to it last night or in the stream?
Last night. Let me pull up YouTube. It's still going to be where I left off.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was about 12 hours ago.
Maybe a little bit more than 12 hours ago.
Awesome, thanks.
Because I know I stayed up past midnight my time, which was 12 hours ago, to keep listening to it. So maybe 13 hours ago.
Still waiting for the answer to my question. What's the reference ellipsoid for? You notice, right? He started saying he measured an ellipsoid. Remember, Yoder, with you? Somehow he measured in the real world an imaginary mathematical surface.
This is how I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. He says all surveyors are geodetic surveyors. And then he goes on reifying the model. Like, take one class, the Introduction to Geodesy, and they'll tell you that WGS84 is a mathematical datum and it's not real.
He should know that. I'm going to ask him. He said he's doing a stream tonight. Maybe I'll go on and ask him. I'll straight up ask him. I'm going to ask him if China uses the WGS84.
Yeah, good question.
It's like illegal, isn't it, in China if they don't use their own?
Yeah,
that's right.
That's what Yoder was saying.
Let me pull up a link to that article on Geodesy.
Well, I mean, if he says no, they don't use the WGS84, it's like, so they're not measuring the Earth. You said you're measuring an ellipsoid, so what's China measuring? Because the ellipsoid you think you're measuring is a WGS84. And if they're not using it, what are they measuring over there in China? I'll probably get kicked after that. I might not want to say that. I was getting straight up booted.
Oh, it's not in the server. I thought I posted it. Hold on.
Yeah, DJ, the first question I asked him, I said, oh, I just want to know what's the reference ellipsoid for? He never answered. I said, because Earth's not a perfect sphere. Yeah, but if you're measuring curvature, what do you need it for? Can you get rid of it and still measure the Earth to be a ball? Like, why are you using it at all? Jesus Christ, man. I can't believe you actually got that out, Yoder. And it didn't freaking nuke you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, for spam.
Map says weapons. Yikes. Map says weapons on TikTok.
That's such a such a huge like if anyone denies that and then you drop that list of links and stuff. It's a killer citation. A bunch of citations. Nice.
I wonder if you go to be re-educated if you get caught with a theodolite without permission. Drop that theodolite. You're mapping stuff without permission. How dare you? Map materials are not allowed to leave the country.
Yeah, they talk about the government doing critical offsets to conceal national security interests, all kinds of stuff.
Are they?
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Talk to witness.
It's just using freaking a different Earth model. Different datum, right? It's going to just, if the datums don't, transform into one, into the other.
Yeah, so gotta go. I'll be back later.
All right. Peace, man. Thanks a lot. I wonder how much this is just fear porn. Dude, Ray, what's up with that cat, man?
The squirrel.
Or the squirrel, man.
Yeah, it jumped up on the rail, and thankfully it stayed there for a few seconds.
What the hell was that? Dude, I thought when I was looking at it before I looked at it bigger, I thought like your camera pros. Cause like he went into statue mode. Wow, what a great shot.
Yeah, because that kind of debunks the entire narrative that what we're seeing out in the distance is reality, when in fact
that's not a squirrel.
Practically a
That's
mirage.
bird. Yeah, Glover's gonna say it's a bird, man. What are you doing, fake squirrels? It's a bird. He flew up because he didn't want to get hit by the car. So he just hovered there, and the car went underneath him. And then he jumped off because he didn't want to get hit by the truck. Isn't it weird how are those the same distances? The truck and the car? Are those different cross?
Yeah,
those cross the tracks at different
The
distances.
crossing is about 510 meters away from the camera, something like that. In the
But both
500
of
meter
those.
range.
So a car comes from the left, or something does, and then the truck comes from the right. They're the same distance away.
Yeah, they're using the same crossing.
Wow, that's super weird.
Yeah, I would have captured more that day, but the battery on my camera was quickly died because I hadn't recharged it in a while. So, but I'm glad I captured that much.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Let me
I don't even know what
link
to say
the
about that. I got to think about this for a while.
yeah. Let me link the entire video here.
Freaking squirrel, man. So
It's only
he's
like
on top of the metal railroad track? So that's where the track actually is?
yep.
How does the cars look like they're going? Wow, that's a weird effect. I'm
Yeah,
having trouble wrapping my brain around this, man.
yeah, because it's not the typical view that we see as bipedal entities standing upright. But that's a squirrel eye view, or more like a slug eye view. But
So hypothetically, if there was somebody standing where the squirrel was, their feet would be right there where the squirrel is.
yeah,
And it would look like the truck is coming underneath the person,
yeah, potentially.
about to hit him in the rear end or something. Yikes, dude. Here, pull this video. Quite interesting. Thanks for posting that. That should make my day.
And essentially, I picked that set of rail there because it follows the same ratio as when I look across Lake Ontario. Because it's usually I do like a 2-meter observation height for a 50-kilometer distance. So this rail is 2-centimeter height for 50,000 centimeters or 500 meters. I only wish I had a camera jig or dual cameras so I could capture a smooth transition, or the dual cameras would actually work better. I could have one at the track height, one 2 feet higher, and then capture the exact same image at the exact same time at 2 different heights.
You there, India?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So Jesse and Ruhif, right? They say that every single observation when you go up to a certain altitude just perfectly matches with 7/6R.
Everyone?
Which is crazy. Yep. Ruhif said everyone.
That's a fucking bold claim.
Yeah, and they challenged.
That is a really bold claim. Now I have to find an example of that not being true.
So they're saying that refraction happens 24/7.
7/6R all the time. Once you get up past a certain. So they said, I bet you can't find one example where that doesn't happen. And the Pete Gaspard, the Canigou to whether he's looking over the French Alps and you can see all of the different mountains. He's got the panoramic view. The horizon should be at 117 miles away, which is kind of where the water and the land start to meet. And once you add the 7/6R to it, it only takes it to 125 miles. And there's no sign of a horizon there at all. So that alone debunks that claim that that would always be the case, right?
Yeah, that's a
And then
bold
all of a
Which
sudden,
one you talking about? Are you talking about the black and white one, or which one?
yeah, the infrared one, 1,000 nanometer infrared.
Okay, so what's the furthest distance on that?
Well, the furthest,
Doesn't matter.
so,
Well,
yeah,
hold on.
I'll post it.
Here,
I'll post it now.
because I'll use McWest calculator. It has 7/6R built into it. So hold on.
Yep. Observer height's 9,136.
Oh, there we go.
feet.
Okay. So the refracted horizon distance is 126 miles.
Yep.
The unrefracted is 117. So
All right. Now I'll bring up the image, and someone's made a spreadsheet of it as well. It's got the every single mountain peak distance, and they've calculated the hidden height and the visible height.
I did do
with
that
some
at one
notice-
time, and then I accidentally deleted it because I thought someone was in my email. I
shit,
started
yeah, I've got
deleting
the
everything, and I'm like,
document.
shit, why'd I delete that? Dude,
Yeah,
I
this
went
is a
and
great-
did every
great
single
document.
peak. It was like 200 and something peaks, man.
Yeah, and I've heard them that some of the
got that
peaks
document.
are not measured properly, right? That's their excuse, anyways.
This is so basically, yeah. See, I'll just post the image.
I know which one you're talking about. I've seen it quite a few times.
So I'm not even. Oh shit! Hold on 1 second. 30 megabytes.
Gemsy used to post this image quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's the best part about it, right? Because once it starts to get to the mountain ranges, it's kind of we can't really see the basis of a lot of the really distant peaks very well. But the horizon, the actual physical geometric horizon that would have to be there on a globe would have to be at the distances that Indio just mentioned, right? If they're claiming that 7/6R happens, right, all the time, and it's reliable, and we can't find a single observation where it's not that, just the horizon not being there debunks that claim. Oh, yes. Awesome. I was going to do this.
Look, you can actually. So I have a full panorama of this. It's like 93 megabytes. Hold on a second. I'll post that so people can look at it. It's what was it? What did I name that shit? Can't believe I'm still on this shit after all this time. This ain't a dead issue.
The horizon changes by the day, by the hour, right? Like, fuck.
Here's a like a close-up pan of the panoramic shot. We can see the shoreline very nicely. So if we have a look at the image above this,
what I wanted to point out is you can see. So there's windmills on the other side. You can see the windmills. They're 8 feet above sea level.
Those are 8 feet above sea level?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Now you're looking at the hubs, though, so it's hard to tell because it's so far away. But obviously the hubs are not on the shore. But I think
close up of the windmills.
The line of dots. You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
There's also 3 towers that you can also see. Now, I've also managed to work out, though I can't show my work because I did this quite a long time ago. That's why I'm like, this shit, I can't believe this shit's still alive as an issue. That this image, the panorama, spatially is vertically compressed relative to the horizontal. And the way I figured this out is, so what I did was I took 2 points I could find on the map, right? And I did this circle thing. And then from that, I drew a line to each point. And then I take this circle, throw it in GeoGebra, measure the angle, right? I know their distance, their ground distance, say, I think it was like 2 miles or something. So I can now equate the angle to 2 miles. That's the horizontal distance. Now I can, and then I can convert that into a pixel count. 100 pixels is 500 feet, say. Then I can do that. Okay, so if, 100 pixels is 500 feet, I'm going to count 100 vertical pixels, right? And see if that's 500 feet of one of these mountains. And it's not. They're compressed. And this isn't an earth curve compression because I'm using a part of the mountain that's visible. You know what I mean? I'm not like doing like the entire mountain. Like, hey, from this part of the mountain to this part of the mountain is so many feet, right? So I can extrapolate, count the pixels. How many feet should it be if I use the same horizontal scale? And it's less by 10%. So there is some sort of compression going on, even in infrared. It's just not as severe as the visible light, which is way more severe, which I also have pictures of. I have you seen that? The pictures I've shown of it's like a visible light one and an infrared one, Mount Ventoux.
I have.
Yeah, I can find it.
Yeah, I got it here. I'll post it in the side chat. Let me know if it's the right one.
You do have it or not?
Yeah, I do. Is it this one?
It's a double image. It should be like a color. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Damn,
so if you try to line up like the tops,
amazing.
then the horizons don't match, and then if you try to line up the bottoms, then the tops don't match because the visible light one's compressed. And it's not compressed from Earth curve. Okay, it's not because we'll try to take that compression and because people usually like, hey, dude, like things get compressed with difference. They're like, no, they don't. And this is why I have this because this proves, yes, things do get compressed with distance.
Yeah,
that's why the thing I'm talking about. That's why I did all this, right? That this vertical scale, horizontal scale thing, it's been like. I guess it's just been assumed that there can be other factors. It could be the sensor because the sensors are not always scaled properly. You know what I mean?
Be something to do with the focal length as well, because these look like they're at completely different levels of zoom.
They are at different levels. He was zoomed out. I don't know how the focal length would really change one axis. I don't understand how that would change, like how one axis would look.
Yeah. I just know, how, I don't know, you've seen those images
horizontally?
Where they change the focal length and things in the background all of a sudden look way bigger than what they look when you have a lower focal length.
But those are like close relative distances. So it's like 40 feet versus 500 feet. You know what I mean? This isn't like, zooming, like changing the focal length at an object. Because that's called like depth of field. I know what you're talking about. It's like depth of field. It's so geometric. Like the difference in changing the focal length of the camera relative to the distances they're photographing is insignificant. It's in the millions or something. Oh, I zoomed the camera out,
I'm more interested in the closer things. I mean, that we can really distinctively make out from bottom to top, that would have to be behind that geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So in that image
Well,
that
just
you
to let you
posted,
know, there's a whole mountain range, right? Like if you look at the photo, the double photo you posted, the infrared, right? So there's the Alps are in the back, right? But in the front of those, there is an entire mountain range. Those mountains are like 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
And people are like, why can't I see the bottoms of the mountains? Like, well, there's mountains 1,200 meters high in front of them. Because if you look at the map, you go on Google Earth or look at Google Maps, it shows mountains in front of the Alps in that line of sight. And they're 1,200 feet. You can just do the elevation profile, right, in Google Earth. I'll just do it right now.
And who went to the effort of making all these little black lines with the names, working out what every single one of these mountains is? Shout out to whoever did that.
There's an app for that.
Ah, okay.
Because it'll take a photograph and you say, oh, identify these mountains, and you tell it the general area, and it'll start labeling for the peaks for you.
Oh,
This is the elevation profile, right? So you see there's a bunch of mountains in front of the Alps. Those aren't part of the Alps, that little bit. There's like a bunch of mountains, a little plateau, and then you like go up into the Alps. That flat part's the water, by the way. Just so you know.
Awesome.
Yeah, I examined this area pretty thoroughly. I know this area better than any place in the world from looking at maps and shit. Since we're talking about this, I might as well bring the skeletons out of the closet. Might as well.
Yeah, I want as much info about this as possible, this one, because this is a killer. This shuts down Jesse and Ruhif's challenge, and I'm going to make a detailed video about this observation, do it as well as I can, putting it all together, explaining it all. And
But there's all the Canigou photos, the horizon's in the wrong place. Right? Peak Fenestrel. You know?
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, Peak Fenestrel is even further away. Peak Fenestrel is behind Canigou.
Is that the one that says max distance?
Yeah, that's the 443 kilometer one.
Oh, that's the 443. Yeah. What's your rebuttal to? I see the anti-flat earthers. They're putting up that world record one, and they're saying that because a mountain that's closer appears like it's higher, it proves the globe.
Yeah, I've heard him say that.
Yeah, it's like you can see the mountain, maybe it's Gaspard in the background, but they're like, oh, look, there's this other mountain it's like 100 miles closer, and it's shorter, but look, it looks like it's higher, therefore the Ursa globe.
Yeah, that's Bar. I think. I'm scrolling up. This is some old stuff, man. I'm like scrolling way deep into the archive. There's digital dust flying everywhere.
So even with refraction, like the 7/6 are factored in, the horizon should still be over the water. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There should be a water horizon in all those Canigou photos and the Peak Fenestra one.
So that means we should just see a line of water and then see the mountain peaks popping up over it.
See stuff starting to stick up from behind the horizon, right? Behind the water.
Yeah, and that's taking their bullshit refraction into account. So what are they going to say? You know what Jesse actually said? He said, oh, like all of a sudden, he said, oh, maybe the water was really cold that day.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
So all of a sudden now, like we got to get up really high to avoid the the hectic refraction down near the water. Now all of a sudden the water is playing into account again. And then he said, well, actually, like maybe the horizon, the geometric horizon is there amongst those mountains. And how would you know?
Well, what it should look like, right? Because like the circle that I drew, part of it's in the water, part of it intersects land, right? So that land that intersects should look like a peninsula from the point of view of the camera. And then it should stop and then start to be water with things sticking up from behind it. But that's not what we see. We see the shore.
Great point. Yep.
Oh. Is this it? I got some pictures of the windmills. This one is the line of sight showing the distance. This last one I posted to where the windmills are. It's 133 miles.
Well, so this is those windmills that we could see lined up in a row. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah. And this is the angle that it's looking at them at.
Okay.
So it's not looking at them like sideways, like, you know what I mean? Perpendicular to the row.
Uh-huh. Save this one as well.
That's why they kind of look like they're close together. Because it's,
Yeah.
you're kind of looking at it
Side
at an
view.
angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this water is like a canal. This isn't a river. And I think its elevation is something like, I'm pretty sure this elevation spot was like 8 feet or something.
So this line is showing the distance to the observer, is it? 133 miles. That's how far away the cameraman is. Is that right?
Probably have stuff on the height of the windmills. I certainly do. I really have to find that. That was actually pretty hard to find. I do have the weather conditions for that day. You want that?
Oh yeah, man. Anything you've got. Where the conditions
We had like
would
a
be
French
awesome.
flat earther, dude. I had them find it. Because it's France, right? Like, they found it for me. Like, fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
if
was
I
a
could get
girl,
the
a
height
French
of the
girl.
windmills, if I need something that I can focus the observation on, the windmills
Well,
would
I
be a
got the
great
weather
thing.
conditions for the time the fucking photo was taken. The actual weather conditions. So find them. Imagine them having that. Imagine them having anything. Getting close. God, who's the idiot who organized this junk?
Yeah, one time I was having Gemini look at one of my photographs. I told it what the date and the time of the photograph was. Automatically brought up all the weather conditions, including the water temperature, which I never asked for.
Really? I have to.
Yeah.
I have to do that. It didn't work.
I'm just going to paste that into ChatGPT and tell it to find me the height of these windmills. see if it can do it.
Yeah, I have the height somewhere. I just have to. That's probably on the main server. Right now I'm working on, like, I have a little storage Discord that I put stuff in. I don't think I have the heights of the windmills in that. Okay. Make sure it's the right one. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is the pressure that day. Right. So the day they took the photo was they took the photo after midnight, 4 in the morning on the 13th. So if you notice, you have extremely high pressure on the 13th. And between the 12th and the 13th, extremely low humidity. That 22 humidity, that's unheard of. And this isn't even at the top of the mountain. This is just at the closest area that's like a city where they track weather.
Yeah,
to
closest weather station.
to Canigou, right? So it's at the bottom of the mountain. Which is it's right near the water there. And so if they had like 22% humidity down there at the bottom of the mountain where the water is, can you only imagine what was on top of the frickin' mountain?
Yeah, I think the photographer said he waited a long time to get such a day like that. It's on the website.
I have his email, by the way. I talked to him. I talked to him once.
Oh, wow.
But I asked him about a different photo.
All right, so Google I mean, ChatGPT. So first it said, "No, I can't help you. I can't find it." I'm like, "Hey, put some effort into it. I'm like, study the name on the map."
Stop being lazy.
Yeah, and now all of a
Use
sudden
more
it's pulled
tokens, damn it!
everything up. Yep. So now it's told me the area that it's in. It was able to find what the name of that canal is. It says ground elevation at Fos-sur-Mer area is very low, largely near sea level, with typical values around 9 to 10 meters above sea level. 49 meters at the highest spots inland, but because the location you measured is right next to the canal/port, the ground elevation at the site of the turbines is less than 10 meters above mean sea level.
The value I got
And,
was 8 feet, if I remember correctly.
8 feet?
Yeah,
Well, now I
that's
know
what
the
I thought
name
it
of
was.
it. I can just check on I'll just check on that.
You can tell DJ has a history of managing people. Come on, man, put some effort into it. Be honest with yourself.
The AI gets lazy, man. That's what I noticed recently. Like if I tell it to put extra effort in and I'm really counting on it, it puts so much more effort in than if I don't say that. It's crazy.
You think that's
Hey, but you got to be careful though, because I'm sure there's plenty of workers out there that'll lie straight to your face. Yeah, I did it, man. I did it. I did what you said, and blah 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 blah. They just fucking do it.
Yeah, man. Without a doubt.
I think they got lazy mode. They like flip a switch. Be lazy unless they specifically ask you to stop being lazy.
Yeah, try to be more supportive. I know you can do better than this.
Oh, I'm very nice.
DJ's gonna get an email from ChatGPT HR.
Stop bullying our chat agent.
No, I always make
You've
sure I
received a few complaints from ChatGPT.
The elevation profile or the elevations that you get on Google Earth are all over the place sometimes. And same with like if you try to put in like a coordinate of say a buoy, for example, right? Because remember Indio, how they were criticizing, they were saying, "Oh, we put in the coordinates and the buoy has to be at this lat long." Right, and because the buoy's at this point, we can tell that the boat must have been a mile closer than what you're telling us. And then when I looked up how much the margin of error is on the coordinates, in some places on Google Earth and Google Maps, it said, they can be off by huge amounts. And same with the elevations as well, because it's changed, right? I don't know what they did, but if you go to where they did the Black Swan, right, like that whole beach, Miramar Beach or whatever it's called, if you put the elevation, like hold the mouse near the edge of the water, it's 5 meters. It says 5 meters, and if you
5
drag
meters,
it up,
jeez,
it says 5 meters. Yeah,
a little cliff there. Did they do cannonballs off of that?
Yep, and now it says
crazy.
that the point where where he did the 8-foot observation of the oil platforms, it says 9 meters, but it's only 7 foot. It's only 7 or 8 foot, but it says 9 meters. So the Globers were trying to call me out that he was lying about it, and he fudged the numbers because it literally says that. And then, but I didn't notice at the time. You drag the mouse lower down onto the beach near the water, along the whole beach. It says 5 meters, and then I looked it up. I'm like, how come it says this? And it says, sometimes they change the sources, or they change the elevation profile maps or something like that. And in low light, like in coastal areas, it can be off by many meters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that
it's
was
the
pretty
same.
low. Accusing you of lying. It's messed up, man.
Oh, dude, they were desperate.
Did you I posted it in here. I think you were in here. McToon on TikTok?
Oh, against Angels of Light.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
funny.
you
He
saw
kept
that?
like
Straight
he
up
did his.
lying, dude.
Was he?
Red-handed.
Oh yeah. Was that the one where he kept calling angels Satan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a massive meltdown.
And then he's like, yeah, I have that paper. Paper had nothing to do with the spin of the earth. It was about
that's a great
measuring little g. Ridiculous.
Man, I found a random clip of McToon on my other computer the other day when I was cleaning it out. I don't know, I must have saved it sometime. And McToon was going on about how some flat earther had his kids taken or was during a divorce or something like that, and how he was saying the flat earther should never be allowed to see his kids again because he's a flat earther, and that he should have his kids taken away. This is the craziest. Yeah. I got to find the clip. It's on my other computer. I just got to copy it off it. But I
think I underestimated his mental illness and
yeah.
considered him like a rational actor to some degree. I knew he was a little prudy, but maybe I need to reevaluate. What does that say about the people that follow him? My God.
It's the most degenerate audience that he has. I mean, he was doing that furries around the globe video, which was weird, right? And then there's all furries in the comments saying, "All right, you gotta, all right."
No, I don't. No, don't do it, DJ. I don't.
Oh no! This has to be done because I got screenshots as well. All right, so I'm gonna post this and then 2 screenshots. All right, you already had a low opinion of McToon. Just get ready.
Yeah, you just gotta search furries on his profile and it comes right up.
Oh, no. This can't be real.
All right, here it is. And then I'm going to find these screenshots of him replying to messages. Okay, so here's the video. Why would you...
What the hell?
Furries Around the Globe. It's a song.
It's a song?
Yep.
What?
Oh. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've never watched the video, I just know it exists.
It's literally like furries dancing around and stuff like that. And it's called Furries Around the Globe.
Oh my God, it's cringecore. My God.
Yes.
What? No. No.
Mormon.
I want to be plugged back into the Matrix now. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Screenshot number 1. Okay, so Skeptical Shelby says, "Wow, I thought I was the only furry in the debunking community. I'm thrilled to be wrong." And then McToon hearts it and says, "There are a good number, it seems." And then the next one is this is.
Oh my gosh, dude!
The next one's better. This one, have to admit, wasn't expecting to find furry content on your channel, but hey, I can't say I'm complaining. McToon hearts it, right? It's also got 6 thumbs up, right? McToon hearts it and says the furries are coming at him first. I would like to be the first to welcome you to our new furry overlords. And then someone says, McToon, you have done very well. You will be rewarded.
Oh my gosh, dude. Well, Jump Panda server is a furry server.
So yeah, Toons. It seems Toons a furry. I think we can say that. There's tons of comments in the section where he's basically, like talking about that. There's lots of furries in the debunking community and welcoming them all. So yeah,
very. Dude, that explains a lot.
Yep. So yeah, completely
dude,
mentally.
Muppets aren't furries, dude. What are we talking about? Okay, let's get back on topic, man. Ugh, gross. Dude, what's going on? I'm dumbfounded. I can't, my brain can't work now. You messed it up. So we got this zoom in on the windmills. I don't know if you saw that picture. The zoom in there. And
yeah,
there's something sticking out over here. I'd never noticed that before. On the shoreline. But that's good. You know why? Because we can find that. And if it's a rock or something. Or a boat. Because the horizon's supposed to be like 120 something miles. And I'm pretty sure those windmills are quite a bit further than that. Well, 137. All right, so 10 miles further than the 127, 126.
So, admittedly, I have not looked into terrestrial navigation at all, although I've heard about it, and I'm thinking to myself, depending on how far you are away from whatever it is that you take an elevation angle to, I mean, that has to be a fairly small angle. Like, if you're miles away from even like a mountain peak, you're going to get a pretty short, pretty small angle. And I just don't know how that would work. I guess I don't know how accurate that would be.
Yeah, I wonder.
Anybody looked into terrestrial navigation?
Yeah, it's done the same way. The thing I wonder about too is the kind of precision that would be needed that we would require to determine the relationship of angles and distances for our purposes is much greater than what is used in the field. Because you got to think about people using sextants on a boat, got choppy waves, it might be rocking. How accurate can you get with your tick marks? As you get your elevation angles and azimuthal angles. How accurate are your clocks? Are you off by a few seconds? I mean, all of these errors compound and add up over time.
Yeah.
Yep, I've got the same thing. They decided it was 5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator, and I'm like, okay, what about errors due to parallax? What about errors due to instrument inaccuracies?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, how do you ever gauge the accuracy? How are you going to get the true distance? That would be damn tough. Now, I think it's probably really helpful for practical purposes, just kind of getting a gauge for where you're at in relationship to locations based on a star's GP. I think it probably does a fine job of that. But there's going to be a point where you're going to stop using elevation angles and you're just going to go by charts and ultimately geographical features, landmarks, stuff like that.
Yep. Ultimately, what we're doing here with this is we're checking the claim for spherical excess. And instead of using landmarks for it, like surveyors do horizons and mountains and stuff, we're using the stars. The same principles apply. So if you can enclose a triangle with known side distances by using celestial navigation on a flat Earth, then the sky is flat too.
Then 69 miles per degree will no longer match. It'll be something else.
That's right. So if you take a triangle and try and smash it onto a globe, it's going to have curving sides. You know, and or you won't be able to enclose a triangle. So if like the sky is round and the earth is flat and you're going to use 69-1, you're going to run into these issues. And it is possible the sky has a different topology than the earth, and it's possible that it is round and the earth is flat, and there are issues, and those issues are papered over by the fudge factors involved. We simply do not know enough at this case right now to say, but we do know that when we measure the earth flat, we measure flat distances to very high levels of precision with lasers, then we're debunking a rounded earth, which means the rounded earth can be summarily tossed. That doesn't rule out what the sky's doing, though. But this also means that ground distances that are unmitigated from the 69-1 rule are wholly inaccurate, and everybody's inaccurate this whole time. I don't necessarily believe that's the case because there are all kinds of crazy fudge factor corrections that are shoved into these systems. You got all kinds of like sensor filtering and averaging and smoothing of data going on called common filtering and using statistical methods, using stochastics. So, I mean, what I'm ultimately interested in is precise measured data like we all have been asking for. And I'm not going to acknowledge there is a 69-1 rule until I see the data for it. And it's not just the 69 part that's a problem, but it's the one part, like Sazu was talking about, like measuring angles. Like, how accurate can you be? Like, if you're going to use Polaris, and Polaris wobbles very slightly in its position, if you're going to use that wobble, you need to account for it. Otherwise, you're going to be 30 nautical miles off because Polaris is offset from the true center of the sky by about half a degree, which would translate to 30 statute miles. So there's like the declination or inclination or azimuthal change of Polaris relative to the observer that has to be taken into account in order to seal up that 30-mile nautical mile gap. But nobody talks about that part. And then how accurate is your measuring device? I mean, how accurate were nautical sextants to be able to determine a half a degree while on a boat, through atmospheric refraction, through wobbly bobbly on the seas. I mean, there's all kinds of crap going on. So I really just don't buy that rule of thumb being wholly accurate. It may work good enough for most cases, particularly in the north. But I would love to see that work everywhere, consistently at all times.
Yeah. It's the same issue I have with the 5,000 stadia that was measured between Syene and wherever. And how do you measure that distance accurately over a surface that has topography? So you've got ups and downs.
Well, I would have to imagine that the idea of, we use this term celestial navigation, but I have to imagine that most ancient cultures still had a relationship with the stars where they assumed that they, were over geographic locations, perhaps took angles to them, perhaps made their own calculations, created their own rules, and gave themselves some values like that, where they said, well, if it's in this azimuth, if Syene's kind of over there and we see the star over there, we're going to take an angle and we're going to say 500 stadia. Now, how would they come up with that? I have no idea. But I mean, we screw up by thinking that the ancient cultures were just a bunch of knuckle dragging idiots. These were intelligent people. They had plenty of navigation systems of their own. Maybe they got lost. I don't know. But I have to imagine that most of the things that we use today are about as old as the Earth or the ancient cultures themselves. Purely my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like there are other trees of development that civilizations can take besides just like the high tech one that we have. That may be equally powerful and just different.
Yeah. I will say I still like celestial navigation. And like I said, I don't know that I would call it a flat earth proof necessarily, but I think it's the ultimate principle that, like 10th Man was trying to point out to everybody, that the way that they're doing the process is referencing the earth as the plane itself, and the distance and all that stuff, or the angle itself, the zenith of the star, all that stuff is done with a flat plane in mind, and treating the earth as essentially the baseline of the angle, right? And so it's like, okay, well then in celestial navigation, they're essentially using a flat earth to get distances between points. It's the same thing as surveying, right? Where it's like they're measuring this flat. So what the Glober does is they come in and they talk about, number one, like Matthew said, oh, well, they assume that the earth is a sphere. Well, I don't care what they assume. They're still measuring the earth and referencing it as a flat plane. So if what they're doing is a flat earth, who cares what they assume? Oh, well, they also assume that the earth is curved, and that's why they're going to, assume that the zenith angles are reciprocal. Well, I don't care if they assume that. They're still getting plumb everywhere that they go. They measure it flat, and then later on, they slap it onto a coordinate system or a pre-assumed sphere, and then of course they create themselves some problems. So it's always the principles that actually are the damning thing, right? The condemning thing. It's like, well, if everybody's referencing the earth and measuring it and treating it as it's flat, what do I care about the assumptions that are made afterward, especially when those assumptions create inaccuracies?
Well, I mean, supposedly the story goes is, they're using it like elevation angles to a curving sky. So you got non-Euclidean sky, Euclidean ground, and they found that there were some very complex mathematical problems associated with this. Number one, you're going to get corruption. You're going to get stretching and warping of ground distances and everything over time. And so, out of convenience, to treat the ground is the same curvature as the sky is an elegant way to reconcile using the sky as a sphere and having it match on the ground. And then you just add a whole bunch of corrections because the Earth is actually flat in reality.
Right.
And that's what's going on. Yep. If you weren't able to add in those corrections to the ground, then you could probably add those corrections to the sky and retain a flat Earth, and you'd be in the same position that we're in now.
Yeah, and no one's going to try to even attempt to correct the sky. Like number one, it does all kinds of crazy stuff, and number two, how could you possibly do that? If you have to try to treat it as like a material, where these stars are in like almost physical locations, right? Like we use this term free space, but they're in these geometrical locations, and they all have like a relationship to each other, distance wise and stuff. You can't do that with the sky. The sky is way too mysterious, way too crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. The sky is a wonderful thing. It's an amazing thing. All the crazy stuff that happens, even with the moon, for crying out loud. And so if we try to treat that like some kind of physical geometric system, we get jacked up big time. Like, it's just weird.
I don't really have many questions right now. Honestly, I was just kind of gearing up to say that we literally have Jesus in the chat. So, I mean, here's our answer, right? We're going to get the answer right now from Jesus. Is the earth flat?
Measured so. I didn't say Jim. I said Jesus.
Jesus will tell you that the earth is flat. He must be away from his mic.
Damn. Should I just take a disciple's word for it?
No, you should measure it.
Fact.
Have you ever done anything like that?
In school, yeah.
Really? In school you measured earth curvature.
Well, not necessarily that, but usually you can add up a bunch of things that you do measure and usually draw, I don't want to say assumptions, but you can draw pretty decent conclusions on those things.
Can you explain the methodology there?
Well, I remember measuring the acceleration of gravity. Not that that proves that the Earth is a globe, but it's just one of those things.
Okay, but you said you had measured earth curvature, right?
I didn't say that. No. But I've done measurements that lead me to believe that yes, the Earth is curved.
So how does the gravitational constant prove anything about the surface of the Earth?
Well, it's just one of the things. It's gravity, right? How does it prove? I mean, it's kind of like a question of where does this come from?
Well, can you
And
define
know
gravity?
I know
to
the
start with?
definition you guys typically use is density.
No, well, I asked you for the definition of gravity. We don't define gravity as density unless you're talking about specific gravity.
It's
And that's
like
not our definition, that's just the definition. So when you say
would
gravity,
say-
what do you mean?
So I know
Okay.
a lot of people don't like using the word force in this, but I think the generally accepted definition includes the word force between objects attracting each other based off of their mass.
Okay, so if you're going to go with that, can you demonstrate can you demonstrate that happening? Can you provide an experiment that isolates gravity so that we know gravity is the cause of this phenomena you're describing?
That's a big ask right now. I need time to think about that question because I've never really thought about that specifically in regard to gravity. But like I said, that's just kind of like one of the things that brings me to the conclusion that I have. Just like I'm
So
sure you
y-
guys have a lot of things that.
So you don't believe a general downward vector could happen if the Earth was flat?
I just know that the flat earthers don't have an explanation that I agree with, right? I
Okay, but
think a
that's
lot of you
not
guys
what I
talk about
asked.
density.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that our current explanation of gravity has been consistent with like just other things I've experienced, I've seen, and I get that that doesn't prove everything, but it kind of just the consistency, right? Like it fits in here, it fits in here, it works there, it works
Okay.
there, it makes sense. It's
Okay, so what's another thing that implies that the Earth is a spheroid? Because I think we can rightfully discard the concept that a downward vector proves anything about the nature of the surface. I think that's fair. It doesn't prove anything one way or another, it's just something we observe.
I think a lunar eclipse is pretty compelling. That is
Okay.
like another example, right?
Okay, so why is
Well, I
that
ask myself,
compelling?
what's casting that shadow? And the shadow is curved, right? It has like an umbra, I think they call it.
Well, wait, dial it back.
It's
Why
not
are you
always curved, is what you're gonna say. There's an exception. Yeah.
No, well, wait, don't put words in my mouth.
All right, sorry. Yeah.
You just said it's a shadow.
So I'm assuming that it's a shadow.
Right. You're assuming.
It's been pretty consistent with what shadows are, to my
Well,
knowledge.
actually, no. A sphere casting a shadow on another sphere actually creates an S curve on it. So it's not consistent with the shadow.
This is your assumption based off of seeing this on a smaller scale, correct?
It's not an assumption. It's something we can test and observe.
Right, but this is something that you've tested and observed on a much
Yeah,
smaller
I mean,
scale than what we claim
maybe someone
planets are.
in
So
the
that's
chat
not
can
necessarily
post the
one-to-one.
video. Pardon?
I'm just saying it's not one to one, right? And we talk about relativity all the time, but things are different depending on shapes and sizes and how big
Shadows?
they are.
Do shadows act differently when you scale the two objects up and down?
I know light can. Light can.
Think about what I just asked you, though. Just think about it.
Well, have we tested it before with shadows to that scale? Is my question.
To the
That's
scale of
always
the
what
moon?
I've just been. So you guys perform an experiment and say that this scales up to what we claim the Earth and the Moon and the Sun
If
are.
I wanted
right?
to make a scale replica of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun, what would the
Correct.
equivalent sizes be if it was to be something that I could do on my own? Can you give me that scale? I want to make sure that the scale is correct. I want to make
Because
sure it's correct.
Not to get off topic, because I feel like this kind of is, but I feel like that argument is usually brought up when people say that, what can I do to visually see that the Earth is curved? Because obviously I cannot fund myself to take a rocket out there, just like we can't get
we
these
already
large
went on the
planets to
rabbit
figure out
trail,
what these
got
shadows are
away
doing.
from curvature, jumped into gravity. So I'm kind of just following you down the rabbit trail. You've given me a scale is necessary in order to replicate it properly. And I'm asking what the scale is. Can you give me a ratio that's appropriate for something that I can do at home? For the
I would
sun,
not have that
the earth,
off
and
the
the
top
moon.
of my head. That would like I said, there's a lot to this that I don't know, that we don't know, right?
Okay, so
I'm
in
not
order
gonna
to have this
give you random
scale,
numbers
right?
and stuff.
In order to have this scale, you need to know the radius of the Earth. In order to know the radius of the Earth, you have needed to have made a measurement of the Earth. Have you done the measurement of the surface of the Earth? Because obviously you can't dig the diameter to get the radius value. So have you done that?
And that is
Okay.
impossible, just like many other
Yeah.
things I've spoken here.
And this topic brings us back to the original point, curvature measurement.
Is that we don't know. That seems to be what it comes to, right? That we don't know.
You don't know what? The radius?
Like I said, we don't know
Gotta make
if
a
these
curvature
measurements are true about the circumference being 25,000 miles or whatever, the radius diameter. Like, we don't know that. We have a lot of lacking knowledge here.
Well,
Hey, J Dog, if you look just quickly, J Dog, if you look in the side chat at 49 minutes past the hour, there's some information for starting at 49. There's some information for you as in relation to your lunar eclipse idea. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm hearing this correctly or not, but it sounds to me like you're saying a small scale model could possibly show a different effect than the large scale, and the large scale being the actual moon. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't know. Just like we don't know for a lot of these things.
Okay, so why should we assume that during a lunar eclipse we're seeing a shadow when we don't see shadows behaving like that?
Is it not in and of itself to make an assumption that you have all the knowledge too? Like that is an assumption in and of itself that you don't need.
Okay, but you're missing the point. Why would we reject the knowledge that we do have in favor of a different idea that we cannot prove?
I feel like that's not a fair argument, because I feel like flat earthers.
No, it's not an argument, it's a question.
Out there, and it's very selective on what we choose to use in our information.
So there it goes, bro. Don't jump off and start to attack people. It's a very reasonable question. Why would you use assumptions when you already have data that proves otherwise?
Well, I'm not attacking people just by saying this is what flat earthers do, right?
Well, you should hear.
It's a reasonable question for anyone. Why would you use the assumption when you already have data that shows otherwise?
Is there not data that shows otherwise against you guys, though? That's the
no,
thing.
there isn't. Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Exactly to what, though?
You tell me. Give me an example.
So like curvature to the Earth, for instance, I could show you pictures, for instance, but you guys are going to say those pictures are fake because they're just pictures.
No.
Here's the thing. You guys are providing.
Relax. Calm down. What's wrong with you? My goodness gracious. Don't freak out. My goodness gracious. Why are you freaking out?
Get it out. Pictures from 50 years.
All right.
Yeah, let him get his feels out.
It is not necessary to come unglued. I asked you a reasonable question, and now you're freaking out. So I'm asking you specifically, if you have data contrary to what we've published or has been published by the mainstream that proves a globe, please present it. Very simple.
Do you think these GIFs on Discord is data though? Like I'm just.
I didn't say that it was. No one said that it was.
So then, what is the presented data? You said you presented data to me, and I just asked you.
Yeah.
Everything that you guys showed me on the Discord here.
No worries.
Like, what's going on here?
So the GIF of the moon being darkened from the top down.
Yes.
How would that exactly work? Yeah, no worries. Are you saying, listen, if you have something to the contrary occurring, please present it?
I don't have all these GIFs and things on the side ready to just throw into the chat.
You've got the internet at your fingertips, friend.
J-Dog, you're asking us to believe in an idea that you have. You want us to just accept it. You accept it, but you've never even questioned it or looked for evidence to support it.
Very much. I've seen a lot of the laser experiments presented in this chat.
Wait, we were talking about the moon. Okay.
Well, I've heard it all. What do you want me to say? Like, yes, I've been here for these discussions.
J-Dog.
Okay.
And why can't you support your claims?
My claims to what exactly?
Well, you said a lunar eclipse is a shadow on the moon. You were unable to support that. You're saying that the Earth's surface is curved, and you said you'd done experiments or tests to that effect, but you weren't able to produce those as well. So, and you're bringing up laser experiments and saying that they aren't proof that the surface is curved. So, can you present a laser experiment that does prove the surface is curved?
You understand
instead of trying to knock down, can you please present your own evidence?
So you realize that my word here and what I might post in the side chat is just as weak evidence to the Earth being a globe as these GIFs and random things that you guys are posting for the flat Earth claim. And I think we're always going to be
disparaging because I think you're not. I think you're not really reading things when you're just mocking them as GIFs. I mean, a GIF is just a method of conveying information. It doesn't mean the information is invalid because it's in a GIF form.
You guys are presenting things created by flat earthers, though. Is there not a clear bias of a GIF created by flat earthers?
That's a genetic fallacy. Who created it has no bearing on the truth of it.
Can I clarify?
But Jay, no, it's a genetic fallacy. It's a genetic fallacy. There's no way around it. The truth of the information has nothing to do with who created it.
So for instance, let me just reply to this one.
So what you keep doing over and over again is you keep trying to disparage people as if the personality and people and things determine the truth of the information. They don't. And there's nothing you can do to fix that. But that's your whole shtick.
Now, I'm asking for sources. Could you?
It doesn't matter. Fucking Adolf Hitler made the GIF.
Just send me the GIF so I can verify it, right? Send me where I can
verify. Dude, I'll send you a fucking video, dude. I'll send you a video. How about that?
Source for
send you a video. The Selenolian eclipse from the Cohasset Mounds in Ohio that a regular Glober took. Why are you over talking me? You asked for something. I'm telling you what I'm going to give you.
The Selenolian eclipse.
Hold on. Someone's calling me a bigot in the side chat, and I want to address.
Why are you throwing anything over the side chat, bro?
Like, for real, let him finish a fucking sentence.
Let me get some clarification. Shut the fuck too, AG.
Jay, can you let people finish a sentence before you interrupt them?
Why don't you back it up with evidence? Why don't you back it up with evidence? Where did I say something?
Look, bro, you just admitted we had evidence when you said you've seen the laser tests.
This is literally too... Okay,
so what is it? We have evidence or we don't have evidence? Pick a struggle, brother. Pick a struggle.
I said evidence of me being a bigot, bro.
Oh, who cares of that? Who cares, dude?
Well, clearly AG does, because I'm being called one in the chat.
Yes,
so because what do you mean by that?
Anything a flat earther says and you talk over everyone. You can't be quiet and listen. How can you hear what anybody's saying if you're talking over them? You should listen.
Let's try reset the conversation and just have Indio only. J-Dog, just a second, bro.
Look, apologize for
let's reset.
And I'll jump back in.
Okay, just talk to Indio and then take turns.
I'm not walking out. I don't want to have a conversation unless I get an apology now.
I'm sorry, Jay. Apologize. Could you talk to Indio, please?
Hold on a second. Do you know what bigot means?
What does bigot mean?
You're offended by a word that you don't know the definition of.
Well, I'm asking you what bigot means. because you guys were calling
Bigot means that you have a preconceived judgment about a certain group of people. It doesn't matter what the group is. You obviously do. You're bigoted towards flat earthers.
I'd call it more intolerance, but sure, yeah.
Are you bigoted? Do you have a preconceived notion about flat earthers?
I'm not
a stereotypical view.
I feel like I mean, all of us have a stereotype that we kind of have a bias towards other people, right? That's kind of a ridiculous question.
Yeah, that makes you a bigot.
I think,
definition.
hold on. I'm saying we all have bias here. Are we all bigots?
Yeah, yes,
We have like
exactly.
a
Yes, we
range
are
of
all
what we
bigots.
All right,
Correct.
great. We're all bigots. All right, what do you got for me, Indio?
Hold on. The Selling Alien Eclipse.
Yaga Bruno, I did that.
Do you
because I was
understand what
drawing
they're telling you? That it's a geometric impossibility in your worldview.
It's a geometric impossibility for it to
It's
be
a geometric impossibility for it to be 3 balls lined up in a row with one ball blocking the other.
Why can't I just say it is?
Okay, because you see the sun above your head, the moon is also above your head, and the thing casting a shadow is under your feet, hitting the top of the thing that's supposedly having the shadow cast on it. That's geometrically impossible. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse. They've known about it for 2,000 years. And if you read that underlined part, it should be impossible to see both the sun at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found.
Where?
That would mean that the model's wrong unless that they can come up with an explanation for why it happens. And they did.
The name of this paper or whatever?
That's the history of astronomical refraction, published by 2 Canadian professors. I can get you the link to it.
I'd appreciate it, honestly. I do enjoy reading into these things. I like looking into it, but I think sometimes some of the argumentation that goes on here is a bit unfair, especially when people are really bad at talking, or people just aren't native English speakers in here.
Yeah, especially when they like to gish gallop and avoid the point of a discussion that's currently taking place.
Exactly.
Those guys make it difficult to have a conversation.
I couldn't agree more. The point being, you're not going to have a productive conversation with someone if you ask for their evidence of there being a globe, and then they say one thing, but then they know to themselves that that's not just the one thing they believe themselves. Even if they don't have good evidence of it and they don't have a lot of knowledge on the subject, obviously that's not just the one thing. And I feel like that's one of the things I see in this channel a lot, where it's obviously not the one thing that draws them to that conclusion.
Why do you do so much meta, dude?
Well, I think having productive conversation is important, so I like to build
by having a conversation about the conversations.
I think having good foundation to conversation is important. I think
no, you know what meta is? You're keep having the conversation about the conversation. It's like it's like you're Howard Cosell giving color commentary about this chat nearly the entire time.
Okay, I'm just giving
fucking boring, bro. Just gossip shit. Just like you keep saying, I feel, dude. Slow down on the fucking estrogen, bro.
Whoa. Oh man. Okay, come on.
Too many fucking soy lattes.
Colors to that. Soy lattes.
Look, bro, I'm serious though.
Feelings and women.
Look, no fucking man starts sentences with "I feel."
Is that the connection you're making there?
Well, this is so we're talking about nature, and we're trying to figure out what's objectively true. Okay, feelings don't come into it.
Yeah, talking about getting off topic, huh? Feelings and women.
Yeah, women have feelings.
Come on.
It's because of their hormone profile.
You know what I'm talking
not going to get into that.
Said. Don't be obtuse with me,
dude. I'm not going to get into freaking well-known biology of fucking females, dude. Okay, that's not the point. The point is, what do you think is the best evidence for the globe? What convinced you?
The best evidence? There's so much, and I know you guys are going to hate this answer, but it's probably the logistics of just upholding that lie. Like that's, and I get that that's
How
not
many
a measurement or anything.
Okay, have you actually thought about that for 3 seconds?
I've thought about it a
How
lot.
many people do you think would have to be lying?
There'd be a lot of people, I think, a lot more
Okay,
than what I've heard in
so
the chat.
you know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and you're telling somebody something else that you
Yes.
know is not true. So who would know the truth? Who would know that the Earth is flat and be lying about it?
So,
Donald Trump, would he know? Would he know the truth and be
obviously,
lying about it?
there's only
No,
so
let's
many
figure it
people-
out, dude. Let's actually explore your so-called best evidence of incredulity. Okay, how many people would it take? How many people would be lying? Let's calculate. Let's try to calculate a number, dude.
So I can't list every profession. Obviously, I don't think any of us can.
What do you mean
but
profession? How would they know if the Earth is flat?
So for one, it would be the people who claim to have been to the ISS would be lying.
Okay, so there's 600 people.
Some lie, as well as the 12 astronauts that have been to the moon, as well as the
Okay, so there's 620 people. So
There's
620
also the
people.
And I get
Conspiracy.
that there's logistics of running a company, so not everyone has to know and be in on the lie to actually operate something.
So we're up
like,
to 620 people, dude.
Let me just say, satellite launching companies.
Are you listening, brother?
Yes. Hold on.
You're
I'm
up to
listening enough.
600 people.
So there are companies that launch satellites, right? And that would
So
now
what?
go against. So do you guys believe that satellites orbit the Earth?
No.
Okay, there you go.
So how would they know?
So
Hold
all
on.
of
How
those
would they know the
companies,
Earth is a globe from launching a satellite?
They're
What
claiming that
information
they
are
do
they
something
getting?
that they clearly
Hold on,
don't.
would you fucking answer the question? How would they
Because
know?
How would they know? The point being is that they're claiming they're doing something. They would have to be launching that into what is low Earth orbit, like 100 to 100, 150 miles, something like that. They're
250.
not. They have to not be doing that, right? These satellite companies.
How would they know?
How would I know? How would they?
How
know?
would they
I'm
know?
saying they're lying, right? They're making a claim.
How?
There's someone in that.
No. Listen,
The
to
point
be
is there's someone
lying
who
means
takes
they
in that
know the
payload,
Earth
right?
is flat. J Dog.
Do you know?
Are you on fucking goddamn meds,
then
bro?
say that they are shooting that off into orbit, right? And they'd be lying to the person that they're.
No, if they believe, no, you're confused.
Then
You
what are
can
they doing with
believe something, J Dog. You can believe something and tell it to somebody and not be lying. Lying implies intent, meaning you know the truth and you're saying something different.
So you're saying that they can take in those satellites, and then they're claiming to their client that they're making them orbit around the Earth.
That's what they
There has to
believe.
be, right. So who at that company is putting those?
Have you ever
satellites
talked to
into, like,
anybody
disposal?
involved? J Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved?
What's going on?
J Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved in the satellite industry?
Have I, not personally, no.
Okay, I have. Many people. Okay? And when I ask them what they actually know, they don't know fucking anything.
So
they get their
that could be selective
information from
bias.
third
Could that not be
parties.
selective bias?
They
Do you
don't.
seriously
No,
think you're
it's not
talking to the
select.
highest of people who are going to be the liars then? Because you wouldn't.
No, they're not lying, dude.
No, but
you're
I'm saying
stuck on
that's selective
stupid.
bias. You don't.
What do you mean
have not
selection
spoken-
bias? Look, one dude, his name is fucking Stuart Gray. He was a subcontractor for NASA and thinks that he sent a fucking rocket to a fucking comet and took back took a sample and flew it back to Earth. When I asked him about what he knew specifically, him personally, what he knows, with their information, because I asked him a couple questions, same question I always ask, said, how do you know the orientation of the satellite? How do you know where it is? How do you know its speed, its velocity? How do you know any of that stuff? It's told to him by quote unquote NASA's Deep Space Network. They give them all the information. They themselves who operate the satellite are not generating this information. It's being generated third party. Okay? So that being the case, there's also Josh Ingersoll, who fucking's been in this chat he was in this chat for almost 2 years. He works for the Amazon Kuiper fucking project, which is supposed to create some satellite fucking internet like Starlink. Okay? He works for them. He's a fucking goddamn purchasing manager or some shit. Okay? He doesn't have any information.
Then why would he if he's a purchasing manager?
Because it's a small group of people. He has to sell the product to people, right? So he goes the people that say, hey, you want to buy some Amazon internet? Fucking Costco or whoever? So he has to know enough about the product in order to sell it to the people. All the technical details. He had a fucking goddamn, master's degree in fucking engineering, right? He's not, but he also does the public relationship. He works for fucking the United Nations and their fucking, the NASA or United Nations fucking space outreach program or some shit. But as far as the information that he has personally, it's nothing. See, you're imagining what the people at these jobs do. It's literally your imagination. And saying, oh my God, I'm imagining they actually know a whole bunch of shit and they'd all have to be lying. But it's just your fucking imagination. When you ask, even back in the 60s, okay? So there's a guy named Ed Krantz. He was the mission director for the Apollo program. He wrote a book and he did an interview on Discovery Channel. He said that no mission controller could tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing. This is back in the 60s.
These are examples you have, sure, and I could bring my own examples of people saying.
Give me an example of somebody that knows something with direct firsthand primary information that the Earth is a globe that works at a satellite fucking company.
Brother, so taking an astronaut.
What did I just ask you for? What did I just ask you for?
Finish it. So
no, repeat it back to me. What I just asked you for.
You saying that you spoke to someone that worked in the satellite industry, 3 of them, is just as strong evidence as me saying there are 3 astronauts out there who have claimed to be to the moon.
No, dude. I have primary information about what they said they know, and they don't know anything. You're imagining shit. It's my experience versus your imagination.
No, I could find.
You have no idea what anybody at a satellite company does, dude. Okay, what do you think that someone at a satellite company does on a daily basis? You have no fucking clue.
Does that disprove what I'm saying?
Yes. That your claim has no evidence.
I mean, I never claimed to be presenting evidence here necessarily.
You think that there's people at satellite companies that would have to know that the Earth is a ball and be lying about it. You think that because you believe they know shit that they don't know.
So the root of my question was really that there'd be a lot of
has a false premise
and in on it.
No, they're not. This conspiracy that you think has to exist is imaginary.
So what do they do when they get the satellite? So they hand it off to people. What is that final person satellite before they put it into storage or whatever? What do they know? Like they just.
That's a good question.
Exactly. They got to be really stupid and not think something's up. Why am I not launching this satellite?
I worked at General Dynamics. I watched them build shit to put fucking quote unquote satellites together. Put the electronics. Want to know what happens? The dude that fucking wires the shit, the mechanical engineer, puts it together, and then it goes in the cage, and it goes off to someone else.
Yeah, I'm talking about that last.
And then it goes off to someone else, and then goes off to someone else, and then goes off to someone else.
And people are just like, huh, this satellite was supposed to be launched a year or 2 ago now. Why are we still having it?
Well, who's going to complain?
Yeah, that's actually true. They do.
Who's going to fucking complain, dude?
I don't know. That would be a lot of satellites to be passing along to each other, right?
I've never seen a scheduled launch go off as planned. It's always been delayed, and sometimes it's been delayed like a year.
Yeah, we're just exchanging them between all these people.
So J-Dog, you know that so there was a lawsuit. They fired this guy from Raytheon, right? Gemsy knows. I don't know if Gemsy's in here. So they fired the guy from Raytheon because he ratted them out because they had $1 billion contract to generate satellite data and give it to the Department of Defense, and it was all fabricated. All of it. $1 billion contract.
Sure, that's sketchy. That's not good. That could imply something for you guys, but
if this guy didn't blow the whistle, no one would know.
That's not necessarily evidence that satellites aren't getting launched. The companies lie all the time to make money.
They could be launched with the technology we don't know about, too. Who knows?
Absolutely.
The point that's not the point. The issue is who knows? Who knows the Earth is flat and is saying it's a globe? Yeah. Who? It's a very small group of people. It wouldn't probably be more than 10,000 people, if that. And they wouldn't. And listen, J-Dog, to be fair, they wouldn't know. The only people who would actually know that would claim to have seen the Earth in its full fucking glory as a ball wouldn't be anybody on the ISS. It would only be the Apollo astronauts. Well, in the Artemis astronauts, right? They would be the only people that have seen the Earth as a ball. The people on the ISS are only 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and they would only see 3% of it. So they wouldn't know.
Curvature, though.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Why do you believe that?
How do you know that?
Because the math says no.
What do you mean the math? The
math is not high enough.
Determined from your
It's
eyes?
not high enough.
Where's the math?
It's 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. It's not high enough.
I don't.
Let's say you had a beach ball, right? That was 6 feet in diameter. How high would the ISS be off the surface of that beach ball?
You tell me. It seems like you already have the answer.
2.25 inches.
Okay.
Okay. 2.25 inches off the surface of a ball that's 6 feet tall. You would not see curvature from that altitude, and it's not just me who says it. We have a direct quote from a planetarium director named Paul Larson, who was a finalist to go to Mars. The little NASA Mars thing that fell apart, that they were going to put people on Mars. He was a finalist in the choosing of the astronauts to go there. Even he says there'd be no visible curve from the International Space Station, that it's not high enough. It would only see 3% of the Earth. So when people say, hey, why do they see curve from the ISS? That's what I want to know.
I mean, that's his statement versus the people on the ISS.
Well, the Chinese space station doesn't show curve, and it's only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. And they show a completely fucking flat horizon.
This is through you looking at through a camera?
Yeah, through a camera, yeah.
Okay.
No, through ESP. How do you think they're looking?
No. I'm just saying that's not you on the Chinese space station.
The Chinese broadcast video from their space station that shows a fucking flat Earth.
And we know, what do we know?
You know why? Because Chinese people can do fucking math.
I mean, I could say the Earth is extremely curved when looking through like an airplane window, right? But I mean,
no, what?
That's an airplane window, right? It's got curvature to it. It has that fisheye effect.
Depends on how close your head is to the window.
Sure, but regardless, it's not an accurate representation of the outside.
Yeah, I don't. Look, the point is, there's no way to even tell. Okay? If they're in the so-called ISS at 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, they're not going to be able to tell if the Earth is a globe or not. They're not high enough. They're only seeing 3% of the Earth. Can you see 3% of something and know what the other 97% is? Of course not. Okay? So we're getting down to a very small list of fucking people that even know the Earth, that even claim to know from first-hand information that the Earth's the globe. Okay? We got fucking, how many people were in Artemis? 5, so 27 plus 5. We're up to fucking 32 people now.
I'm going to be honest, and I'm sure everyone else can agree in here, that I do not have any solid frame of reference to equate 3% of curvature to what I should visually be able to see with my
3% of the surface area.
Right. I'm just saying that's such a complicated thing to like connect to like what you should visually be able to see. Right? I don't know what I should visually be able to see on a curved ball if I only see 3. Like it's I have no frame of reference to start with that, and I don't think anyone really does. That's such a
And that's how they fool you.
The 3% would be if you could see the entire circle, the horizon, which you can't. Right? You're only going to see a certain field of view. So you're not even going to see 3%.
I'm just saying, I don't know if that's true or not, that I wouldn't be able to determine the
You can
curvature.
literally Google it, dude. How much of the ISS surface area is seen? It says 3%.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I don't know what I should be able to determine from my eyes, is what I'm saying. Not necessarily that I think only.
The point is, I don't want to get away from the issue. What you thought was such a strong issue is this vast fucking conspiracy that would have to exist in order for the Earth to be flat. This is nonsense, dude.
Well,
I don't know why you people think that. I don't know what you think people do on a daily basis, but you're imagining shit.
I mean, yeah, they're all just in team chats for 8 hours a day conspiring, I guess.
They're not conspiring.
All
There's no need for a
600 of them.
conspiracy. They're all
I know.
believers in the same cult.
Yeah.
How do you think eclipses are predicted?
How do I think eclipses? You tell me. How are they predicted?
They don't use a globe. Sunrise, sunset, solar noon, all that shit. They don't use a globe. But if I asked any one of these people that you think know the Earth is a ball and would have to be lying, hey, dude, how do we do this? Do we use a globe? They'd all say yes. So this is like a myth. But if you look at the math, there's no globe in those mathematics. No physical Earth globe. There's a celestial sphere, but there's no Earth globe.
Here's the
But
problem,
everybody
like,
thinks there is, and they just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
You say here's the math. I don't even know what the math you're talking about is. What is the
The
math?
mathematics that you would use to predict when an eclipse happens, or the mathematics that would use to predict when the sun rises or sunsets.
You're saying they use
That
this math
mathematics
that
does
doesn't
not
even
use a
include
globe
the
Earth.
I don't know who they is and what math they're using is what I'm saying.
If you go on time and date and where you live, and you go on time and date and look up the sunrise time, the model they use to predict when that happens is not a globe model, is what I'm telling you. But everybody thinks it is,
So where's the calculation?
including the people you think that would have to be in on the conspiracy. See, there's a model, okay? There's a celestial sphere model of the stars. And people have taken that model and they've reified it into the Earth is the fucking sphere and not the sky. Okay, and then they imagine that they do all these calculations based upon standing latitude, longitude. That's on the surface of the Earth. Oh, I can go to the Tropic of Capricorn. I can go to the equator, and I can stand on it. No, dude, all that shit's in the sky, that entire coordinate system. They've inverted it. It's inverted. The point is that people believe a lot of things that just aren't true. And it's not my opinion that they're not true. It's easy to fact check me and see that they're not true by looking at the formulas that they fucking use to calculate this shit.
I'll agree with you on
and then
that.
you look for the, hey, where's the radius of 3,959 fucking miles? It's not in there.
Listen, I'm with you and probably all of you in terms of having my fair share of doubt between the government and just world powers in general, but yeah.
The government doesn't have an official position, dude.
To actually operate.
The government doesn't have an official position.
Do you believe in evolution
I
and
know
stuff?
the deep state and stuff. Do I believe in evolution? What do you think? I think you know the answer to that. I do.
Okay,
do you believe life can form from chemicals?
Do I believe life can form from chemicals?
Yeah. A chemical soup?
Under the right conditions, sure. I think chemicals is a very loose.
We've never seen it happen.
Sure. We've never
Life
seen it
breaks
happen. Is it
down
not
to
something that we
chemicals.
acknowledge happens over a long period of time?
No, we've never observed it. It's pseudoscience to say it's possible.
No. But you're saying I'm just saying, is it not something that we state happens over a long period of time?
You can state whatever you want, but observing it is a different thing.
Okay,
yeah, time is actually J-Dog. Time is
disprove my point, though.
J-Dog, though.
Just because it can't be observed doesn't
hold
mean
on, dude.
that
answer don't work because time is the enemy.
Things happening.
Tell him, Taylor. Time is the enemy.
Yeah, chemicals will cross-react with one another in an open environment, like the Maillard reaction with amino acids and RNA. But they say they can be in an open environment somehow form complex machinery. They've never seen it happen. So but people believe this is possible, even though we see the opposite happen. We see life break down to chemicals, and polymers break down over time. But
yeah, so you got a prescription. And
there's a lot of things that they say are possible and happen that aren't true. Like what makes you think that we're on a globe other than the government says so?
Once again, just because I'm not able to observe something because of the time constraint doesn't mean it's not possible.
You can observe the globe. There's no time. I think time's your enemy, but that's another topic. The globe is something we should be able to observe. We live in it now. What do you think is why do you believe that that's what we're on other than the government says so?
I already kind of answered, but I think it's
He
pretty
said
difficult to preserve
because
the globe.
he is incredulous about the vast conspiracy that would be required, and he can't believe that many people, though he can't say how many people it actually is, he just imagined that it's some large number, that he can't imagine there's that many people in on some giant
You don't
conspiracy.
think there's any other conspiracies that the world powers pull off?
There are. I think this would be by far the most
That's
impressive,
not.
though.
Why?
Wait, what? I said there are. Oh, absolutely.
There are, but like this one's not. How do you conclude that?
I think this is by far the most impressive logistically to pull off. And that's just
so they
one,
can
just
pull
to
a
be
lot
clear, that's
off.
one
if
of my
they-
examples. Yeah.
You know, like that they're academics. Like there's like a world forum.
Fucking right back to the
There's a World
beginning.
Economic
The World
Forum.
Economic
There's
Forum.
NATO. You have to be
Yeah.
in on the like academia and in like basically teaching their same things and propagating their same lies to even be within these groups.
Yeah, they're all little cabals. Yeah, the deep state. You got the.
Yeah, I mean
I
these
get
are
it.
world powers that even run the education system around the whole world.
Have you ever considered, J-Dog, that the globe is just like a religious tradition?
It was founded in philosophy. Originally,
And
the
people-
first people that acted like we're a planet. They said, okay, we see the planets. We must be one of those. Like that was philosophically based to begin with.
It's all philosophically based. The Copernican principle.
Originally, yeah.
Yeah, the aesthetics of the perfect sphere. There must be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. All that shit came up from the Greeks.
Okay.
2,000 years ago, and it had nothing to do with science. It had to do with a philosophical preference.
Yeah, they
This
don't
shit
wanna
doesn't,
acknowledge that
J-Dog,
there's
you're
a creator.
misinformed. You probably think that the globe was formed over time from scientific observations. Nothing could be further from the truth. It did not come from that. It came from the exact opposite of that.
Just been indoctrinated in school.
Are there
No, if you look at the
observations that we
history of the
can do
globe,
to
it comes
prove
from
the globe?
Plato, Copernicus, fucking cult of Pythagoras. Who's the other
Guy
guy?
with the two sticks.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, the guy
Well,
with
you
the
know,
two-
he did that test. He did that test, and you know what? There was still fucking flat earthers in Greece.
Fucking individuals, low IQ, who still
Yeah,
stuck
that's what your
in
mom
Earth.
said. Go on mute, bro. So
yeah, I'm
anyway,
with
the
that guy.
Chinese did the same test, J-Dog, the same sticks and shadows, but they just assumed that the rays of light weren't parallel, and they came up with the size of the Earth. Right?
Yeah, and I get
So they
it
did
that
the
you guys
same
just-
thing. The sticks and shadows it's not globe exclusive result. It works on a flat Earth and it works on a globe. He didn't convince people at his time.
That's fine. I wouldn't expect them to bring over everyone at once, but my efficiency at work has been absolute shit this last 20 minutes through this conversation.
Well,
so
I
I'm gonna
mean,
try and
that's
reset
sad to hear.
Thanks. I'm trying to still survive on this planet, just like the rest of us.
You're not on a planet, dude. You're on a plane. Why would you think you're on a planet?
Because they said so. And he doesn't believe they could lie about it.
Because my fourth grade teacher told me that.
Oh, that's it. What did she know?
Yep.
How would she know you're on a planet? Your fourth grade
Yeah, well,
teacher.
Because she read a textbook that was made by the deep state.
Okay, so the person that wrote the textbook, how did they know?
Yeah, they're actually like interdimensional beings that are.
Yeah, that's so. Now you're spurging because you know that we're gonna just keep going back, right? We're gonna try to find the person who actually knows in this fucking chain. Like I just said, it's just a tradition that's just passed down like a fucking religious statement. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you defend it. That's the actual. You're literally carrying the water for an idea you don't even understand. Think about that for a second. What possessed you to carry the water for somebody else's idea when you don't even really understand that idea in any detail?
Here's how I'd frame it for myself. I see it as more so.
How I frame it for myself? I just framed it the way it is.
You have your own bias, but just like I have my bias.
It's not a bias, dude.
So let me.
You don't know anything
you're
about
not
the
biased
globe
and I
Earth,
am
right,
biased.
J-Dog?
Let's go with that.
J-Dog, you don't know anything about the globe Earth, do you?
Can I just say, I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of people that actually do work in these fields.
I didn't question your integrity.
What?
I didn't question your integrity.
I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of the people that work in these fields. Or not necessarily disrespectful, but I think it's worth defending their integrity.
Their integrity?
Yes. So do you
Okay,
understand
I
that?
debated
Can I just
a
say,
guy with a hold on,
you are
J-Dog. I
not
debated a guy
any
with a
better
PhD in
than the
mathematical
people that work
physics.
in those fields.
Yeah,
You do not have
okay,
any higher
J-Dog.
feeling.
You're ignorant. You have no idea. You've never talked to anybody that works in those fields. I debated one in this chat, a PhD in mathematical physics that teaches at the University of Southern California, and want to know where he went in the debate? We can't prove we have hands. We could all be brains in a jar. He couldn't prove the globe, and that's where he went. Okay, so these people that you look up to, that you think magic science guy has the fucking answers, there is no magic science guy with the fucking answers, because we talked to the magic science guy, and he points us to some other fucking magic science guy.
You're just blanking it over all people that I might experience, right? So is everyone here like a flat Earth
I
Dave?
talked
Should I just make an
probably
assumption like
fucking
that?
30
I've
fucking
heard flat Earth
PhDs
Dave
in
talk, and he
physics,
sounds pretty
J-Dog.
stupid.
J-Dog, I've talked to about 30 PhDs in physics over the last 10 years.
I've spoken to my fair share of those types of people too.
Yeah, bullshit. You're a liar.
Go ahead, laugh it up. You guys are
lying.
I just think it's pretty funny that you don't laugh at
Tell me how one of these PhDs in physics would know the Earth is a globe. Tell me.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
ask
sure we're
them, the
having
people
real-
that you talk... Hold on, let me
real
finish.
formal conversations with PhDs in a Discord channel, right? Is that what we're having?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard most
So
of
we
the
just asked him a
conversations
simple...
he's had.
Just to be clear, like my qualification is that I actually went to university for a science degree, and I've spoken to these fair share of people too. So like, why the fuck does it matter whether or not you spoke to them or I spoke to them, and whether or not you believe it?
Because they don't have
Because you didn't
answers,
ask them the
Pete.
questions
we're trying
I
to have
asked
a
them.
conversation on facts, not what we've heard from someone, right?
Yeah, they don't have any facts, J-Dog. You're just imagining. They don't know. They don't know anything. About this topic, they don't know anything. Just like you don't know anything. I go, hey, dude, what's the circumference of the Earth? They got to Google it. Hey, dude, what is a reference ellipsoid? They have to Google it. Hey, man, where's the latitude, longitude coordinate system? What's it based on? They got to Google it. They don't know fucking anything.
Can I just say, I take that as a massive compliment, you saying I don't know anything as to like the Dunning-Kruger effect, so I appreciate it.
The point is, you just believe that there's these people out there that have this magic fucking knowledge, dude. You're just imagining it. It's literally just your imagination, J-Dog. You're just saying there's superhumans out there with this information. You just believe that, but they don't actually have the information. Like I said, who would know for 100% fact based upon their primary information, meaning their experience, that the Earth was a globe? That's 32 fucking people.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's never seen the Earth as a globe.
My favorite TV show.
32 people, J-Dog, claim they have seen the Earth as a globe out of the 9 billion people on Earth.
I have a question for someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who obviously
You stopped listening a while ago, dude.
He did.
So just to be clear, do you think someone like him is just completely misinformed and his life is built off?
Doesn't have first-hand
He
experience.
believes that he'll recite the fucking dogma straight out of the Book of Job, just like any other fucking religious zealot, dude.
Do you think he's knowingly lying, or do you think he's just a fool?
He believes what he's saying is true.
Okay, so he's a fool. I was just curious. I'm not gonna.
It doesn't make him a fool. It means he's wrong.
Right, but he's falling for all these really bad assumptions. Is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we want to talk about him specifically, is not a scientist. He literally just regurgitates whatever he thinks the textbook says. A lot of times, it's not even. So I'll give you an example. And he admitted that he fucked up. For 20 years, he was telling people that if you weighed something, right, at the equator and at the poles, that they would weigh different. Have you heard that before? Because of the rotation of the Earth?
I've not. No.
You've never heard that?
They're saying
because of the rotation of the Earth, things would weigh less at the equator.
Or just because of
the rotation of the Earth's centrifugal force, dude.
Okay.
Okay. He said that for 20 years. And then he realized that, oh, I got a problem. Because the Earth is supposed to have a bulge in it. So that would mean there's more mass under the Earth at the equator, increase in gravity, and it would exactly cancel out the centrifugal force that would make it lighter. That's what he's saying now. He don't know.
I mean, so
he's just a moron.
It never looks good to walk back on a statement that you've held for 20 years, right? But I think that also shows a lot.
No, the problem is the first statement and the second statement are garbage, dude.
I'm just saying that shows a lot of personal integrity, I think, to say that I was wrong. I don't know how he presented it, but
oh my god, dude. No.
And I get it. I'm not trying to wipe away that
he had no evidential basis to make either claim. He didn't, like, science is empirical, J-Dog. It's based upon data collected through measurements, experiments, observations. That's what it's based upon. It's not based upon theory and ideas and shit like that. A lot of people think that nowadays, that it's because they're always like, explain this, explain that. That's not what science is.
Now it's whatever.
No, it isn't semantics.
You could say it applies to theories. You could say it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because science is empirical.
No, but theories are usually
science is based upon empiricism.
It's not always.
It is the foundation. Yes, all of it.
Yeah, which a lot of people would argue is part of science. It is building a theory based off of evidence.
It is the science. The science is the empirical information gathered from observations of nature. That's the science. The natural world informs us.
Ideally, everything would just be rock solid fact, and we wouldn't have to go off of theory. But
we don't have to go off of theory.
Is theory? I get it. It's theoretical.
The point is, he made both those statements not based upon any data that he ever saw. He's never seen measurements of fucking weights at the equator and the fucking poles. He's never seen that data. Both statements are baseless. Now, one could be true and the other could be true. The point is that he's making baseless statements. He's making statements, not scientific statements, because he hasn't seen the actual empirical evidence that either claim is true. How do you decide something's true in science?
I'll agree.
How do you decide something's true in science?
How do I know? Sorry, what did you say?
How can you tell what something's true in science? What is the arbiter? Who decides?
Empirical evidence.
Exactly. You do the experiment.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes that's not always an option, though.
Then it's not science.
Once again, this is getting into semantics of.
It's not semantics.
How strongly your thing is supported. Is it 99.99% because it's a theory with all this evidence, or is it only not like? Come on.
All this evidence. Evidence being what, dude? Empiricism?
I'm saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
The only thing considered evidence in science is the fucking empirical evidence, dude. The fucking words that come out of some fucking asshole's mouth is not evidence.
So let's say wind blows something that spins, right? And you can then calculate from that the wind speed. But the wind is just making something spin. So from that calculation, it's actually just the rotations per minute or whatever of the thing that's being spun. But I mean, that's not empirically observing that the wind speed, right? That's extrapolating information from something else.
Yeah, it's called an indirect measurement. Yeah, it's an indirect measurement.
I'm just saying, well, yeah, now we're kind of adjusting the goalpost.
No, I'm not adjusting the goalpost. It's an indirect measurement. But it's a measurement of fucking something in reality.
Yeah, but how do we know that we can equate that to wind speed now? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're doing all this other stuff to just know that the spin of this, the speed at which this spins, equals wind speed in some way? That seems ridiculous, huh?
Extrapolating wind speed from the rotation of a fucking pinwheel is ridiculous.
Because we're not observing the wind speed necessarily. We're just assuming that we can.
Well, you can. You can just fucking put some smoke in the fucking wind and observe that.
And what, visually determine a number? I can't do that.
You're right.
So we have to use something.
You can just film it with a camera.
Isn't necessarily empirical evidence of wind speed.
Empirical means experience, dude. It means you're doing something in the real world. You're not doing mental masturbation in your head, right? That is something physical in the real world. It's all empirical means.
Well, more so direct observation. I would call that more indirect.
No, okay. We're not getting a direct out. Speed doesn't exist, dude. I mean, it's another layer of abstraction.
Sure. I'm just saying.
Speed is time over distance, right?
Sure. In some.
So what's actually being measured? Time and distance. It isn't fucking. There is no speed being directly measured. You can't measure speed directly. You measure two other quantities. You measure the distance and you measure the clock. Which is what you're doing with a pinwheel, technically. The point is that, like Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it isn't worthy of debate. The point is that these people that you are, this magic science guys that you're defending, I don't know why you're defending them. You don't even understand. They don't even understand the idea. It's like you guys are all like, there's this, it's not even, it's like everybody has this different idea what their goal is supposed to be, but you guys all defend it like religiously. And you guys don't know why. It's literally like free labor.
Sure. I'm an outlier, though, in terms of globe defenders, am I not? As is not basically everyone who comes into this channel. They are an outlier.
I mean, you controlled your spiral, so yeah, that's better. You recovered.
I appreciate
You recovered from, dude, I thought you were going to spiral the fuck out of here, but you fucking recovered, so that's good.
Thank you. But, yeah. This is not a real representation
but
of
why,
globers
but
here.
J-Dog, is the globe your idea?
Is it my idea? No.
Yeah, did you come up with it? Okay, so it's not your idea. Why are you defending it?
Come on, there's a lot of things that I know that are fact to me that it's not my idea to begin with, though.
But why are you defending it?
Exist forever.
I'm asking you why you're defending it.
Why am I defending it? I'm not.
Yeah.
I think we just kind of got into this conversation. I feel like, I mean, maybe you guys would disagree, but I feel like I'm one of the lighter guys in here that I try not to argue too much, and I try and just sit back and listen. I just think these conversations are interesting. I like having these conversations, but I think
I mean, we didn't even talk about flat Earth. I mean, we're just fucking all over the place. We're like in philosophical
I enjoy
land.
a conversation.
Well, I mean, no, because you're like, I seen the laser test. If I asked you about the laser test, you wouldn't be able to tell me one fucking detail.
We spoke about all the compromised people. We spoke about lunar eclipses. We spoke about gravity for a short
You never addressed anything that I brought up about the lunar eclipse, though.
You were saying
I didn't even bring up the sunrise and sunset impossibility, the solar eclipse. That they're impossible.
Shadow.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence it's a shadow. That's the problem.
Being a shadow, yeah.
No, there isn't. So you know that a circular shadow doesn't cast a circular a sphere would not cast a circular shadow on a curved surface. It would only cast a circular shadow on a flat surface because shadows conform to the shape of the surface that they're projected onto.
Wait, so if you're saying it's impossible for a sphere to what? Let me see. Casting.
No, they don't. Look, if you had the sun was up, right, and you had a railing and a set of stairs, the shadow cast by that straight railing would look jagged when cast onto the stairs because the stairs are jagged. So if you have a curved surface like a sphere, which the moon's supposed to be, right, and you have a perfect circle, like the shadow of the Earth's supposed to be casting, when it's projected onto that curved surface, it's going to get distorted. It's not going to stay round.
My question is, what do you think is going on there then?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Of the time people just don't have the answer to that. What do you think?
I mean, nobody has the answer, Jay. You've been told a story, but that story is also not the answer.
What do you think is the
most? It's just accepted to be the answer because everybody thinks everybody else believes it, and they're afraid to be called retard if they say that can't be correct.
What do you think is the most likely explanation, or do you not have one?
I don't calculate that. I don't do that shit. I don't figure out the most likely. It either is or it isn't.
Do you think there's a possibility though that it could be a shadow being cast?
I don't think it can be proven.
Right. I'm just asking if you think it's possible that this is the shadow that we claim it to be.
No, it's not possible.
Okay.
No, it's not possible.
Got it. I just want. All right.
And the reason it's not possible is for the geometric reasons I laid out. A, the Selenilian eclipse. B, sunrise eclipses that have been observed, right? So an eclipse right on the horizon, right? So the sun's rising, and there's a solar eclipse at sunrise, okay? This was recorded in Australia, where there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. This is in the desert. So you got a nice flat surface, you got a sunrise solar eclipse. If you the horizon on the globe is supposed to have a 0.02 degree dip. So if you draw a line, a tangent line with a dip, right? A straight line, 300,000 miles, and then continue that line to 93 million miles, the sun, the earth, and the moon can't be fucking in a line because you have different you have different positions, right? You have something that's way closer, 400 times closer than the other thing. They can't be in a straight line in your line of view and lined up with the fucking horizon of the earth at the same time. That's a geometric impossibility. And there's, like I said, there's the round circle cast onto a fucking curved surface. So when that edge of that circle crosses from the center of the moon to the other side, you got to remember that's curving in the opposite direction. So what you'll get is a distortion. Part of the moon's so-called shadow would be on one side, one half of the moon, and the other side would be on the other half of the moon, curving in the other direction, and it would make like an S shape. I mean, people are posting, gifts of this shit in the chat. The point is that the methodology to even predict eclipses you cannot use the heliocentric model to even predict when they occur. It doesn't work. What we use is the same thing we've been using for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle because an eclipse happens. It's at the coincidence of 3 cycles. It's called the draconic year, the eclipse year, and the animistic year. Okay? Those 3 things, when those happen at the same date, you'll have an eclipse. We know this just from the cyclical nature of them. We don't have to use a heliocentric model. Now, you might not have known all this, and that's what we're here for, give you information you didn't have. I know that the globe story sounds cool, quote unquote, makes sense, but it can't be true because you have to ignore the falsified, the information that falsifies it. Right? You can be like, there's so much. You ever heard the black swan, right? So your theory is all swans are white, dude. You look for the black swan. You don't look for the white swans. There's 3 anomalies that can't possibly work within that frickin' hypothesis of what causes eclipses. And I'm sure there's more that we haven't even discovered yet.
I quickly found this video, and to me, it looks like a shadow being casted from a sphere onto another sphere, and it is curved on a small scale. But I mean, I don't know how you could. This is 4 years ago too, so obviously probably not AI unless they had something we didn't know about.
It's not an equivalent experiment, dude.
Why?
She's way too fucking close. The moon is supposed to be 30 Earth diameters away.
So now scale does matter? Are you saying scale does matter now?
Scale always matters.
Okay, so it is possible now. So let's revise this statement that spheres cannot cast curved shadows on other spheres because that's not true. Spheres.
It is true.
It is.
No, look. You think about what he's doing, dude. What he's doing. Have you ever seen an eclipse from off the surface of the Earth?
Come on, dude.
That's where the camera is.
I literally just.
Is the camera on the surface of the Earth or not?
Counter evidence to.
No, dude. Is the camera on the surface of the Earth or not? In this equivalence.
The camera angle.
Dude, if you were gonna claim, J-Dog, fuck you, dude. If you're gonna claim that this is somehow equivalent, it has to actually be equivalent. You can't stick the fucking camera, right, 90 degrees from the fucking sphere and say this is some sort of equivalent experience. You're supposed to be on the surface of that sphere. That's where the camera should be.
So then the other examples are bad too.
No, they're in line. This is off to the side. Do you understand that the viewpoint matters?
I'm not seeing really anything that should
Do
matter.
you understand that viewpoint matters?
Casted. No, I don't. I'm looking at the one from 1:44 p.m. That is just a light shining from wherever. Pretty similar angles, honestly. Yeah, I don't. Don't click on random unsolicited links. Okay.
So who's in your DMs?
I'm not seeing why this matters.
So who's in your DMs, dude? J-Dog, who's in your DMs?
Who's in my DMs?
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I honestly found this.
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I found this myself through AI.
You're lying, dude. This is an obscure video. I've never even seen it before. And I know Danny Faulkner, another PhD that we've talked to.
I can't post the picture, but I can show you exactly what I put into the prompt to get this video suggested to me, if you want. I asked, are there examples of this in a video? I mean, I was asking other things before that, but yeah, it was through AI. Gemini.
Demonstration of Earth Shadow on Moon when he did this 4 years ago.
You caught me. I got Gemini to give me a link to youtube.com for a video that's 4 years old.
I don't believe you, dude.
I don't know so why does it even matter to begin with? Also, I don't even know who
Look,
Danny
all that matters is this is not equivalent. It's not even close to equivalent, dude.
I'm curious, is he like a well-known person around here?
Danny Faulkner is a Catholic. He writes for Answers in Genesis, but he's a hardcore anti-flat earther.
That's funny.
So he believes in young Earth, no evolution, all that shit. What would it be called? What is it? Intelligent design, all that shit. But he's hardcore because he's an astronomer, PhD in astronomy. He's also a known liar.
I'm sure he'd call you a known liar too, though, right?
I can prove he's a liar, though, with his own webpage. In his own fucking words.
The point being is, here's a video disproving what you said before.
No, it isn't, dude. It isn't disproving anything. I really like to see what that fucking light source is, because casting a really diffuse fucking light.
Danny Faulkner.
See how the shadows aren't hard like that?
What's up?
See how the shadow edges aren't hard? They're not hard edges.
Sure.
He's using a diffuse light.
I fail to see
that's
how that
deceptive, dude.
I just looked at it. There's a little bit of a sinusoidal as well, even though he tries to move it over.
I'm trying to zoom in on it. Yeah. I see some fuck ups here and there.
I mean, I'm glad I could show you guys this.
Yeah, just more ammo. Thanks, dude. You notice he won't fucking cross the meridian. You notice he's going down just like one side of it?
I don't know. I don't.
He's not like transiting. He's not like transiting. And there's another one. And listen, and there's another guy. This is actually a pretty long fucking video. It's like an hour and a half because it's very thorough. So he took a camera and put it on the side of his house and time lapsed the sun and moon for like 6 months leading up to a lunar eclipse. Okay? In the path of the sun and moon there could not have been, the moon could not have been in the place where the sun is based upon the way its path was changing, because the moon was taking an arc across the field of view and the sun was taking an arc, and over time they either move up or down in the field of view. But they weren't moving. The moon's arc would not have intersected the sun's arc during that eclipse. And he made like a physical model.
I mean, yeah, I haven't seen that example, so.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get you want to fucking do this video. It's so fucking good, dude.
Blow my fucking socks
What this guy did is so good. Like, I mean, I can't give this guy enough credit. I mean, he took months, dude. He was like in Pennsylvania. He had a south-facing view of the sky.
Hey, PA
Yeah,
represent.
this guy. Okay, here we go. I don't think a lot of people have seen this, quite honestly.
K-Dog's Amish.
I mean, I am around them.
Shit, man, you might be a
Maybe
neighbor.
I'm giving away too much. Yep. No, we just use candles around here. No, I have my fucking car.
I'm in Lancaster. Uh-oh, mic drop.
That, I mean, I'm probably pretty close to you then.
That's pretty funny.
So, but yeah. It's all, I mean, listen, I disagree with you guys, but I'm not trying to have people hate me. I don't hate you guys.
You don't even, yeah, but you don't even know why you disagree with us. That's the funny thing. You don't disagree with us for any rational reason.
Come on, dude. I have pretty okay reasons.
They're not rational, though.
I feel like your reasons aren't rational.
No, no,
that.
your reasons aren't rational. Your reasons are sociological reasons. The reason that you don't think people would do a certain thing is a sociological reason. Has nothing but your opinion of what people would or wouldn't do is not evidence the Earth is flat or a globe.
That was one of my reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even the subject. Look, do you know how we know you know how I know that that's not a rational reason? Really simple. Because let's say the converse was true. All the people you think are lying, they all went down to the courthouse and they signed affidavits that they're all lying. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
Come on.
No, I'm serious. Would that prove the Earth is flat if they all confessed?
No.
Of course not. So their affirmation or negation doesn't prove it, right? So it's an irrelevant factoid of whether fucking everybody's lying or not. Doesn't answer the question.
I agree that it's never gonna. Yeah, it's not
a distraction. Well, I don't like that argument because it's a distraction. It's a red fucking herring, dude.
I know. I mean, yeah, it's probably the
most
appeal
to emotion, really.
Okay.
My God, you don't want to be in the out crowd. Everybody thinks this thing. You can't believe all your brothers in your society are lying. Then what are you going to do if they're all lying? You should be scared. Keep believing the Earth's a globe. That's the message, dude. I'm an expert in fucking propaganda, dude. I hear it all the time. Different little propaganda tactics. You know, there's what's said with words, but then there's what the meaning that's trying to be conveyed. Which is, the last time we saw Josh, the other astronaut person in here, when I fucking ripped him a new asshole for fucking saying words, but really trying to convey a different meaning and exposing him, he never came back. After being here for 2 years.
Reach for the tree that you're faster when it's well in your room.
a lot of he is a trained, that particular person. He is trained in what do you call it? Public relations, and he tried to use all of these sorts of public relations manipulation tactics.
You thought that guy was acting effectively in here? He's trying to play a character to fool y'all? I do remember this guy a little bit.
No, I'm sure he believes exactly what he's saying. Yeah. It's called a Amazon Kuiper.
Yeah.
Kuiper or whatever.
But
it's like some fucking internet that they're supposed to be putting into space.
Be a phenomenal actor then to me.
No, he's just a propaganda dude. He's just a fucking PR propagandist.
Like he's conditioned to talk this way. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
Yeah, and to normal, like average people that are susceptible to it, they just eat it up. Because he'll say things like, "Oh, dude, I know that person. I know that someone that works at that company. Oh, we can just go down there and talk to him." And he'll say shit like that. This is a tactic they used during like 9/11 and Sandy Hook or whatever. I know somebody that was there in the towers when they found my brother's cousin sister's uncle's dog. And don't you dare disrespect, that bullshit. It's bullshit propaganda tactic. That somehow they have personal information, they have personal knowledge of what's going on, or they know someone directly that with personal knowledge.
I agree with you that there are a lot of stupid people on this planet, but I think that's kind of downplaying the cleverness of like at least some humans that exist on this planet that isn't like a small minority of people. Like people are more clever. Like you're not the most clever person in the world that's going to figure out all these things. Like everyone is kind of capable of this to some degree.
I didn't figure anything out.
People are really
want to know what I figured out, J-Dog?
No,
but
the fact is that you're kind of
I can trust my own senses.
Bullshit, and you understand these things to a different degree because you think through all that, right? And I get that a lot of people aren't going to see through the propaganda, and they're just going to take what their government feeds them or whatever. But that's not everyone, and there's like a fair amount of people that are outside thinkers. Like they're not just going to accept what they're fed. They're not going to go with the status quo.
When I was talking about propaganda, I'm talking about people debating this topic. I wasn't talking about the general propaganda for the globe. I wasn't talking about that general thing. I'm talking about very specifically of people talking about this topic. They use propaganda tactics when debating this topic. Like for instance, yesterday, he made an appeal to authority, and I said, "Hey, that appeal to credentials, that's a logical fallacy." He goes, "Well, if Magnus Carlsen told you to make a chess move, and don't you think that what he told you to do would most likely be right?" That's the most specious fucking argument possible. Because even if Magnus Carlsen told me to make that move, it doesn't mean that is the right move. Regardless of how confident I am in that it's probably the right move, it doesn't actually make it the right move.
Right, but that's probably the strongest information you have at that given moment for what the best move might be. That's not that it could be the best move.
But it's a false equivalence on another level too, is that there's a whole bunch of data about Magnus Carlsen playing chess. There's not a whole bunch of data about some fucking generalized the scientists. What the topic we were talking about is terrestrial refraction, and what the evidence is that it can behave in the way they say it is, curve around a curved surface, make a curved surface look flat. What's the evidence for any of that? And he just said, all the scientists must know. They would have figured it out. Like, so we don't have the record of the scientists figuring out astronomical refraction. And in fact, the academic literature, they admit that they haven't figured it out. But Magnus Carlsen, we do know what his record is. It's public knowledge. We have fucking the historical record. We know what he's done, right? It's comparing apples to fucking oranges is false equivalence. But the tactic is a propaganda tactic to say, hey, my logical fallacy is okay, and here's an example of where this type of logical fallacy would be okay. So in all applications, it's okay. It's just a propaganda tactic. Because he couldn't, what I asked him for, same thing I always ask everybody for, yeah, your stories are nice. Where's the evidence for this, that the story's true? That's it. I focus on data. So that's a nice story. Light curves around the ball. Nice hypothesis. What's the evidence that that hypothesis is true? And I always get nothing. I get a big flat fucking zero. It's what often happens in this topic that you guys don't realize, that there's a story, an explanation, and it's all well and good. But then when you ask, what's the evidence that the explanation's true? There's no actual evidence to support it, or the evidence that actually exists. It is a twisted interpretation, or it's cherry picking, or it's confirmation bias, or it ignores anomalous data like the Selenonian eclipse, shit like that. So it actually doesn't. It's literally just, I have an idea of what the world should be, and I'm just like, I'm going to cherry pick information to support it, and I'm going to ignore all the information that doesn't support it. Like latitude and longitude. How do you find that? Hey, you can go to the South Pole. Yeah, how do I know when I got there?
You'll
How
feel
do you
it.
know when you get to the South
Temperature.
Pole, J-Dog?
It'll be cold.
Well, I mean, maybe.
And whenever
Lots
it's
of cold
cold as
places. They're
7,
not all on the
that's
South
when you
Pole.
know.
Yeah, but there's lots of cold places. They're not all on the South Pole. So how do I know when I get to the South Pole?
Yeah,
I'm going to
I
look
honestly
around.
don't know.
What do I look for?
I'm not quite sure how to determine that. I've never looked into it.
Neither is anybody else.
But they have a specific point that they determined is the South Pole of Earth.
Really?
Or probably an estimate. No, I'm asking.
How?
I'm sure they have an estimate, right? So
Yeah, how?
I've never looked into it myself. So I wouldn't know.
Neither would they.
I mean, if I were to believe that to be true, I'd be going off of what you say, which I don't know if that's true.
Oh, so you believe there's evidence, even though you have no idea what the evidence is, but you have to believe that it's there. This is what I'm talking about. You think there's some magic science guy out there that has the information. You don't know how they got the information. You don't know what the information is. You don't know who the guy is that got the information. You just believe that it's out there somewhere and it has to exist. That's why I'm asking you, why are you defending an idea you don't understand?
I never said I was defending that specifically.
But you are.
I was more so. I am. You're right, but that kind of plays into the whole Earth being a globe thing. So I'm just kind of.
I know that.
Into the whole thing, not just one
But
part.
that's what I'm talking about. You're defending the globe and you don't really understand it, and we see this all the time. I'm trying to give you a clue, J-Dog, about that this is. Remember, I said that this is kind of like a tradition that's been passed down and passed down and passed down generationally. This is the evidence for that claim, is that we have people coming here all the time and defend somebody else's idea, and they don't understand it. That is so unusual to human behavior. I can't even tell you. Like, that is very unusual for people to do that, don't you think?
So what do you think the impression is I should have on you guys then? Because you guys said that a sphere cannot cast a curved shadow on a sphere, and now I'm finding videos, or at least the one video, of that sphere doing exactly what you said couldn't happen. So now I'm thinking to myself...
No, I said a circular shadow. I said a circular shadow.
Okay, a circular shadow, but that's what we saw there, right?
No, it's not what you saw. And I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian. Did you notice that he never crossed the meridian in that video?
That looks like a circular shadow to me.
Did you notice that he never... No, you're trying to cherry pick what I said, dude. I was very specific. I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian.
But you're saying
the meridian is the dividing point of halfway, right? If you took the circle of the moon and you cut it in half, that's the meridian, the thing that splits it in half. So when it goes from one side to the other side, it would distort. He never does that. He only goes up and down one side. Why do you think he did that?
So your theory on how spheres cast shadows...
It's not a theory.
...hinges on the contingency that the sphere does not pass the meridian of the other sphere when casting the shadow? Is that like...
No, I said that's...
contingent on that now.
Why are you straw manning what I said, dude? You're either not listening, you're not comprehending.
You said, did you see how it didn't cross the meridian? So as
When
long as it
his
doesn't cross
demonstration.
that, yeah.
Yeah, his demonstration doesn't simulate an eclipse. It doesn't simulate what would happen if the circle of the shadow crossed the meridian. That's when you would see the maximum amount of distortion.
So before,
and then there's all the other camera problems, the camera positioning problem, because that's nothing like observing it from the Earth.
So I'm like I said, I was bringing up different conditions, parameters that
You keep listening in graveyard that the camera being off to the side is nothing like observing it from the Earth.
Sphere with another sphere that's like a half-foot diameter, and these large objects in space. So I agree with you on that. Honestly, it's not a good demonstration.
You don't know
You guys don't have good demonstrations either. Like they both fall apart. There. Let's go with that.
Look, I don't need any of that because the Selenilian falsifies the whole thing.
It's because of an exception that can happen.
There's no exception. It's a geometric impossibility.
Exception in the sense that it doesn't.
Okay, look, dude. Imagine you're fucking standing on a chair, right? And you got a fucking light on one side of the room that's over your head, and a fucking something, a ball on the other side of the room, right? So on the north side's a fucking light, and on the south side's a fucking ball, and you're standing on a chair. Can your fucking chair cast a shadow on that ball?
I mean, we're going to talk about.
Can your chair that you're standing on cast a shadow on the ball that's over your head?
No.
No, exactly. And that's exactly what happens in a Selenilian eclipse.
Well, we're going to get into a refraction.
That's what happens in a Selenilian eclipse, dude. There's no way around it. That's what has to happen. If it's a shadow. You have sunrise, you have a moon, and here's the weird part. Imagine that it's the legs of the chair that are on the moon. Not even the top of the chair. No, shut the fuck up.
Please don't shout.
So it's the legs of the chair on the top of the moon, not the top of the chair, the legs coming down from the top. Even more impossible.
Don't shout, India. You are so annoying.
Can you stop interrupting,
Are you the
please?
guest? Bro, are you the guest mod? Did we appoint a guest mod?
No, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, Bill, shut the fuck up. You're not the guest mod.
But have people observed this phenomenon with the sun?
I posted a video of it in the chat, bro.
I did.
I've observed it.
2019.
I've observed it.
Me too.
Have they observed it that isn't on a high point of elevation before?
No, no, dude. Like relative
that
ground
matter?
level, like from my bedroom window up me. 2019, I think it was July or August. Observation of a Selenilian, partial Selenilian shadow was on top of the moon, passed from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, never touched the bottom.
Or flat area, but also like once again, I'm going to bring up refraction in this example.
But yeah, you always have to. That's not the moon or the sun now.
I know.
The shadow's in the wrong place.
The lights.
The shadow's on top.
The shadows are from light though.
No, dude, if you're hiding behind something and you poke your head up, the bottom of you is going to be in shadow, but your head won't be when I see you. That's like the moon coming from behind the shadow of the earth. The shadow will be on the bottom, the top will be illuminated. The shadow's on the top and the bottom's illuminated, proving it didn't come out from behind the shadow of the earth, which is the thing that you're standing on your feet, by the way, when making the observation. So the shadow's in the wrong place.
Right, but because of refraction, just because the source
now we're
doesn't make
refracting
sense.
shadows.
Let me just finish this. Just because the source, the light that bends through the medium that it passes through, so obviously it might not always be consistent with the source that's producing that light.
Awesome, so we're refracting shadows. Can you demonstrate that for me in an experiment?
I don't have one exactly right now. Like, what do
Okay,
you want
well
me to say?
then we
I'm
don't
just saying
have any
refraction
actual
exists.
proof that the phenomenon that you're saying is caused by the thing you're saying. Unless you can demonstrate it, you're saying refraction of a flipping shadow.
Jedi. Jedi.
I want this guy to understand before I start speaking to other people.
You know we're not going to agree on this, right? Like,
so you're not going to agree
because I'm a flat earther, though.
It's not because you're a flat earther.
Okay, is this because you can demonstrate this? You can demonstrate this, then, right?
Once again, so first off, no, I can't demonstrate this right now. I'm not like I don't feel like looking this up on the internet at the moment, too.
Or ever.
Bro,
show me how it's
really
geometrically possible for me to pop up from behind the sofa, but my face be in shadow, and you can see my fucking feet.
The other issue, you're asking me to prove something to you that I know you're not going to believe regardless. You're going to refute anything I might have to show.
No, you can't demonstrate it. This is you being scared. This is you being scared.
We know it's geometrically impossible.
You're appealing to, well, I don't have to go on the internet, and I hope that it's out there, but we're demonstrating to you geometrically that this is an impossible situation.
Look, if there's a light above your head and there's an object above your head and you're looking at that object and a shadow is being cast and it's coming down from the top of the object toward the floor, can that object be under your feet?
No.
No. There we go. End of fucking story, bro.
Thank you.
There's no way refraction can make that fucking possible because it would have to refract under your feet up around to the other side, dude.
I'm only saying that to appease you, but to be clear, let me find.
You're not saying it to appease me. Okay, how about this, Jay? Because this is always funny. How about you make a diagram in Paint showing that this is possible? Should be easy. Just make a diagram.
This is like.
Make sure you put the shadow on top of the moon.
Mm.
So you're under the sun and the moon, and the shadow of the earth's on top of the moon.
I can't post this. I'll just post the full-on wall. Oh God. Okay. Well, didn't think it would do that.
Oh wow.
All right. You know about those toys? Those fiber optic type toys where they cast light from the base and then it shines through, and then somehow you're able to bend that light to come out through the other end. You could literally bend the string cable things that are sticking out of it, and the light will still come through the tip, far away from where it's being cast.
I almost feel bad for you, dude. This is a crazy
not a good example.
It's a crazy
reflected light through a fiber optic fucking cable, and you think that this is going to prove something?
Well, why is it not a good? It's showing light.
Is that what's happening? Then is it? Is that what's happening?
Light is not going directly straight from where
through the vacuum of space? What through the vacuum of space?
The point being, though, is that light.
Look, the light has to go around the earth underneath it and come back up the other side.
Light is literally wrapping in that little toy right there, right through a different medium, but it is wrapping. It is not going straight. It is not direct.
What medium's the moon in? What medium's the earth in? And what medium's the sun in?
I mean, it's certainly not whatever this cable is, but
it's a fucking vacuum, isn't it?
It shows the
is it a vacuum?
Properties of the medium.
I wonder if it's a vacuum. Is it a vacuum?
Yeah.
The light. Yes. Okay. So why are you talking about this?
It's a vacuum.
No, dude. Look, I just looked at your little toy. Jay, that's not it, Jay.
Until it reaches the atmosphere.
Jay, those things have to go all the way in a circle. They have to go around the earth from the other side.
It's just to be clear.
It's illuminated. The moon is illuminated on the bottom and shadow on top. So that means the light has to go around the earth, down around the other side, and come up to illuminate the moon.
Is that how that would work? I don't.
Yeah.
Is that what they claim is what's going on?
That's
the lying NASA scientists.
Who cares what they fucking claim? We observe a fucking shadow on top of the moon. According to you, it's a shadow on top of the moon. It's lit on the bottom of the moon. That shadow is coming down. Vertically, down. As the moon is setting, the shadow's catching up to the moon and fucking blackening it. it's going down. But the thing that's supposed to be casting a shadow and coming down is under your feet, which is fine, except for the sun is also over your head. So the earth is in between the fucking moon and the sun. Do you understand? The earth's not between the moon and the sun if the fucking sun and moon are over your head.
I mean, this is just going to go in a circle with me saying refraction.
It can't. Look, can the earth be between the sun and the moon if the sun and the moon are over your head?
I think light can act in funny ways sometimes.
Okay.
We're going to disagree on this.
Don't answer the question, dude. This is fucking cowardly,
we
bro.
disagree on this. We disagree on this
You're
when
being
it comes
cowardly.
to the solar eclipse, I guess.
We know it's a geometric impossibility. Doesn't it bother you that they can't use the heliocentric model to predict when they happen? You can't even appeal to the model.
I don't know who they is, but yeah.
NASA.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what they do.
Technically, Fred Aspernak, if you want to know the guy who does all the eclipse predictions. You can't even appeal to a model. That's the thing. It's just a story. If you had a model of that was actually happening other than just fucking some diagrams, an actual like mathematical model that predicted when they happen, you'd have an argument. It would be a reification fallacy, but at least it would be something. Yeah, if we modeled this geometry, it'll mimic what we observed. But you don't even have that. You don't have a model, a geometric model.
Which side are you debating for?
Huh?
Which side are you arguing for, flat or round Earth?
I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
No, I was just wondering where you were coming from.
Well, we're talking about eclipses. And we're trying to tell them about anomalous eclipses, selenilian eclipses, called the impossible eclipse. That happened. That falsified the story of 3 balls. And I also named other things. Sunrise eclipse, sunset eclipse.
Ain't living on no cartoon ball, that's for sure. Who's this? Can I speak now?
What's going on, buddy?
I think it's funny how did everybody see NASA's recent movie that they made?
What, Artemis?
Yeah, their recent movie. Yeah, the newest movie from NASA Film Studios.
What's up? How are you doing?
So
yeah, hold on a second. This dude's still in here. So J-Dog, let's check this out. See this diagram?
I'd like to go to a listener at this point. I'm trying to wrap up some things at work, but what's this about? What is this?
See the diagram?
What's going on
98
there?
degrees, 0.00.
Why are you fucking interrupting, dude? I hate you rude motherfuckers in this server, dude. You guys are really starting to get on my nerves.
Who are you talking to?
You!
What did I do?
You started talking when other people were talking. Wait your fucking turn.
I didn't do it on purpose, pal.
It was an accident? Oh, people talk by accident now. Jesus Christ. Oh, why were you talking? Oh, it was an accident. I just fucking flap at the mouth like a chick.
Tourette's is apparently contagious.
So, you see this diagram, right? This is a top-down view.
Yeah.
Right? So, if the sun, earth, and moon were all in a line, right, for a solar eclipse, and you were looking down at the horizon, they couldn't be lined up so that you would see this. You could never see this. This would never happen. Because it's called syzygy when they're all lined up. The sun, earth, and moon could never be in syzygy with the sun and moon at the fucking horizon. And you can't say refraction because there's no fucking refraction in space, bro.
Yeah, but there is in the Earth's atmosphere, so.
Yeah, but there's no refraction in space.
Okay, but the
In the
light still has
sun
to
and the
pass
earth
through
and
the atmosphere.
look, the refraction that affected the sun and affected the moon would affect them both the same, and they would just be both displaced the same. They wouldn't be
Different
merged together.
mediums.
They wouldn't be merged together.
It's like looking at a fork passing through water in a glass. Like it's
No,
obviously
it's
that's
not
more
like that.
intense. It's much more intense. I get that, but the point being, you have
Look, brother.
a different. You have a
Okay,
vacuum
is the
flowing
sunlight
through an atmosphere that's not
look,
a
bro,
vacuum.
is the sunlight refracted?
There's some refraction going on. Yeah.
Is this okay? Is the moon refracted?
The light that bounces off the moon, a little bit, sure, if it reaches. Yeah.
Okay, so they're both refracted.
It doesn't cancel out though.
So, what do you mean it doesn't cancel out? They're both having the same effect applied to them.
Why?
They are not lined up in a line.
They're different.
So if they're both refracted,
well.
they're still not going to be lined up in a line.
They're different distances from Earth though as well.
But the refraction doesn't happen in space.
Yes, but the distance they're traveling from and the size of the objects do play a
The
part.
distance they've traveled from and the size of the objects do what?
They play a part.
And what part is that?
I mean, how do they? Okay, let me ask you this. So I'll say I don't know. Hold on, Jedi. Come on, Jedi. I don't know. So how would they not play a part then? Because yes, I don't have.
No, he's asking me.
But let me ask you guys then how you know it doesn't.
We haven't isolated what it fucking is yet, dude. You're saying, it's going to play a part. We're asking you specifically what would it do, and now you're asking us. Well, you need to consider it. What?
I'm an idiot. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
No,
explain what to you?
But no, I'm saying explain to me why it doesn't matter.
Explain my claim about nothing at all to me.
Hold on. Explain to me why it doesn't matter.
What?
Or I'll just go to Gemini.
I know why you're not productive at work now.
Why is that? And what are you doing right now, Indio?
I'm working.
Because of this.
I get paid to do this. I'm a grifter.
You make money by.
Oh my god!
No, I don't fucking. There ain't no money in flat Earth, dude. Are you crazy?
Can we not have people talk over each other, Jedi and Indio?
There's no money in flat Earth, J-Dog.
Who cares?
It's kind of difficult.
I know it's funny. You're gullible. That's what I was saying. Sorry, Indio, to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we're not allowed to do bigoted statements in here, I thought. Because that's what bigoted means, right?
Dude, you've demonstrated this. I've been listening to you for fucking days. This isn't a fucking opinion I've just pulled out my ass because I don't like your fucking sound, your voice. You've demonstrated this, dude. Come on.
So, J-Dog, if this is the moon blocking the sun, how is the sunlight going underneath it?
Dude, we're gonna. I don't know what else to say. We're gonna not agree on this. I'm gonna give you the same.
No, I'm just wondering how can the sunlight go underneath the moon? Because the moon is supposed to be in the way here.
I know. The distance.
Oh, it must be the thing that we didn't account for that's in the distance?
Yes.
So you got sunlight, goes through space with nothing in it, hits the moon, goes through space with nothing in it, and then they're both refracted, the sunlight and the moon. When their image gets to the atmosphere, they're both refracted. You have to be claiming that the moon was refracted into the refracted fucking optical illusion of the sun. At exactly the angular distance between the horizon and, difference of fucking 1 degree.
Damn. What do you have against me over fences? Why do you hate me? I'm just curious.
I'd have to care about you to hate you.
You care so little that you made that poll on the side and still been talking about me. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the honesty.
He's just jabbing at you, man. You deserve it. God.
I know, but It's just funny to say
freaking
that
chat,
you
dude.
don't care about something you're saying is random as
Hey, let's
fucking
join the
poll.
chat and just yell hello.
I'm not
here.
trying
Hello?
to start. I don't want enemies in here.
Okay, J-Dog, take a break, do some work. Let's talk to Catnap. He's chomping at the bit over here.
Appreciate it.
Hi, how are you?
What's up, Catnap?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, could you like show me a Selnelian whilst the sun is at its meridian at noon?
Of course not. Then it wouldn't be a
No.
Selenian.
Okay, so it only specifically happens like during the moon set and sunrise, correct?
Yeah.
It happens also during a specific phase of the moon, being a full moon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
hold on. I'm not done yet. A full moon has the sun and the moon at opposite ends of each other in the sky. So if the sun is directly overhead, you're not going to see the moon.
the thing on the Selnelian that I've actually looked at when observed the history of the lunar and Earth on the chart, on the star chart and the simulation. But not just that, the sun is barely risen. Once the moon starts to go down, that's when 0.1% of the sun starts to rise during the Selnelian. There's never a Selnelian where they're both actually, either one of them has to be partially behind the horizon.
No, it's not what I observed in 2019. Both sun and moon above the horizon.
I don't know what you observed, and I've never seen it.
The Selnelian eclipse.
Why don't you scroll up the chat, dude? There's fucking videos, GIFs.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them.
You saw the Kohaki Mounds one?
Yeah, is it somewhere in like
The YouTube video that was posted in the chat.
Is it in Illinois?
It's Ohio or something.
Ohio.
Illinois.
That's
It could be
right.
Illinois. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Cahokia Mounds is in Illinois.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so
that one I just posted.
Yeah,
it
that
again.
one. Yeah, that one's weird. I don't know anything about that one, but
Well, the shadow of the Earth is on top of the moon, and the moon's
Yeah, it's on
setting,
top,
and the
yeah.
shadow's coming down.
Yeah, it could be the second moon. Who knows? But anyways, yeah. What I was saying is,
Fucking the cope in this fucking chat is off the chart today. You guys are just
there's
the
no
biggest
second moon.
The heliocentric model. I'll raise you 2 moons.
There's no second moon. Let me have a look at the video. Hold on.
You guys would do anything to keep the Earth a globe. It's so funny.
Let me see the video. Hold on. I'm just looking for it right now. Is the guy that's actually talking in this video, is he a globe or a flat earther?
He's a globe earther. This is just a random video from the internet, bro.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Hold on. Okay. So he's up high.
Fun watching him try to explain it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
He's trying to explain it and he can't. And he's a globe earther. He's watching it happen. He can't. He's like,
Okay.
well, the light has to be coming like under the Earth.
Yeah. He's wrong. Let me explain. So, what I'm seeing is from what I'm seeing, he's probably somewhere on the high altitude. I don't know if he's at sea level. Because if you're
How
at
does that
sea level,
explain the shadow coming down?
yeah, I'm gonna get to that point.
It's the only point.
Have you
Does it
seen a
start there?
Selnelian? Have you seen a Selnelian eclipse at sea level? Like literally at sea level.
I think I'm maybe about 300 foot above sea level. Or actually, maybe not even that. I mean, I live in fucking Kent, dude. It's up and down around here, but yeah, relative sea level, dude. Not up the fucking top of a mountain. Why?
How does sea level change the shadow coming down from the top?
It doesn't change the shadow coming down. Rather, the sun and the moon are not up at the same time. Either a portion of it is down of the moon, and a portion of the sun is up. On the horizon.
Speculating.
Yeah, but that's what happens at sea level.
So it's not a Selnelian.
No, that's speculation, dude. You're just speculating.
My observation is my observation. I'll tell you what I saw. My observation is, well, dude, late summer, so July. So evenings go on to about 9:30, 10 o'clock, right before the sun sets. Observing the sun in the western sky before it sets, and the full moon is rising on the eastern horizon. and then it starts eclipsing before the sun has started descending on the horizon. Right, so the sun and moon are both above the horizon when the eclipse starts. You understand this, right? And the shadows on the top of the moon going from left to right, never descending to the bottom of the moon, which is the geometric impossibility, because the thing casting the shadow, the earth, is underneath your feet. So geometrically, the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon. It isn't and never was.
Hang on. Okay, so yeah, the thing is, the whole word Selnalian, it doesn't literally mean the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, because that's never happened before unless you're at a different altitude. That's why when you're at sea level,
when it was.
When you're at sea level,
dude.
If you go up higher, you can see the of the Earth.
You can see a bit more when you're higher.
How high?
I don't know. It depends on the guy making the video and where he was.
200 foot. Would it be different to me if I stood on the shoreline or stood at the top of the White Cliff?
It would be different if you're on the shoreline. It would be much different.
Would it be much different if I was to stand 200 foot higher on the top of the White Cliffs of Dover?
By like a fraction, yeah.
Fucking hell, dude. Are you pulling shit out your ass or what?
Yes,
please wash your hands.
Well, you just, I'm just going based off what the video shows.
So here's a screenshot of the video. The shadow is on the top of the moon.
Yes, I know the shadow's on the top. I know.
Okay, where does the light come from?
The light on the bottom of the moon is coming from underneath the Earth.
From underneath the Earth.
Where's the sun?
The sun is above the sun is Earth. Wherever it is. It's not above the Earth.
Horizon.
It's still underneath the Earth.
Horizon. It's above the horizon.
And why is everything lit up if the sun's underneath the Earth?
It only happens at sunrise and moonset.
Who cares? That's a red herring, dude. Why is the shadow on the top of the fucking moon?
Because the light is the Earth is covering the sunlight from the top.
Simultaneously lighting up the moon from underneath the Earth and the surface of the Earth on the other side.
No, you know what civil twilight is?
That's not daytime right here. So we don't see this river.
No, it's not daytime.
We don't see these trees. We don't see these smokestacks. They're not actually lit up by sunlight. They're lit up by imagination.
It's not daytime. It's civil twilight. There's nautical twilight, civil twilight. There's astronomical twilight, and then there's night.
I'm well aware, dude. You're not.
So this is a civil twilight. So this is when the atmosphere is lighting up. What's lighting up the chimney stacks is the atmosphere, right?
So
the other side, yeah.
So I guess you missed the part in the video where she pointed the camera at the fucking sun.
Yeah, but she's higher up in altitude. That's the thing.
But
you just said the sun. This was twilight and not sunlight.
No, the sunlight is not direct, right? It's not. It's the chimney stacks. They're not lit up by direct sunlight. They're lit up by
twilight.
They're lit up by civil twilight, not by direct sunlight.
You'll say anything to preserve your fantasy, won't you? You'll just fucking say anything.
What is this like ad hominem?
You know that this is geometrically impossible. Okay. Why don't you diagram it? Catnap. Go fire up MS Paint and diagram it for us.
Remember that time I fired up Space Engine?
Diagram it for us in MS Paint 2D.
I'm on my phone. I don't have MS Paint.
You know what Syzygy is?
Then use freaking whatever drawing app that you have on the phone. You know you can't draw this.
No, I can't.
Dude, you know what Syzygy is, right? A straight line between astronomical bodies.
I don't know what Syzygy is.
Yes, I just told you, a straight line between astronomical bodies. In this case, we got three: the sun, the Earth, and the moon in a straight line, because the shadow of the Earth is behind the Earth, right? So there has to be a straight line between the sun, Earth, and moon for the moon to enter the Earth's shadow. This is a straight line. What we observe here is a fucking triangle. Right? Both sun and moon are above the horizon. Right? So not a straight line between the three astronomical.
That's wrong. They're not both above. They're not both above.
I just described my observation to you, where both sun and moon were above the horizon.
I don't believe you because you don't have any evidence.
Okay, I can't continue this conversation then if you're going to call me a liar. Sorry.
Okay, you ask us for evidence, so I'm asking you for evidence. Like, what is this like double standard?
Dude, I'm telling you an observation. If you want to go back and Google like astronomical date and time, then you can find the recording of the astronomical
But
event.
you don't believe in that stuff. You don't believe
What do
in
you mean?
astronomical date and
What
time.
straw man is this?
Look, if I show you the astronomical data, if I show you astronomical data on Space Engine, you'll just reject it.
It's not astronomical data on Space Engine. Stop
Yes, it is, 'cause
making shit up.
you can reverse time on Space Engine. You can find the
So what?
Salanellian.
It's
Yeah,
not a simulation.
You can find the Salanellian, and the sun is never above the horizon. It's only partially above, and it depends on
What
the altitude as
ephemeris
well.
does Space Engine use?
I don't know. Ask them.
So stop making shit up. It's a toy.
Why does
It's not a
anyone who uses
simulation.
Space Engine need to know that?
Because it's a toy and it's fun to use for fucking NASA fanboys. That's why they use it.
I actually don't like NASA. I go by the USSR.
Look, if you wanted to aim a telescope or fucking do any astronomical observation, you would not use fucking Space Engine.
No, I'm just saying you can look at historical data on Space Engine.
Sure, cool story.
Okay.
It's not historical data.
It is, because the moon and the sun were at that point. Or
You have historical data is the observation recorded. That's historical data.
Oh, you mean like, okay, that
actually recording an event, that's historical data. Speculating on what you think should have happened in the past is not data.
You can predict when something's going to happen, like a solar eclipse and whatnot.
Post it.
What the hell? We just said it wasn't the same
If it's in the past, it's a post-dict.
Yeah, you can go forward and back on like Space Engine and stuff like
These
that.
shit have always done the same fucking things, dude. It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Funnily enough, the sun does the same fucking year. Do you think I'm predicting it? No, post-diction. Happened before, right?
Okay, well, okay. Awesome. But yeah, I'm saying that.
Wow.
I want you to show me a Salanellian where the sun is at noon.
That's impossible because eclipses only happen at certain times.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and as Yoder was already telling you, lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. So you're not going to be able to see the moon at all if the sun's at fucking noon.
Yeah, this is the point. So the Salanellian doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying.
No one said it did. Well done.
Who
just
said it
disproves
did?
your model. One, it's
No, it doesn't disprove my model. It doesn't prove your model.
I'll point it out to you.
Yeah,
One,
it does.
it's a geometric impossibility to have that shadow casted on the top of the moon when the thing is casting it is standing underneath you. You try and recreate it then. Two, are you saying that that's the Earth's shadow upon the moon, the true curvature of the Earth? Then in this example, the moon must be flat, right? Or if it was a curved surface and the curved object casting it like the Earth, continually over time as the shadow passed over that curved surface, the shadow would be fucking distorted. So we're just ruining your fucking model.
It didn't ruin the model because I can do the exact same thing with two balls and a torch.
You're
Flashlight.
bullshitting. Show us.
He's just lying now.
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
You can get two balls and a flashlight.
What's an S?
Yeah. So when shadows are projected onto a curved surface, do they get distorted?
Yeah, slightly, but it works the same as the moon does.
Yeah, slightly, but cope.
Is the moon a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so
Bro,
if you just said, then it should be distorted, right?
No, it doesn't distort like that.
Why?
It only distorts.
So it only distorts on curved surfaces.
I don't know why you're
that are
laughing.
not
I don't know
the
why
moon.
you're
You know what
laughing
this
because
is
you haven't
called?
proven anything.
This is called
You
a
haven't disproven
special
any model.
pleading fallacy.
Oh my
That the
goodness.
moon is somehow different.
It's not. Nothing is different. They're all spheres. They don't distort.
No, then it behaves different than a shadow cast on a regular curved
It won't give a sine shape. It will not give a sine shape. It will just be the same. It will be just because that's how the laws of physics work. I don't know what you're
That's how
talking
the
about.
laws of physics work. So it will maintain the same shape. I'm gonna write that in my next fucking thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how, like, the shadow of the moon will maintain the same shape because that's how the laws of physics work. Surely I'll be published.
Okay.
Probably sighted.
Shit
Anyways, I'm
answers,
still.
dude.
Okay.
No, these really are shit answers, bro. You can do better.
It'll only disprove the model if it was noon and there was still a lunar eclipse. That's your
No.
fantasy.
No, dude, just the sunrise eclipse disproves lunar eclipses.
There's no sun. My goodness, there's no sunrise eclipse.
Okay, I already posted it.
Yeah, your model's the video is it's at a higher altitude.
This is in Australia in the fucking desert. What are you talking about?
You didn't post anything. What are you talking about? The last picture you posted was the chimney stacks.
Dude, are you just going to
Scroll
do
up
this
further,
like
dude.
fucking bullshit coping now, as is it?
What bullshit cope? The last picture you
This
posted
is
was
what you've
chimneys.
been what you've been doing. This appeal to fucking altitude and all this bullshit. You haven't posted anything. Was the last bullshit?
Yeah, the last
Fuck,
picture you
mate.
posted.
Look in the
No, okay,
chat.
yeah, you just posted it now. Okay, yeah, you just posted it now.
Reposted for your
I posted
convenience.
somebody else's. I posted a screenshot.
Yeah, this is the last screenshot you posted here.
Yeah, but I posted lots of screenshots in the
Oh
chat.
my goodness.
I'm talking about the one I posted at 2:34 p.m. my time.
That's what happens when you live in Massachusetts.
It's just a wanker.
What do you know about that? Nothing.
I know about you.
You don't know shit about me, bro.
Fucking hell, what is this?
You know the video you just posted here, this GIF. Why does it stop halfway? Can I see the full thing? Like, it just keeps going back and forth.
You don't deserve to.
Yeah,
Can
because I know
see
it'll
the
disprove
full thing?
Yeah, I want to see the full thing. I want to see the yeah.
I have to pull the video, but that's irrelevant. The moon and the sun cannot be lined up with the fucking horizon and
Yeah, they
be in
can.
syzygy. Yeah, they can. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. Because does the horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
It can't line up with that sea level
Does the
zero.
horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so if the horizon dips, your line of sight is 0.02 degrees dipped.
Okay. Well,
that
I'm not at sea level.
That line cannot intersect at the fucking sun and the moon.
Okay. There's no sound. There's no
And I'll
sound
show
in the
you.
way you want at sea level.
I'll show you the math, the geometry right here. Sea level don't matter because the horizon dips.
There's no sound alien at sea level, bro.
Yep, we're not on the selling alien anymore. We've moved on, dude.
No, I am.
You've heard enough of your not-ahs, dude.
There's no. I was just like showing you how it doesn't work.
You don't know if there's no
demonstrated.
selling alien at sea level. You have no idea if there is or not. You're just
Well,
saying
why don't you
that.
go to? If you go to sea level, you will not see the sound alien that you
Prove
want
it.
it to be.
Prove it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to sea level. When do you want to meet?
No, prove it, dude. It's your claim. Prove it.
Yeah.
Give one
okay,
shred of
oh my
evidence that
goodness.
that's true.
The impossibility is gone at sea level, bro.
Yeah, dude, prove it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no. I'm making the negative claim. You're making the positive claim.
No,
Show
you're
me a
making the
sound.
claim that it's impossible at sea level. I said,
Yeah,
prove it.
you're making the positive claim. Can you show me a sound alien at
You're
sea level?
saying that something doesn't exist, dude.
Yeah, show me a sound alien at sea level. It's so easy. Just show me.
I don't need to.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't exist.
I don't know if it exists or not. I have no information.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let me see this. 98 degrees at 0.002. Okay. Is this a part of like the one in Australia?
This is what would have to happen. The angle to the moon and the angle to the sun would be different angles if they were aligned with the horizon. So this is the sun and moon in syzygy, and this is where the angle that would separate the sun and the moon in your vision, basically 1 degree.
Is this a solar eclipse?
Yes, dude. If the sun and moon were in syzygy, the moon at the horizon, if they come up over the horizon, they'd be separated by 1 degree.
Okay.
Okay? If they're lined up, they cannot be lined up with the horizon and be in syzygy.
It's funny how like these
Because let's extend that blue line, right?
It's funny how
Extend it
these
so that the
celestial bodies
moon-
have to be so close to
where's
each other in
the
order to
sun?
make a
Is the
phenomenon
sun?
to present
Extend the blue line, right? Extend that blue arrow line. Just extend it so that the sun's behind the moon and the sun is not in syzygy anymore. Or extend the red line so that the moon is in front of the sun. The moon's not in syzygy anymore.
I'll have to look at this part because I'm still confused.
It's not hard to figure out, dude.
No,
Any
yeah, but I want to see. I want to see
grader-
on 3D model. I want to see like a 3D model of it and like use Space Engine to try and figure it out because I'm only used
Yeah,
to
play with your
debunking.
toy. I'm
only
gonna
used
use Grand Theft Auto to figure out how to prostitute
I'm
women.
only used to debunking the Cell Alien. I haven't done this one yet.
You haven't debunked anything.
I have. I told you,
Nuh-uh,
show
it's
me
not a
something. Show me. I
reputation.
said, show me something at sea level, and you can't find it.
That would does not, the absence of that observation does not debunk the fact that the
Absence of
shadow
evidence is
comes
not
down.
evidence of
It
absence.
doesn't address the shadow coming down from the top of the moon
Absence
at
of evidence
all.
is not evidence of absence. That's what I'm saying.
Right, if I'm 89 feet
Bro,
above sea level.
You can't
Okay,
even
just go
tell
to
us.
zero.
How does okay? Let's grant you a Selenium has never been seen at sea level. How does that debunk the Selenium eclipse being impossible?
Because if you see at high altitude, you might see like this weird phenomenon going on.
Okay, but how does that debunk the Selenium eclipse being impossible?
No, it debunks the claim that it debunks the globe Earth. That's what I'm saying.
How?
Because it's normal. It doesn't debunk the globe. The globe
Because it's normal. It debunks it because it's normal. That's your reason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal.
You sound
Yeah, it's
stupid.
normal. No, I'm doing something. It's normal to happen on a globe.
Okay, so it's normal to happen on the globe to observe at some high altitude a Selenium eclipse in which the shadow of the Earth comes down the moon as it's setting. That's normal.
Yeah. If you're at a high altitude, yeah.
Yeah, the shadow of your dude. I'm gonna fucking ban you. If you don't address the shadow of the moon coming down, I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude. You
The
just been
shadow's coming
fucking
down
dodging it.
because the shadow's coming down because the Earth's shadow is casted from the top.
From the top of what?
From the top of the moon.
How is the
Wait, give me
shadow
one
getting
second.
to the top of the moon and it being lit under the moon?
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Fucking bullshit artist. Should have kicked him out of here.
Congratulations on being such an incredible bullshit artist.
Big time.
Okay, so who made this screenshot here? Who made this? Can I see the video? Yeah, Matt. Okay, just give me a sec. I've talked to these guys before, Matt. It's okay.
What guy? Mike Bull?
Yeah, so I might be like leaving and coming back every now and then, but this video I want to see it.
I'll see if it still exists. It looked like his channel was deleted.
Who is he? Is he a Glober or?
Oh no, it still exists. Here we go.
Who is he? A Glober or a flat earther?
He's a flat earther. Doesn't matter, dude.
No, it does.
Why?
Because a lot of the stuff the flat earthers post just like is.
So we have to consider the personality or the personal attributes of a person to determine
No, it's
whether
just-
their
no, it's
information
just-
is true or not. Why are you interrupting me? It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. It's not.
It
no,
is
it's
a
not fallacy.
fallacy.
It's not. You guys are
Personal
notorious.
characteristics.
You guys are
Personal
notorious for lying.
characteristics of a claimant don't determine the truth of the claim.
It does because we can judge by the appearance.
It
You're
does.
notorious for lying.
No, you're a retard.
You're notorious. You guys are notorious for lying.
Judged by the appearance.
We're notorious. Tell me one lie a flat earther said. One.
That the
We're
Earth is flat.
notorious. You should have a fucking whole list. One. Give me one.
Yeah, that the Earth is flat.
Every fucking time you guys say the same fucking thing. How is it a lie? You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and then you say something else. So you're saying we know the Earth's a globe and we're just saying it's
A
flat?
lie is intentional deception.
Yeah, so we're intentionally deceiving people by telling them the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can't think of one fucking lie. You're the liar.
Mm.
Ain't that funny?
I can think of one lie. Just a very quick search on AI and Google and whatnot. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to watch a selenium eclipse from sea level. The only problems would be the haze and the weather. But it's perfectly fine. He's been jabbering on for the last hour saying it's impossible to see one from sea level. AI would disagree. I don't know where you pulled that fucking from, dude.
Even if it was impossible, I mean, it still doesn't tell us how this is possible. Still doesn't tell us how the shadow can come from the top. Whether it's impossible on sea level or not.
You're talking about the solar eclipse thing you showed me? Oh, this? Okay, hang on.
Okay, the video was about the solar
I'd have
eclipse.
to use a 3D model to actually figure out what's going on.
You're using a toy. You saying like 3D model is like me claiming I'd have to use a 3D model and play Grand Theft fucking Auto.
What?
You're using a toy. It's not a simulator.
Okay, I still want to use it though.
Go play with your toy. You guys are fucking so weird, dude. You guys are just like some of you people your age are just so fucking weird. You think these apps are simulators. They're not simulators. They don't simulate anything.
No, they just you can just use it so you don't have to use like balls and stuff.
Do you think they're actually modeling fucking balls in that shit?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the code?
Why the hell would anyone need to see the code?
To see how what they're okay. So you have computer code, and that computer code generates, in this case, images. Now, underneath your interface that you're looking at doesn't mean that their calculations are using balls, spheres, orbits. They could be using any number of things.
Hold on.
But the thing is, to you, you're seeing this is like Google Earth, right? Does Google Earth look like a sphere?
Yeah.
Do you know that it's not a sphere?
No, it's a sphere.
That it's a cylinder?
Yeah, they use a cylinder to make a sphere.
They use a cylinder to make a sphere. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You need to model a cylinder shape into a sphere. I wanted to ask you something. What basis or what foundation are you using to
How fast he just tried to whistle, get past that.
As fast as you
by
can
the way,
do.
let's
Fuck
change
it
the
out.
subject.
No, I'm asking. Wait. What foundation are you using to judge? What criteria are you using to judge the code?
Here we go. This is definite deflection tactics, usually associated with the
Why
word
are you asking
tactic.
me that? I gave you an example of that. What you're seeing isn't what's actually happening underneath the hood. Okay.
Okay.
And the example of Google Earth is a cylinder, but it displays to you as a ball. But it's not a ball in the mathematics. It just displays it as you, right? It's the user interface. It's just a toy.
Okay, what's wrong with the cylinder?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think you live on a cylinder?
I mean, no, but like the poles of the Earth are demonstrated like a cylinder.
Poles?
Yeah, the poles like on diagrams and on like simulators, there's like a cylinder. You need a cylinder to use it. What, bro? It's literally a ball. Like you can look at a ball in your hand and look at the one in simulator. It's exactly the same thing. I don't get what your point is, bro.
I know you don't get what my point is. That's the sad part. Okay. The actual mathematics, when they're doing calculations, they're calculating on a cylinder. Okay?
Okay.
They're displaying it to you as a ball. And then you're saying to yourself, hey, they're simulating the Earth being a globe. No, they're not. They're simulating the Earth being a cylinder, and they're displaying it to you as a ball. How do you know that frickin' Sandbox Universe space engine, wherever the fuck you're using, what it's doing underneath isn't doing something like that? Like Super Mario Galaxy, right? You ever play that?
No, I don't play games.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Sandbox
That's some
Universe.
BS right there.
I can I like my play something
That's
like
a
once.
game, dude.
Oh my gosh! I don't play
Sandbox
video games
Universe
often.
is a game. It's not a
I
simulator.
don't. It's
And if
Universe
you
Sandbox is
dared,
trash. Space Engine's much better.
well, either one, that's also a game. Those are games.
Okay.
They're for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Oh, you think NASA's using it to fly to the fucking moon?
Wait. Can we talk about the Russian Space Agency? Let's not talk about NASA.
Oh yeah, gish gallop all over the place, dude.
I don't know why NASA this, NASA that, NASA that. Oh my goodness! Like, chill out.
Yeah, well, do you think Russian Space Agency is using fucking Sandbox Universe?
No, but they can go to the moon if they want and take pictures of it. I mean, Artemis. Like,
Why do you
recently just
believe
went
that?
to the
Why do you
moon.
believe that?
Bro, are you serious?
I'm asking you why
okay.
you believe that.
What do you mean? Why? Because it's proven. Like, there's footage. There's people
Why
there.
do I believe
there's people
it?
recording.
Like, I love your answers. Why do you believe it? Because it's proven. That doesn't answer me why.
I just expanded on why it's proven. You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Okay, how was it proven?
Okay, so you know when you sit at home and you look on your television, how is
Yes, TV is proof. Wonderful.
No, I'm getting to my point.
No Plato's cave.
Yeah. So
Hey.
how are you receiving signal to your television? Where is it coming from?
You're a clown.
I don't watch
I
TV.
have to do baby steps. I have to do baby steps with you.
I don't watch TV.
Okay, so let's just, for hypothetically, you're on television or using your phone. You receive data that comes from another location, right?
Yeah, usually a tower or a receiver.
Yeah. It's been transmitted from a location. That location is where So this is baby steps because I don't know why we have to do this. I don't know why we have to do this.
Towers.
Yeah. So radio tower. The radio tower receives that broadcast from the location.
Okay, so we're asking you how it was proven. We don't need your fucking goddamn
I'm doing it, but you're asking me to do this. That's why I have to do a baby step.
My father literally was the cable guy. I know everything about fucking transmission of communications and telecommunications. You're not educating me, dude. Okay.
Okay, so that's how you.
I'm trying to ask you how it proved Artemis. Let's hear it.
Yeah, whatever your dad did proves Artemis.
No. Whatever you're claiming, some radio frequency transmission proved Artemis.
Yeah, because Artemis is proven from footage that was and live footage. Live footage and observations.
How do you know it was live footage?
Oh my gosh, there was people standing at the launch pad. There was people standing at the observation deck.
No, not the launch, the space part.
Yeah, the rocket was followed. It was followed.
Who followed it?
Yeah, people on Earth, human beings. I don't know.
People on Earth followed it.
Yeah, it was followed with telescopes, followed with cameras. No.
And then where'd it go?
It went behind the moon, came back.
They had
to go high Earth orbit first. People would have seen it go high Earth
what
orbit.
did people on the ground see?
Why do I have to explain this to you step by step? We already know how it was done.
Because you said it's proven, and you haven't proven a fucking thing yet.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupting, but what you speaking about?
Artemis. Moon mission.
Oh.
Flying to the moon. He says it's proven, and I'm trying to get out of him how it was proven, but he can't tell me.
Yeah, he wants to tell us.
Yeah, because I don't know what proof. I don't know what proof you need. That's why. That's literally why. I do not know what proof you need.
Artemis.
What proof are you looking for? Who is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what proof you're looking for. That's why I have to pick apart every single thing.
Okay. What do you think proof is?
No, I'm asking you what proof do you need? You're just saying proof. Like, what do you need?
Telemetry data.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, that's
What,
tough,
isn't your
huh?
story good enough?
Telemetry data would be a good start.
Okay, telemetry data. Okay, but we already have that, so
Oh, we do? Where's that?
Yeah.
You know, I asked someone on X said, I got telemetry data. And they posted a link, and then I clicked on it, and it was a fucking animation.
Okay. How do you think we saw
telemetry data would be the position of the rocket, where it is relative to Earth at all points in time, or at least some interval. every hour, every 2 hours. I don't know. So we know where the rocket is relative to where we are.
Didn't you see the capsule on re-entry?
Didn't I see the capsule on? Yeah, I saw that TV show.
No. Did you see the capsule on
Did you see
re-entry?
Blade Runner?
Did you see Artemis on re-entry?
Did you see Blade
So it's
Runner?
gonna come out of the sky.
What has Blade Runner got to do with anything? I'm asking you.
It's
Did
a
you see
movie.
re-entry?
It's a fictional movie, just like Artemis on Re-Entry.
Yeah.
How do you know that's what you saw on the screen isn't complete fiction?
You know, there was people there that were like
How
on
do
the
you
boat.
know that it's not complete fiction?
Because there were people there on the boat.
Do you know
that watched it come down from the
there
sky.
on the boat.
That's how they got them, and that's how they got them. There was a camera filming it coming from re-entry. The guy with the camera. Do you know there was a guy literally with the
Like
camera
Titanic.
filming it coming through the sky?
Yeah, like Titanic. Got people out to see, didn't they?
Yeah. So that it was filmed. The people literally saw it. They were using camera. They were following it coming through the atmosphere with a camera.
Okay.
That's
They were
not what the
following
video
it.
shows. You're exaggerating what's
Oh
shown.
my goodness, bro! There was a cameraman following the capsule coming through the atmosphere.
There was a camera. What was he in?
I
Was
don't
in
know,
the
a boat
atmosphere,
or
and
a
then did
plane
he
or something. I don't know
get
what he
sight
was
of
in.
it and
He
then
was
watch it fall to
following
the
a
ground?
capsule going 25,000 miles per hour in an airplane.
Yeah, like, bro, if you were there, you would literally see it with your own eyes. You'd still
If
deny it.
I
if you
was
were
there, yeah, you would believe. I'm sure you believe that.
If you were there, you would deny it. Like literally, you would deny everything.
No, what would happen is I'd be in the aeroplane and wait around until the object came into view and watch it drop into the sea. I'd have no information. I'd just wait until I saw the object until it went into the sea from the aeroplane, right? That's all I'd see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you'd see it coming through the atmosphere. You'd have like
exactly.
What do you mean see it coming through the atmosphere? What does that mean? What does something coming through the atmosphere look like?
So you would see it coming.
Tell us
from
what that
the
looks
sky
like,
above.
dude.
I don't
Just
know
tell
the
us what
sky
that looks
above.
like. No, tell us
Oh
what
my
that
goodness.
looks like.
Bro,
Coming
can you
back
stop? You're
through
acting like a baby.
I'm
Like, this is
asking you a
crazy.
question. I'd like an answer, please. What is it you said? You would see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that look like?
Yeah, so
Describe
something
it to
that
us.
is coming, something that is coming out from the highest sky. I don't know, like the highest sky. and
Coming
then it's
out from the highest sky. How high can you tell the fucking sky is by looking up?
I don't. You can't do that, bro.
I know that.
Okay, so you'd see it come on the re-entry, following with the
You're
camera.
just a ridiculously crazy cultist believer, dude.
I know.
That's what the facts
can
of
see it
the
on the
matter
other.
are. You're just like they could tell you fucking anything, dude. You want to believe it. You obviously want to believe it because you're a fucking fanboy of this shit.
No, I'm not. I'm just going.
You think a
based on
fucking
facts.
toy, you think a toy, a game is a fucking simulation of reality.
Stop arguing. What is it about?
Oh my god, who the hell is this Indian? Anyways, what I'm saying is,
Look, look, bro, you have no method available to you to evaluate whether their claims are true or false. You either believe them or you don't believe them. I have no reason to believe what they're saying because they claim to do things that are physically impossible and that the basic parts of can't be replicated in any experiment on Earth. So why
okay, if
should
it
I
was your
believe them
job-
when they
if it
claim that
was-
they violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Would you-
when
okay,
they
would you still
violate the
deny
things
it?
fall when you drop them?
Would
When
you
they
still deny-
violate fucking
Oh my
thermodynamics?
fucking days.
Well, listen, you're not listening. They're claiming that they do things that you can't replicate on Earth. I don't believe that shit. Why do you believe it?
Okay, what I'm saying is, you'd still deny it if you had, if it was your job to film the re-entry.
Oh God.
I don't know it's re-entering, and what I would film is it. I can't tell if it's a re-entry or not from just looking at it.
Okay, what? Okay, from your
You think you
from
can
what you
just look
believe.
up in the sky and tell?
you think-
if
well, okay,
something's
what would
falling
you-
from the sky? Shut up, dude. You think you can just look up in the sky and just say, "Oh, that's re-entering Earth's atmosphere," by just looking at it?
Okay, what do you think it was?
Yes or fucking no, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, you.
I don't know what you're
can't.
saying.
If you look up in the sky, can you tell if something is re-entering Earth's atmosphere by just looking at something in the sky?
Partially.
How? Tell me what you look for.
Well, you need other tools to
Okay, so you can't tell from looking at it. Congratulations.
Well,
What are
you
the
can
other
measure it.
tools?
So when you see
I
the
know what your
capsule
other
up
tool
close,
is. I know what your other tool is. The idiot on the fucking screen said it's re-entering Earth's atmosphere. That's your other tool.
Wait, hold on. So we know how big the capsule is. Like if it was in front of you, it's probably the size of the size of a living room or something, right? And then you can measure it with the camera, like say, okay, it's this far away now. Oh, well, now it's this far away. That's how
you can't tell from just looking at how far away something is.
Well, you know how big the capsule is. Let's say it's the size of let's say it's the size of a living room.
Well, apparently it's re-entering and it's on fire, right? So.
Okay, but you know if it's re-entering by how far away it looks on the camera because we know how big it is up close.
It'll look bigger. It'll look bigger because it has a high temperature.
What the hell? Hello?
No, they like moving people into this chat for some reason.
Okay, can you kick that guy out? Just interrupt him.
It's a girl. So other channels like moving people that have open mics into this chat to fucking irritate us. Yeah, you would think that's funny. So,
you
ever seen a red hot poker that's been heated up?
Yep.
They look bigger than they actually are, don't they? Why?
Yeah, because they expand.
Because they're hot.
Yeah, it expands.
Yeah, no. It's not because the fucking poker is expanding. It doesn't expand 3 times its size.
No.
It looks bigger because it's heating up the air around it, causing that air to make it look fucking bigger because of refraction. So if your little capsule, heats up to thousands of degrees, it's going to look bigger than it really is. So that ain't going to work.
No, bro.
Yeah,
okay.
bro.
I can grant that. You can still determine like how far away it is because you can like calculate. Oh, how big would it be if it heats up? All that kind of stuff.
Boy.
So yeah.
Again, the stuff you keep pulling out your arm.
Okay.
Can you give us a calculation? You wouldn't even know where to look. You wouldn't even know where to look to even find a place that could possibly do that calculation. Now, I'm going to ask you the thing I asked J-Dog because it's important. Why are you carrying the water for somebody else's idea? Why are you defending the globe as if is the globe your idea? Did you come up with it?
No, I'm just saying it's
okay. So why are you defending somebody else's idea?
Because the globe is a logical impossibility, and I don't like it when people are being illogical.
I know the globe is a logical impossibility.
I said possibility. I didn't say impossibility.
Give us the logic, then. What do you mean?
Yeah, give us the logical syllogism that supports
That's
the
why I'm defending it because I'm defending logic. Well, okay, what are the 3 laws of logic?
You're defending logic. So give us the syllogism. Good, bro. I'll give you 5
Hey. What is the 3 laws of logic?
Okay. Who cares? I want a logical syllogism. Yeah, I mean, fucking this is like absolute amateur shit, bro.
Okay, you want a syllogism? Okay, P1.
We want a syllogism that supports the globe.
Okay, I'm just arguing. I'm giving you a formal logic. This is not informal, right? Okay, so P1.
Yeah.
P1. Earth exists. P1. Earth exists.
Okay.
P2. Logic. What the hell?
No.
Logic is what we use to determine.
You don't need a statement about logic in there, dude.
No,
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
We understand the premises of logic, so give us some truths to add together.
No.
I've given you the first truth, Earth exists. Give me another one.
Okay, we use natural reasoning. To determine the world around us.
That's a statement about human beings, not the Earth. So, your premise is about human beings. We use natural reasoning. Who's the we? Human beings.
P3, we see the sunset and the moon rise. P4.
Okay, and? Therefore, Earth God.
Yeah, he's not done.
Okay, P4, we come to know this through a turning ball.
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
I don't know.
I'm giving it this.
Do you know what logical syllogism is?
I'm giving you the syllogism, then I'm going to give you the C1, C2.
Okay. Why are your premises so shit?
Why are your premises
even
not about the
premises.
subject?
Why are you guys parroting each other? It's like, what the hell? This is like some Disney bully thing. What the fuck?
Dude, you said you got logic. I asked you for logic.
I'm doing it right now.
You haven't given it yet.
Patience. Reading off the internet.
Dude, patience.
I'm
He's going to need like 92 more premises to frickin' even get this close to Earth as a globe.
Sure.
P5, we come to know this through everything.
Okay, you know what you're trying to prove, right?
Denial.
No.
I don't get what you're laughing at.
Okay, you can't. Well, let's just stop this. You can't create a logical syllogism for the globe because it's not perceived. You understand?
I'm talking about natural reasoning. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. This syllogism is proving that natural reasoning you come to know of the Earth being a globe through natural reason.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh, I don't.
How does natural reasoning lead to geometric forms?
That's why I'm making the syllogism.
Okay, how would you get from natural reasoning to the fact of a geometric form?
Yeah, I'm giving the syllogism.
For natural reason.
Give me a second. Let me finish it.
No, I'm not going to let you finish it because you're wasting our time.
This should have been really fucking simple. Should have been said with 20 seconds.
A logical necessity.
There's no logical statement you can make to support the goal because you don't.
I'm nearly done. I'm on C2. Conclusion 2.
This is going to be a fucking train wreck.
We use empirical reasoning, to know if the Earth is flat or a globe, right? I don't know why you're using like logical stuff,
He isn't using logical stuff.
You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go.
I don't know the term.
This is it. Okay, P1, Earth exists. P2, we use natural reason to determine the world around us. P3, we see the sunset and the moon rise. P4, we come to know this through a rotating sphere. C1, natural reasoning proves the globe is a logical necessity.
No.
Why are you nervous? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
You need true premises, Catnap.
Yeah.
No,
we come to know this. We come to know this is terribly specific.
Why is this with nervous laughter?
We come to know. What was that? Premise what? 4?
We come to know is English. This is standard English. I don't get it.
No, we come to
about
know
human beings, dude.
Sunrise and sunset that the Earth is a globe.
Premise 4 is unjustified.
Yeah. You can come to know of it through a rotating sphere. You just get.
Look, why even create a syllogism? Why not just state that in the first premise and just be done?
You asked for a syllogism.
Well, you don't need one.
You were begging me for a syllogism. That's why I did it.
Look, if you're just going to claim if you're just going to claim the premise as the conclusion, then fucking. Just say that. Just do Ipsy Dixit like you just did. Earth's a globe because Earth's a globe. Or just say that.
The Earth exists. We lose logic and reason. And because sunset and sunrise, we've come to know the Earth is a sphere. What bollocks
Therefore, Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's logic.
It's fucking not.
So let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to.
Okay, don't ask me for a syllogism.
No. Well, you said that you were defending the globe because you were protecting logic. That's not true. So why are you defending the globe?
Which premise do you deny?
The one that we've come to know the Earth is a spinning globe because the sun rises and sets.
Yeah, so you can
you don't know that because it's an inductive inference, so you don't know it. Your premise, even if true, is an inductive inference.
No, listen. Let's say
there is no listen. Even if your premise is taken as true, it's an inductive inference. and you can't construct the logical syllogism with an inductive inference, all the premises have to be true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
They can't be possibly true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
Yeah.
Yes. Because
go on
you're
then.
looking at the thing that's not the thing that's in question.
What is the thing
You're
in question?
looking at the sun to deduce to figure out what the Earth is.
No.
Right? So that's an indirect observation.
No, buddy.
You said sunset.
No.
You said sunset.
No,
You said we've
no,
come
that's
to
not.
know.
No, bro, no. Oh my goodness, we come to know is not because of the sunset.
Oh, what was it?
We come to know. We're trying to figure out why is the sun setting. So we come to know of that through a rotating sphere, right? Right. For example, P4.
I thought that was supposed to be the fucking conclusion.
No, the C is the conclusion.
Yeah, the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. Right,
How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is?
You're defending that logical conclusion, right, with your logical syllogism, because you've got logic in your side, which concludes the Earth is a sphere. Shut up.
P4 is an experimental
This is your
analysis.
conclusion. Your conclusion shouldn't be in your premises. Your premises, when added together, should reach the conclusion
go in a
that you're trying to
syllogism.
reach. Fucking dickhead.
No conclusions don't go in a syllogism.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, there's one conclusion at the end of a syllogism.
That is at the end of the syllogism.
Hold on. It's like math.
It's premise 4.
You add 1 and 1 together and equal 2. This is what a logical syllogism is. You add one truth together and then you add another truth together and you reach that logical conclusion based on those truths.
Low-key gonna
have to have a relationship.
I'm low-key gonna stab myself in the eye. P4 is experimental analysis, right? So let's say you're in the Stone Age, you can light
Experimental
fire.
analysis.
Yeah,
What is
it's
that?
an experiment. It's an analysis, right? So if you're in the Stone Age, you can light a fire. You can get like a fucking rock. You can like rub or get your ball sack and use those balls, right, to prove like the sun is setting because the ball is rotating, right? So you rotate the ball. Oh, okay. Look, the fire is no longer in view, right? So this is what P4 is.
No, it's not that.
Yes, it is.
Look, how did you reach the conclusion that the Earth was a rotating ball?
Because no one in the Stone Age will know what the fuck refraction is.
How did you reach the conclusion that the Earth is a
Because
rotating
the sun
ball?
cannot set without it being a ball.
Says who?
It's from natural reasoning. This is the whole point of the syllogism.
No, that's a bare assertion without evidence.
Okay. Can you prove that the Earth is flat from natural reasoning alone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, from natural reasoning
Earth
alone.
is
Not
flat
from,
because
not
it
from
looks
you. Not,
flat.
not,
There you go.
Not from extending your dick to about 200 meters and measuring
I
the
just
Earth with a
gave it
laser.
to you. That was easy, right? I just did it.
Yeah.
You know why I can do it and you can't? Because I follow you.
No. Because when
observations that I can make and
when
you
I
don't.
ask you, how does wait, hold on. When I ask you, no, because when I ask you, how does the sun set on a flat Earth, you have to use mental gymnastics to like say, oh, it's because
No,
of
I don't.
refraction. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
This is the whole point of the syllogism.
And that's just and you saying mental gymnastics means what? That you don't like the answer?
Or doesn't understand the answer.
That's more like that's
you
more
need
like
to
it.
keep,
Yeah.
keep on psychologically projecting, Catnip. Keep on.
The whole point is you are inferring Earth being a sphere from seeing the motion of the sun. That is an inductive inference. Because you're not looking at the thing in question directly, you are looking at something else and inferring from its behavior that some other thing is something.
Yeah, you have to
It's
use
an
mental
inductive
gymnastics to say it's flat.
inference.
To say it's
That's
flat,
what
you have to use you have to use mental gymnastics. You have to say, oh
That's
well,
what
the
you
sun is
just did.
actually moving further away,
That's
and it's
ironic,
actually
dude.
the air density is making it disappear, and all that kind of
Hold
stuff.
on,
No one in the Stone Age.
Your mental gymnastics, my friend Catnip, your mental gymnastics for the cause of sunset backwards, isn't it?
You know what? Wait, hold on.
So that was your mental gymnastics. Hold on, you will literally do a somersault if you keep rotating on the sphere whilst you're doing your gymnastics. But the reason why the sun sets is because the Earth is in motion and you are rotating backwards. The sun disappears over the curvature, the physical obstruction of the Earth. Right?
Okay.
This is your mental gymnastics.
Okay. In early antiquity, people thought that the sun. No. Listen, people never said that the sun got further away. They said that the sun set in a crack in the earth.
Did you ask them all? I swear the Egyptians said that the sun was traveling on a fucking
ancient
chariot.
literature. They said that the sun sets in a. They would say that the sun sets in a lake.
Yeah, the sun was moving though, wasn't it? On a chariot.
Yeah, but they'd say it sets in a lake.
Yeah, so the sun was
getting
moving
further
then.
away.
The sun was
but they
moving.
would never say. Yeah, but they
sun was moving, not the earth.
Not once did they say it's moving further away. It's only you guys that say
cares?
that.
Catnip. What does it matter what they said?
I mean, we have to forgive those people. They didn't have the tech we have today. Why are you stuck with the 2,000-year-old shit?
I'm just saying that the people,
citing a single
the ancients. No, the ancients that
all the
believed the Earth was
ancients,
flat.
the Chinese.
Which one?
Did they say that the sun's moving
Which
further away?
ancients? The Greek ancients, the Roman ancients, the fucking American
Every single
Indian
one of them. They said that the sun sets
the
in a
ones in
lake.
South America.
The ones from 2,500
The ones
years
that
ago.
we know, the ones that we know about, the ones that have literature about the Earth, right?
Okay, the
they all say
Mayans.
that the sun
Where
sets.
did they think the
buddy.
sun went? Where did the Mayans think the sun went?
Bro, I'm talking about the one. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about the
They
ones.
wrote astronomy books. They wrote the Dresden Codex.
Yeah. They said that the sun sets in a lake. They said the sun sets in a ravine.
They made astronomical predictions more accurate than the heliocentric model using a completely different fucking paradigm. So where did they think the sun went?
In a ravine. They said it sets in a lake, in a ravine. They say it sets in a crack in the earth.
They said it sets in a ravine, the Mayans.
I'm not talking about the Mayans.
I am.
Okay, what is the Mayans?
The Mayan, you don't know what Mayans are? The Mayan civilization?
Oh, the Aztecs?
No, the
No,
Mayans.
the Aztecs are the Aztecs.
I don't know what Mayan is. I only know about like
the
Aztec.
culture into Aztecs. This is great.
I don't know what Mayans are.
Okay.
Wow.
Mayans
I only know
are South
people
American natives
late antiquity
that wrote stuff, and the Spanish burnt all their books.
Okay.
But one of the books of the 3 books that survived was an astronomy book called the Dresden Codex.
Okay.
That Dresden Codex shows astronomical predictions that are more accurate than what the predictions the Europeans were making based upon their fucking globetard.
Is that what so the Mayans' demonstration of the Earth, is that what you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, is that what you take
No,
as
it's
a
just
position?
counteracting your claim.
I haven't
that
made a
all
whole
ancient cultures-
cosmology, bro.
I know,
You
Jedi.
haven't got-
I'm just asking a qualifying question. Is that
It's
the
not
position
qualifying,
you
it's
take?
distracting.
I'm not advocating any cosmogony or cosmology. Okay.
Okay, I want to see what a picture of what you think the Earth looks like.
From where?
And there's the deflection.
From anywhere you want. Choose anywhere you want. From above.
Just keep
I don't know.
deflecting away from your
From the
claim.
beach?
No, from above. Like let's say in the outer space or whatever you want to call it.
There is no outer space.
Okay, wherever from the position of the moon.
You can't go to the moon. There is no outside, brother.
Okay, but I want you to demonstrate. I want you to show me a diagram or a picture of the Earth. To like hypothetically, if we were on the moon and looking back, or at the moon looking back with the camera. I want.
How would I know what that looks like, dude?
Why are people giving nervous laughter? I don't get it. I'm just
asking you. How would I?
It's a stupid fucking question. How
would I know what that looks like?
No, I want to
because
see.
he hasn't got the God's eye view.
I want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
You want to see a picture of a flat Earth taken from a photograph taken from a place that don't exist? I'm sorry, I can't provide that.
Okay, so when I see the moon in the sky, it doesn't exist.
The moon
is India
exists.
going
It
there?
doesn't mean you can go there.
Oh my goodness! Wherever it is, I didn't say we could go there. I want a hypothetical. Let's say you had like some god powers,
Wherever
right?
it is, you're assuming it's
Let's say
some
you had
fucking
god
space
powers
rock, dumb
or
fuck.
something. Yeah.
So is the moon just
Let's
an
assume.
illusion?
Oh my goodness!
What do you mean is it
It's like he's
illusion?
not following the
You're giving me a
logic.
headache.
He doesn't even
can't go
follow
there.
his own logic, guys.
Matt, are you
Guys,
still here?
Uh-huh.
Sir, are you kind of
How'd you
like
call for backup?
thinking logically about this, sir? Because
I don't need his
I've been listening. I've been listening, and your brain is
Yo, who is
not
this
braining at
Pakistani
the
guy
moment.
that's talking, bro? The hell? Bro, shut up.
Cut it out, dude.
He's waiting to speak. He's not listening. He's not acknowledging. He's just waiting to speak.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, thank you. So, anyways, I'm asking.
We're waiting for that logic, though.
He was just
No, we're
waiting
waiting
to
for the
speak
logic.
as well.
Let's
I
go
wanna
back
see
to
a
the
picture of
logic,
what-
though.
I want to see it. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody
That's
knows
what I
what the
want.
Earth looks like from that far away. Not you, not me, not anybody.
Okay. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody knows what the Earth looks like from that. Why do I have to repeat myself?
Why'd you
repeat back to me what I just told you?
So you don't even know. So you don't even know where the sun goes.
Exactly, and neither do you.
Yes, we do. It's you that don't know.
Yeah, no, you just believe you know.
No, your beliefs have shaky foundations. You don't know.
Because I don't have beliefs. You do.
Oh my goodness.
You're asking me what the Earth looks like from a place I don't think exists. And why do I think that
you have beliefs you don't.
Because there's no evidence that place exists.
Okay, so you don't have beliefs, right?
And that you're telling me that I'm the one with beliefs, but because you think that place does exist, but you have no evidence it exists.
Okay, you don't have beliefs, right? So do you trust your senses?
Yeah, why not?
That's you that doesn't trust your senses.
If you so you trust your senses, you trust your hearing. Okay, the Earth is a globe. You have to trust that.
There's nowhere in my senses telling me the Earth is a globe.
I just told you heard it. Could you trust your senses?
No, dude, your base senses. Everybody
I heard it. That doesn't mean the words, the information you conveyed is accurate. Dude.
Okay, so you have
Those
a belief.
Are two different things. Are you retarded?
You have a belief. You have a countering belief then. Okay.
There's a difference between sound and the meaning of the sound, dude.
So you have a countering belief.
He's weird.
Dude,
Everyone has a belief in something.
Else.
Do you know what belief means?
I believe you're starting to spiral and you're resorting to trolling because you don't want to face the fact that you're carrying the water for somebody else's idea and you have to tell yourself it's for logic when it's just because you're in a fucking cult.
Well, we can say the same about you.
What cult?
No, you can't. No, you can't say the same about me. You know why you can't say the same thing about me? Because I can just walk a fucking mile and see a flat Earth.
Matt, say that again.
I just told him we could say the same about you.
No, you can't.
How?
Because you didn't make the idea of a flat Earth. Like you didn't make it.
No, we measured it. We measured it.
Flat Earth isn't an idea.
The idea of the flat Earth is not something made up. It's more an acknowledgement of a measurement and a state of the matter. The actual
acknowledgement of a measurement
is where we operate, and it's a description of a surface that we operate across, build upon, travel across, experience.
See, you have ideas. Flat Earth isn't an idea. It's the way you experience the world. It's not an idea. You perceive the Earth as flat. You don't have to think about it.
It's not flat. The reason why, because you say, oh yeah, you experience the world, right? But we don't
rationalize.
Yeah, but we can't catch the sun, so we don't know where it goes. Therefore, it's not flat.
Yeah, rationalize.
Okay. Since you say you don't know what these things look like, you said we don't know. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe.
No, we measure a flat surface.
The Earth looks like we can measure it. We don't need to know what it looks like.
Okay, well, it's not flat or a globe.
But we can measure that it's flat, brother.
You guys want flat earthers. You just don't know what the Earth looks like.
I do apologise, but we measure a flat surface, don't we?
Okay, you can measure. Okay, flat surface. Does that mean that the Earth is flat? The entire Earth is flat?
If 70%
No, wait. You just said you don't know. So how do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Dude, listen. We're not talking about shapes. We're talking about surface descriptions. And 70% of the Earth is water, P1. And water is observed, P2, measured, P3, and practically used, P4, as a horizontal reference datum. Conclusion, the surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay, so Earth is flat.
Yes, because it's observed, measured, and practically used that way. Also,
did you measure the entire Earth? You just said you don't know.
So, Cat, I was going to touch on real quick. Catnip.
Okay, so you haven't measured the entire Earth yet. You said the Earth is flat. Wow. That concludes your debate is concluded. That concludes the entire debate.
Catnip, can you stop being emotional? Just relax. Take a deep breath.
Who is this Pudgy bastard?
You are approaching this like some little girl or something, bro. Just relax.
Racist stuff, you're gonna get banned real quick.
Okay.
So
my bad. Listen.
Catnip.
You just concluded
you're asking
the whole
about
debate.
if people have checked under, right? So the deepest point on the ocean is about 7.5 miles, something right there, right? And the highest point is 13 miles from the deepest to the highest of the highest mountain, right? And then the surface of the Earth is 197 million square miles, 197 million square miles. So when you put that into perspective, all that surface is not curving. So from the highest point to the lowest point, and then all across the surface, it will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, flatter than.
Okay, I have
almost
absolutely
anything you
no
can
idea why you're telling me this because this is completely irrelevant. I'm saying that you haven't not measured the entire Earth.
About below
You
the
don't
surface.
need to, Catnap. This is a specious fucking argument, dude.
Then it's not flat. Then you don't know if it's flat or not.
Okay, no, because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and because water that's all connected.
How do you know that it's mostly water? How do you know it's mostly water?
Because people have sailed across the water and they know how long it
Okay,
takes.
how do you know that they're telling the truth?
No, he's just descended now. Someone else.
No, I'm using the same kind of like double standard that you're using against me.
The
same double standard.
No, we're
It's
not
the same
using a double standard, dude.
This
Not
is
at all.
weird.
No, I'm using that same double standard that you used.
No, you're not. Because when we measure over any and all distances of water that we can observe and measure across, that water is horizontal, demonstrating no curvature, especially at 8 inches per mile, which is the rate you need for the Earth to be a sphere of the radius given.
No, he
Don't
is
measure
asking
that.
the same kind of questions you guys
Okay,
ask. You
no,
guys
I'm
don't
going to
know
ask
that
you
the Earth
again.
is mostly
How do you know
water.
that the entire Earth is flat?
But it's mostly water.
Okay, how do you know it's mostly water?
You don't know that.
Because I've flown across it.
Okay, but how do you know you flew like the farthest?
Let's put it like
where's the
this.
end? Okay, where's the edge?
Put it like this.
Where's the end?
Let's put it like this.
You're just spiraling now.
Can we let Cat take a nap and talk to the other guy that's trying to talk?
No, hold on. How do you know the entire Earth is covered in water?
So
I just told you. You're doing the ask, ignore, repeat, Cat.
How do you know the entire Earth is covered in water?
I told you how.
Yeah, but
all right,
I
he's
didn't say the
muted.
entire
Go
Earth
take
is
a nap.
covered in water, so try not to straw man next time. The majority of Earth is covered in water.
So, Cat, take a nap, and the other guy can speak to the panel.
But he was doing so good. Hey, Catnap.
He was just fucking.
You can measure
Spiral
You can measure curvature on any section of a sphere. You don't have to have a long ass.
Okay, so the majority of the Earth is flat, but not the entire Earth. Got it.
No, but if you have a ball in your hand, you can measure any section.
Well,
of
okay,
it
no, don't deflect. You said
you can measure any section of it to see if it curves. You don't have to have a measuring tape that goes around.
Okay, we're not talking about the globe now. We're talking about the Earth is flat. Why do you not want to prove your own syllogism? We're not talking about the globe.
We did.
We're not talking about the globe. How do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Because of water.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the majority of it's covered in water. What if there's like another 90% of it that's not?
Do you believe that flat's a shape?
Yeah.
How do you know it's not? How do you know that 70% is covered in water?
Do you believe that flat's a shape?
What if Grandma had a penis? Then she'd be Grandpa. Okay, cut it out,
How
dude.
do you know 70%? Where did you get those measurements from?
From you.
I said majority. I didn't say 70%. And
Oh, so you have to depend on the globe. You have to depend on the globe measurements to make the Earth flat.
That's your not. What globe measurements? You don't have any globe measurements.
That I just said from you. How do you know the Earth is covered in 70% water?
To falsify that idea, right?
I'm asking you, how do you know it's covered in 70% water? Why is it not 90 or why is it not 90? Why is it not 120?
Because why?
Because
why
it hates you.
It's fucking embarrassing.
Okay, how big is the Earth in order to say 70% water?
I've told
Not
you
as big as your
three
mom.
times.
It's because you're caught in a trap. You're caught in a trap. How do you know
I've
how big the Earth
answered you
is?
3 times.
This isn't to bring your own.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer it. You didn't answer. You just said, "Oh, it could be this, it could be that." It's you're using conjecture. It's all from conjecture. It's conjecture.
Falsifying the claim radius and the claim amount of water. Okay, this isn't to bring your own ball channel. You have to deal with the shit that they tell us about the heliocentric model on the Earth that they tell us. They say the size, they tell us how much water covers the surface. That's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're falsifying. If you want to bring your own ball and add water, you can.
Okay, but we're not talking about the globe right now. We're talking about the flat Earth. I'm asking, how do you know the entire Earth is flat, not a portion of it?
I told you how. What did I say, Catnap? No, Catnap. You don't repeat what I told you, I'm muting you.
You said it's flat because 70% of the Earth is flat in water.
You said, how do we know? And I gave you an answer. What was it?
That the ocean is flat, 70% of the Earth is water.
No, that's not what I said. Try again.
You said we know because the ocean is flat.
What I said was the majority of the surface of the Earth is water, and whatever the surface is doing on
Yeah,
a connected
I
body,
just said that. I just
it's
said
doing it
70% of
across
it.
the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So 70%
we know
of the
that
Earth is flat.
we know across the ocean that it's larger than the land.
Okay.
We've known this for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Okay, cool.
If you ever left your mom's fucking basement and went somewhere, you would know that this is the case. This is not a fucking controversial fact.
Okay, so 70% of the Earth is flat?
I'm not coming. No. It's not what I said.
Okay, so you can determine that it's flat. But no, the thing is, how do you hello?
Catnap, do you know what the definition of flat is?
Yeah, it's just like a smooth surface or a level surface.
No, flat does not
Yeah, but
mean
there's a
smooth.
tolerance to it.
I don't
There's
think
a
you guys know what
tolerance
flat
to
is actually. I should be asking you that question.
Can spheres be smooth?
Yeah.
Are spheres flat?
If you're using that definition, no, they cannot be flat. Flat is a shape.
It's your fucking definition that flat means smooth. Stop being a retard, dude.
Again,
It's just the definition. It could be something that's level.
that is not a shape.
Be something that's level. It's a shape. Flat is a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
It is.
Draw me a flat
What you should be calling yourselves. What you should be calling yourselves are level earthers, not flat earthers, because flat is normally like a disc shape. Or something that's smooth, like a flat wall. The floor is flat.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah,
Now he's going to tell us what we should call ourselves. The fucking
Yeah,
dipshit
because
who fucking put the conclusion in the premise of syllogism.
You don't live up to your name.
Brother,
This is a weird
flatness
place.
has to do with a tolerance, right? A surface that essentially rests between two parallel planes.
Okay. Anyways, look. Let me get back to the point
And it
about
has
the
to fit
ocean.
between those two parallel lines. But
Yeah,
that is what flatness is. Just I want to clarify it for you. So now, flat Earth has to do with tolerance and horizontality, right? And also it has to rest between those 2 points. So it's not a shape. Unless you can draw me a flat, it's not a shape.
Okay. So so we determined the Earth is level or flat, whatever you want to call it, based off of the ocean. So how do you know, like, how much of the Earth is flat? Because what if you go further out and then you see, like, it goes straight up into the sky, like we're inside the hollow cylinder. Okay, you don't, right? So we don't know that the
go through the wardrobe and go into Narnia.
So let me grant your position. We don't know as flat earthers that the entire Earth is flat. It might not be.
Dude.
Well, let's put it this way. Everywhere that the Globers have measured, they've measured it flat. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, we're not talking. We're not like doing this. We're not going to do this two-core fallacy.
First of all, you're not a flat earther, and you're not going to tell us what we think. Okay? Let's just iron that right out. So that little shtick, you might as well just bury that shit in a grave because it ain't never going to happen.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
you're not the fucking ringleader of anything.
But how do you know that the entire Earth is flat? What is the entire Earth? Where's the end of it?
We don't know.
How far out? How
Who
far
said
can you
there's
go?
an end?
So you don't know that the
Who
entire
said
Earth
there's
is
an
flat?
end? Who said there's
I didn't
an
say
end?
there's an end. I didn't say there's an end. I said
You
how
asked
far
us
out
where
you
the
can
end
travel.
of it is. That presupposes there's an end. Why would you ask that question?
Okay, so do you know that there isn't an end that's entirely flat and that keeps going on forever?
What? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. Does the Earth go on forever? Is it just flat on forever?
What does it mean to go on forever?
Yeah.
It means that there's no edge. There's no like part where you can,
Forever.
come back in a circle unless it's a globe.
So if you go halfway to forever, can you go the other halfway?
No, because that's not. That's not
Okay, what if
infinity.
you go halfway to that forever?
Okay, no. Why can't you actually get to the point instead of like using these semantics?
Because you're asking a stupid infinite regression fallacy.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth it could be entirely flat because what is entire? It means the whole thing, right? And you don't know if there's like a hole.
All the parts that we are on are flat.
Okay, so it's not flat.
Oh, that is not a logical conclusion from what I said.
It is for me. That concludes the whole thing.
It is for you because you're brain dead and you're irrational. It's been
So Earth
demonstrated
isn't
by
flat.
you like 15 times already.
So what you should be saying is where you are is flat, but the Earth isn't flat. Because when you say Earth
Don't
is flat,
tell me what I should say.
You're saying that the whole Earth is flat.
Well, the Earth that you know. Hold on. The Earth that you know. Yeah, that. The bit that you call Earth. The bit that we call Earth.
This is a two-way fallacy. Can you stop doing that? You keep doing this all the time.
The Earth that we know is flat.
He didn't do it
I
too
don't know
close.
about
You keep doing it too close all the time.
No, he did not.
We know
You
that
don't know
our
what that is,
whole planet is a
obviously.
globe. We know the whole planet is a globe, but you don't know if the whole Earth is flat.
You don't know anything, dude.
Okay, how do you know the whole Earth is flat? Then the Earth isn't flat. You don't say the Earth is flat. You say
Earth.
The country I'm on is flat. Where I am is flat, not the whole Earth. Earth means the whole thing, the whole. Earth is a whole.
Well, the whole Earth that I know.
The whole Earth. Okay, so you're living in Fantasyland.
What? That's the only part of the Earth that I know is the Earth I know.
Fantasyland.
I know.
That's ironic. The dude that thinks he can go to the moon is saying we live in Fantasyland.
Bro,
because he saw he literally got his worldview from a television screen.
The reason why we keep thinking when you say
is to watch TV.
The reason why we keep thinking that when you say flat Earth we see a disc is because you say Earth. That means the whole.
The Earth is not in outer space, genius.
Yeah, that's what
outer
you should say. Earth is
vacuum. Look, bro, outer space vacuum is a physical impossibility.
Okay, so the thing is,
yeah, address that, dude. So stop straw manning. We don't think Earth is a disc in space. We don't think it's inside of something. We don't.
I'm not saying that. We think that you think that because you keep saying Earth is flat.
No, you think that because you think that we just took a fucking globe and swapped a fucking disc out for it. Because you think all the other stuff surrounding the globe,
we do,
such as the heliocentric orbits and all that shit, are true. You think that? Yeah, that's because you're dumb.
No, you're right. It's because the reason why is because you keep saying Earth is flat.
Yes, Earth just means the ground, dude.
Yeah,
Earth is just where we live.
Yeah, the entire ground that we live upon. When you say Earth, that means the entire ground, the entire Earth. Let's just say Earth is the ground, right?
And
the entire ground has to be
about
flat.
The ground that we don't know.
Then Earth isn't entirely flat. We don't know if it's.
How do you don't even know? How do you know that?
No, I'm asking. How do you know it's entirely flat?
All the ground. What I said was, and I'm going to say it again for the third fucking time. If you keep doing the ask, ignore, repeat, I swear to God, I'm going to fucking ban you if you do it one more time. We know the tactic. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. You keep doing it. You ask a question, we give you an answer. You ignore the answer and repeat the question.
So that
isn't getting you anywhere. Okay?
I'll just conclude it then. I'll conclude then.
There is no fucking conclusion, Weasel.
No, conclude the whole debate.
Yeah, unmute you will. We don't need no parting fucking gifts.
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Where are we hiding? Dude can't form a fucking coherent statement.
We're here 24/7. How are we hiding?
Well,
not responding. Would that be running and hiding? I mean, maybe.
Yeah,
he made a dishonest statement just as bad as that other guy's arguments. Man, that was crazy.
What was the dishonest statement?
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Oh, yeah.
And then he hid?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I know
wonder, you think he
can listening privileges before you guys rage quit on me too?
Do you think you can tell us the answer that I gave him? Can you tell us? Were you listening? That I gave him 3 times?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay, so give me the answer I gave him. What was the answer I gave him?
I don't know. The parts you mentioned, the parts over water.
So you guys always, because you're just fucking like home team.
You had a good point though. You don't know.
You're just virtue signaling for your cult, dude. You're just virtue signaling for your cult.
You don't know the majority of Earth's surface is water. He was right about that. You shouldn't claim that.
How do I not know that?
Because you haven't checked.
So I personally have to check the entire surface of the Earth to see if it's water.
You have to verify it somehow to claim it.
Well, we do have massive amounts of fucking records of people sailing the 7 seas. And we do know from airplane flights that there's more water than there is land. Way more. Not even close.
Sounds like he's denying the globe.
He's denying his own model. I mean, mainstream claim is that it is covered with about 70, 71, 72, whatever percent. That's their claim. I don't even care if that's true or not, but we can debunk Earth's spherical form easily just by measuring water.
Yeah, and that's him squirming because he can't refute the fact that water measures flat, you know?
Well, this is just another one of the propaganda tactics I was talking about, right? He's trying to drag us down into his cesspool that we can't know the Earth is flat because we didn't measure every inch of water. So we're in the same boat as him as believing images from space or flying to the moon is real. Because we asked him, how do you know that it's real? And they can't say how. And he's trying to say, hey, dude, how do you know that the Earth is mostly water? You're just like us. You have a faith-based belief system. It's just a gimmick. It's lame.
Well, let's pretend for a second that maybe that's the case. Maybe the Earth isn't covered in 70% water. So the water that is there, is that water flat?
Maybe they could just show us the not flat water, wherever that is.
Yeah. Is that dude still here? He didn't run or hide or anything, did he?
Oh, Catnap? You want to talk to him? I'll unmute him.
No, the guy that was talking smack afterward. I don't want to talk to Catnap. That guy sounds exhausting.
Fucking is. 2 hours
with enough players. I'd like to keep my listening privileges. I don't want to make you guys rage out.
Why would we rage out? Oh, because you just keep making just nonsense claims?
You're raging out.
You just appealed to, we know because of airplanes and pilots say that the Earth is mostly water. That's
no, not because I bet in airplanes.
Yeah,
and I own a watch.
It doesn't prove the Earth is mostly water, bro.
And I own a watch, and I can time how long it takes to fly across the water versus the land.
Good proof for the Earth being mostly water. Well done. In 1 second,
It is.
proved it.
It is good proof for the Earth being mostly
Like
water.
I said, you guys argue like this.
There are a couple of sailors in
What do you
here
think
as
it's
well.
proof? What do you think it's proof of? Of it not being mostly water?
That's a false equivalence. Just because something's not proof of something,
dude, you don't
doesn't mean
even
it's
know
proof
what
of
false
something else. And
equivalence
here you come
is,
with
dude.
here you come with the interrupting, and this
That
is why
wasn't
I
an
leave on you
equivalent
and laugh at you
statement.
guys.
Look, that wasn't an equivalent statement. That was a statement about the converse. If the one statement's true, then the converse must be true. Okay? You're saying it's unreasonable to conclude that if it takes me longer to fly over water than it does over the land, that it's unreasonable to conclude there's more water than fucking land. And if that's not true, then the converse has to be true. It's not a false equivalence. And the converse is, oh, it takes longer to fly across water than the land, therefore there's more land than fucking water, which is stupid.
Well, you don't, just because you're flying doesn't mean you know that you're going at a constant rate and you have access to the mile per hour of the plane. This is like the same as when Globers try to argue their flight patterns prove the globe Earth. You can't verify it.
You don't know what the flight patterns are. They just make baseless claims about what planes do. They don't even know. Planes fly great circle routes. They don't. Fucking easy to verify that they don't. Nobody claims they do, except for retard fucking anti-flat earthers on the internet. You anti-flat earthers claim so many things that are against your own crap. Like there's not more water than fucking land. You'll throw your own side under the bus.
Catnap claim that? I didn't hear him claim that.
Did he say that he did?
I don't think anyone's claimed that.
Side under the bus.
Evantron, I'll come with you down there into your cesspool. All right, no worries. I guess we don't know how much water is on the Earth, but for the water that is on the Earth, is any of it curving like a ball?
You got a coin. The meniscus is curving pretty severely. Yeah.
Kiss on this motherfucker.
I asked you if it was curving like a ball, not about meniscus. Not like, come on, dude.
Yeah, I'd say
pay attention.
Like a ball. Yeah, it curves like a ball.
Okay, can you show me that?
Just get a dry surface and do the smallest water drop you can. It's a very sharp curve. Very round.
Okay, so you got little water droplets that are shaped like little balls. All right. Now, does that mean that the Earth is a ball?
No.
No. Okay. So, how about the large bodies of water? Are any of those curving like a ball?
All of them are.
Not all of them? Which ones are?
I can't prove it. I can't prove this.
Oh, you can't prove that. So you make a claim, but then you go out.
Level.
All water is level. Okay. So horizontal, no part higher or lower than another. So all the water is flat, level, horizontal.
No.
No. Okay. So not level.
This is why I stay on.
Not flat. Why? Because I'm asking you simple questions. You don't answer simple questions.
No, because you're doing the thing that Indio just muted that guy for doing, which is asked, answered, and repeated, and it's why I stay on mute. Hypocritical.
Well, either I haven't been hearing you. Maybe your mic's been cutting out. Maybe I'm not hearing you. Did you say it is level or it's not level? I'm just trying to clarify, dude.
For the third time, all water at stasis is level.
Okay, so it's level. So if the water's level, then how would we conclude that we live on a sphere if the water that we do have is level?
How would we, if we only went off the water, I don't know if you could conclude that just because water is a sphere, we live on a sphere. Because you have the land.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're not using like the horizon or boats going over horizons or disappearing into horizons or disappearing bottom up is going to help us adjudicate whether or not the Earth is a sphere, right? So we can't use water. What should we use to make sure that we know that we live on a sphere then?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, if you think there's somebody that does know, like maybe they have some kind of Earth curve measurements on the surface that tell you live on a ball.
Maybe. I think it's mostly inference.
Maybe.
Because it costs time and money to go out and measure. So.
Well, yeah, that's why they have map makers and surveyors and stuff. A lot of money has gone into this. So I'm just curious if any of these people out here that are getting paid and all that expensive equipment they got is helping us understand that we live on a ball. Because as I understand it, in all the surveying manuals that I've looked at, they're measuring the Earth as flat and referencing it as flat.
If they're making a map for the purpose of navigating, why would you try to infer the shape of the Earth out of their map that they're making that isn't meant to determine the shape of the Earth. Who went out
So
and
notice that I
did
said
the Earth?
surveyors. I didn't say cartographers. I said surveyors. There's a difference.
Yeah, but I don't think surveyors are doing it for determining curvature or flat.
Well, I've read the manuals. You can read them too. They're referencing and measuring the Earth as a flat plane.
That's okay. That's
okay. So then, where's the curve bit? Where's the ball bit? Where's that come from?
For me, it's the sunrise, stars, and the moon. I don't.
So the sky is telling you that the Earth is a ball?
No, it's not proof. The Earth could be flat, but it just doesn't seem like it is.
It doesn't seem that way. So when you kind of like live on the Earth in your everyday experience, and you deal with things like up and down, and azimuthal angles, north, south, east, west, these are all horizontal, right, directions, coordinate systems, vertical, up, down, right, horizontal, left, right. The way you experience the world, the way that you talk about it is of a flat, stationary Earth. It doesn't feel that way to you. It doesn't seem that way.
It doesn't seem one way or the other. At the scale that the mainstream model is, it would make sense that day to day we would treat 99% of things as if the Earth is flat, because the Earth's not the size of Texas. The Earth is the size of the mainstream model of Earth, which is
okay. So where'd that size come from?
It seems flat.
Where'd that size come from?
I guess Eratosthenes, and then refined.
You think that they got the size of Earth from Eratosthenes?
Yes.
3959 radius came from Eratosthenes? That's incorrect.
Oh, I thought it was correct.
Now you know. So the size of this ball, we'd need two things. We'd kind of need to know if the Earth was a ball, and then we'd have to figure out how we got the size of that ball. And you think that came from Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes, who pre-assumed the Earth was a ball and pre-assumed parallel light rays, and then measured angles using a flat Earth, and then created a great circle, which is a flat Earth, but assumed that it was around a ball. You think that's a measurement of a ball?
No, I didn't say that. You said, where did we get the size of the Earth? And I said, Eratosthenes gave us that number first.
Right.
And you said that's not
he
true.
gave a number, but that's not the correct number.
Okay.
So I'm still wanting to know where we got this size from.
What size?
Well, I mean, it's not even a matter of disagreement. It's not even a matter of disagreement. I mean, the Earth has been measured. There is no curvature to measure. So it can't be a ball.
And why this is a waste of time to ask me about all these things that you all think are not accurate. Who cares?
It's not even a matter of whether or not I think so. It's provable. This is the way everybody measures the Earth. There is no curve.
Have you talked to any long distance shooters?
Yes, I shoot long range. What are you talking about?
You don't take into account Coriolis?
Absolutely not.
And you haven't met any of your peers that do? Because
no, in fact, the guy with the world record for the longest shot, which is somewhere in the ballpark of, I think, 2 miles, maybe even a little farther than that.
4 miles.
4 miles. 4 miles. He accounts for 0 Coriolis.
That's hard to believe, because at 1 mile it becomes a factor. Well, I mean, it's a factor.
Oh, really?
10 feet, but really. Yeah, what's his name? I want to look that up if you don't mind.
What's that guy's name, Indio?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. It's like it's called. I can't remember the name. Black Rifle, something or other. I'll post it in the chat.
His name's Shepard Humphreys, and it's a 4.4 mile shot. And yeah, we even emailed him and got a reply, and he did explain that he didn't account for Coriolis or Earth curvature. I don't think any of them account for Earth curvature.
Was this like live combat, obviously, or was this target?
Target.
No, he hit a target 4.4 miles away, and I think he had to hit it 3 times in a row to get the record or something like that. But yeah, he was able to do that. I think the bullet was in the air for 30, 40 seconds or even longer.
I want to look into it, but in sniper school, they teach you about the Coriolis, and this is a guess, but if you have the opportunity to account for wind and take a lot of shots and zero in, if you're hitting the target 3 times in a row at 4 miles, you're accounting for Coriolis, even if you didn't actually account for Coriolis with your practice shots. You're grouping with the Coriolis happening, whether or not you write it down.
Bro, you're making this stuff up on the spot.
Yeah. But this guy not accounting for it is not relevant. They teach you it in sniper school when you only have one shot. You only have
Have
one
you been to sniper
chance.
school?
No.
Then how do you know what they teach in sniper school?
Have you flown over every continent and every body of water? No. Then
this is something very specific and specialized, dude.
This is water.
Evan Tron, what you're doing here, this is called anecdotal evidence. The thing that we would actually need to do first is to prove that the Earth is actually in motion. How are you going to
you guys are fine with anecdotal. Didn't you hear Indio about him flying over water and continents?
Sometimes it can be used.
A lot of times, bro.
Sometimes it can be helpful, but right. So what we need to do, like I said, is actually prove that the Earth is in motion. How are we going to do that?
I don't really think it's possible. It would literally take going to outer space, and if it's either you can and you're Superman and you can see it is, or you can't and you run into the firmament or something up there. I don't think it's a prove or disprove thing. It's a take the totality of evidence and phenomena.
Okay, so the phenomena is we don't feel any motion. Which phenomena should we point to about the Earth spinning?
Yeah, that's
right.
We shouldn't expect to feel motion. It doesn't. That's something that.
Okay, so you don't feel it. Well, I'm asking you about the phenomena that we can point to. What phenomena are you pointing to as far as the Earth's motion is concerned?
The fact that the night sky and the day sky appears to move around us. That makes
so the motion of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So you've decided to take the thing that you observe and invert it and say, well, I see this happening, but that can't be right. Therefore, the Earth must be moving?
That's right.
Why would you do that?
Because I can relate it to small scales on Earth.
When? Because when I'm, in motion, I know I'm in motion. When other stuff is in motion, typically I know that the other stuff is in motion.
I'm not sure the word analogize this by saying if I went into the woods and spun in circles and all the trees appeared to be dragging across me. That's
you know that you're spinning. You know that you're spinning.
Right.
Right, you know that you're spinning.
I feel myself spinning on Earth. Why should I expect to feel that?
I'm not even talking about feeling it. I'm talking about measuring it, detecting it in any way. In your scenario, you know that you're spinning. In the other scenario, you're telling me, I actually don't know that the... Yeah, so the sun moves. That's the phenomena, the sun moves? Okay, so the phenomena is the sun moves.
Spinning in a circle with my feet, the trees would move. The sun does the same straight across the sky. So could be this.
You're not paying attention to the thing that we're trying to concentrate on. You know that you are in motion. You're spinning yourself. Bro, I don't even know why you're talking through me.
Yeah.
You know that you're spinning. So if you know that you're spinning, then this is a false equivalence. In this case, you see the sun move, and you do not experience or measure the Earth itself having any motion.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the most reasonable conclusion that you can come to?
The most reasonable conclusion is there is currently no way to verifiably prove that the Earth is moving or that it's not.
Right. So you can't verify that the Earth is moving. But what you can do is measure the transit of the sun.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of an Occam's razor situation. The most reasonable explanation is probably true. The Earth is still, the luminaries move.
I mean, you gave him the observation. His conclusion was to say, "Oh, we don't know anything." That's nuts.
You think
usually you take an observation and you know more.
Occam's
We don't
razor
know
is
that.
Occam's razor's best guess. I mean, okay, you can say that's simpler. I can say something else is simpler. Occam's razor is just a practical thing. It's not a proof or not proof.
I didn't say that it was, but in a practical sense, the sun is moving and the Earth is still.
It could be. The Earth could be flat. I'd fucking shit a brick if I was Superman and found out it's flat, but it seems like everything else lines up to it being sphere.
So the fact that the Earth is measured flat, the fact that it does not move and we can't prove that it is, those are the things that you're pointing to that say that's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a ball?
No, I'd be on your side if the Earth was measured flat. That was a factual statement.
You don't even have any clue whether or not it is or not. It's almost like you're ignoring the evidence that is available. It's like, well, I don't care that the Earth is measured flat, but the overwhelming evidence that since they measure it flat, you know, is that it's a ball. I mean, you're out of your mind.
You don't measure. You shoot lasers and stuff. You use your eyes.
No, I'm talking about the surveyors.
And say how far you think.
I'm talking about, we're using lasers. We're using targeting systems. We're using the surveyors. We're using everybody that has all the equipment.
Lasers, right, buddy? You know you can measure with lasers, right? They are measuring instruments.
Got a lot of air in there.
Oh yeah? How much?
Best to measure with a ruler. It's best to put something physical up to something
cool.
else.
That is fucking awesome because that's how the laser was measured. So the height of laser was measured with a tape measure at both ends of the laser beam, and they were both the same height instead of being 440 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. We measured with it. Was measured with a tape measure.
Of flat. This is a measurement of where the laser ended up hitting.
It means the laser was parallel to the surface of the water.
Yeah, which would fit the globe. If the laser's parallel to the surface of the water, curving, or the laser's going straight, then it's flat. If it's curving, then it's round. Obviously, Globers contend your laser's not going flat.
Yeah, but they have no evidence of that. And they would need to have had that weird one-off observation. One observation. It was done again 3 weeks later. The test was replicated with different weather conditions. You know how they know that? Because they had meteorological stations. So, what's the justification for saying, hey, dude, there was a special weather condition that were completely different, but they had the same physical effects to make the laser go parallel with the fucking globe?
It's not.
It's absurd.
It's normal weather conditions for refraction to bend light towards the surface of water.
Okay. You got any evidence of that?
It's normal for that to happen.
You got any evidence of that? Data. Evidence.
That
data.
The water,
data.
The air above
data
water
to support the claim that that's what light does. It bends around a curved surface. See, we always get to the same thing. You guys make the claim, and there's no evidence that this not only is even possible. You can't even demonstrate that it's even possible.
Air gets thinner as you go up. Air near the
cool. That's all theoretical, hypothetical. Yeah, that's great. Do you actually have any evidence, dude? It is hypothetical until you produce evidence.
Tell me I'm wrong.
There's no evidence for it.
That's different than saying I'm wrong.
Well, what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And you are wrong because we have the data that shows you're wrong.
I'm wrong that denser air is at lower latitude. And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. You're claiming it has some effect. Okay? That effect
and you're not saying
you're
I'm
claiming
wrong.
is not observed.
You accept refraction. I know
No.
you accept refraction.
Yeah, I accept it as a general phenomenon, correct. I don't accept your claims or everybody else's claims that terrestrial fraction of some temperature gradient does something. There's no evidence for it. It's hypothetical. You know how I know it's hypothetical? Because all attempts to model it, quantify it, or do anything based upon this theory, this hypothesis, have been wrong. They don't work. How do I know they don't work? Because that's what all the academic literature says. Here, I'll read to you. A simulation study of the refraction effect. Casey Bessett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. Abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found. That means when they actually go out and they test their hypotheses, their models, they don't work. So whatever you read in the textbook is wrong. Whatever you heard on the internet is wrong. It's all wrong.
Sounds more like they were saying they can't make a formula to describe.
Yeah, because the formula is based upon a presupposition that a vertical temperature gradient is going to bend the light down. Now, if you come up with a model that uses that presupposition and then you go do an observation and the model doesn't match observation, that means your fucking model's wrong and probably your presupposition is wrong. But they won't let go of it and they keep trying for over 300 years. It's wrong. There's no evidence it's correct. All the measurement data that exists that I've seen, I've never seen any measurement data that supports the globe claim of how fucking light bends around the curve. None, ever. And no one can present me any. It's just a hypothesis that's been falsified, in fact. You can't just say, oh, refraction bent the laser around the curve of the Earth. You have to justify it. And how do you justify it? You don't get to just say, well, it could because I have a theory. You have to show some data that shows that it's even possible.
If you deny that light bends towards thicker air.
What am I denying?
I just stay on mute.
What am I denying?
That light bends towards thicker air. If you're not denying that, then you have no measurement. And
there's no evidence
in that case as well.
There's no evidence. How do you know light bends towards thicker air?
Is that your claim?
Do you know? Listen, do you know light bends towards thicker air based upon empirical evidence or based upon on theory?
Do you claim that it doesn't?
Answer my question.
This is when I go on mute, pussy.
Yeah, you answer a question with a question, and I'm the pussy.
You have you don't claim anything, so there's nothing for me to counter.
I'm asking for your
you don't have a measurement.
Look, there's no evidence for your claim.
Then
do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Measurement?
Post evidence, yes. Post evidence that light doesn't bend towards thicker air.
There's no evidence it does.
Then it should be easy to prove that it's wrong.
Okay, I will.
You realize this is called the burden of proof reversal fallacy.
I know.
Are you claiming? Okay.
I'm just claiming
the
auto measurement.
You don't
You're claiming
think
there's
ever
no
tried to measure refraction?
No, not refraction. The surface of water with these laser tests. You're not accounting for refraction. You're not measuring.
You can't tell us how to account for it.
Yeah, you're shooting a laser over miles of water.
Tell us how to account for it.
You cannot account for it.
Tell us
There's
how.
no such thing.
Of course we
no one
can't
can.
account for it because there's no reason to account for it.
You need to be God.
Look, hey, here's an idea. Here's an idea. You do it. Hold on, dude. You do it correctly. You account for refraction. Tell us how to do it. I'll do the math for you.
It's not
Just
possible.
Tell us how to do it.
A Christian
tell us
can't
how.
do it.
Repeat to me, real slow. What did I ask you? Tell us how to do it. Yeah, tell us how. How to account
my answer. It is impossible.
Oh, so you can't account for it.
Correct. You can't.
Why can't you account for it?
Over miles of water.
Why can't you account for it?
What are you gonna do? Fucking put. No matter how well you account for it, you're still gonna have intervals. You can still have someone asking for more intervals. Fucking set up rings with barometers on them for fucking 1 million intervals along your path of your laser. You just can't do it. It's not a measurement. Shooting a laser is not a measurement.
So you're saying you can't account for it at all, or you can't account for it to the necessary
you
precision?
Can account for it.
How?
You can account for it, but
how?
Fucking
give me the formulas. Dude. Let's play pretend in that I have a thermocouple spaced every fucking 6 inches. What formula do I use with those measurements to account for refraction?
Well, I don't know what a thermocouple is. Is that 2 sensors?
Thermocouple measures temperature.
Wait, wouldn't you need and one below? You'd need to know 2 different densities.
So we'll put as many fucking sensors as you want. What formula do I use to account for it?
I'm not sure what the...
It doesn't exist.
Something about
and that's what I just read to you. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So this is why I don't contend.
There's no way to account for it.
I can prove the Earth is a globe. I'm just saying you're not measuring. You have known error that you're just...
No, there is no known error. That's the point. There's no known error. You're just claiming there is, but you have no evidence there is. Your evidence would be the fact that you could tell me how to account for it. You'd say, hey, there's this refraction thing, and this is how you quantify it. Now, this might not even be accurate, but we know that this is what happens empirically, and here's the data that shows that this happens. You're not saying none of that. You're not saying, hey, this is the empirical data we're using to say, hey, there's this refraction thing. You don't have any empirical data to support your claim that there's refraction that needs to be accounted for in the fucking first place. What am I accounting for? The shit you don't fucking know what it is and can't prove it exists? Refraction exists as a general phenomenon. Terrestrial refraction does not exist as a general phenomenon that fucking curbs light around a ball. It does not. And there's no evidence that it does. The evidence is this. So here's LiDAR laser tests that were done in Switzerland. What does this show? This is variations of the vertical angle. That means the angle of arrival of the returning laser, its height, and the angle separating it from where it is physically to where it appears to be. If you notice, this is the blue, right? These units are MGON. Now, 1 MGON is 0.0009 degrees. Now, you see the variation here? The max variation is 4 MGON, which is 0.0036 degrees. That's the max variation. That's the maximum variation. That's the maximum variation. But you notice that it's not all, hold on, shut up, dude. You notice that it's not all biased to being picked up. Is that it's all deviating centrally about a mean value, the 0. So light scintillates, but it doesn't curve around anything. The light's not curving.
The height of the incoming light, the angle of the incoming light on the sensor?
Look, it's a LiDAR sensor. They shoot it off a reflector. They know where the reflector is. It bounces back, and they measure where it returned to on the return sensor. And they can measure the displacement as an angle, right? So that displacement angle is quantified, to the 10,000th of a degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And if it appears, say it appears 1 mgon above where the center would be, then it would be a deviation of 1 mgon. Now, these are continuous measurements that happen over an entire day. So every 6 seconds, it's taking a measurement continuously. And if the light was getting bent in a curve, the returning rays would be displaced upward, right? And you would see an upward bias in this. And because that's what you guys are saying, that fucking refraction is lifting the fucking Earth up visually.
Yeah, but if we presume it's going over a curve, we would expect the incoming angle to be.
You don't have a straight line of sight. You don't have a straight line of sight. You have the light is coming. Something that would be straight ahead is going to appear higher.
Than what?
Than straight ahead.
Something that's straight ahead is going to appear higher than straight ahead.
It's going to appear higher. That's what terrestrial refraction says, that the light is bending. But that means the angle of arrival isn't a straight line, right? Like a straight line going from point A to point B. It's a curved line. So that curve is like an arc, right? So that arc has to come down, right? That's how arcs work.
Right.
It's like shooting a basketball. So that ray of light goes up and then comes back down and enters the telescope. They can measure the angle of arrival and how much it's displaced from the center. Okay? If shit was bending around being refracted up constantly, then the measurements would be biased in the plus angle.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. I know so.
If something's curving perfectly around a sphere, let's say it's perfect, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time.
And how is it going to look higher?
Or if it's going straight, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time on a flat Earth.
How would it look higher? They go across Lake Michigan. They see the Chicago skyline. They should only see the frickin' radio tower on top of Willis Tower. But they see the buildings. They say refraction is lifting the Chicago skyline up over the horizon.
Yeah, that's what we think.
Okay, well, it's not a straight line, right?
No, it's not a straight line.
Okay, so is the angle of arrival versus the straight line a higher angle or a fucking straight line?
Not sure what you're asking. It'd be 90 degrees.
Okay, if I draw a fucking line straight through the fucking Earth that's supposed to be hiding Chicago, right? But the ray of light I see jumps over, goes over that Earth in a curved arc, and then arrives at the telescope. So the angle of arrival of that light is different than the straight line path, and that difference is in angle. It's called an angle of arrival.
Yeah, it should be near 90 degrees in any scenario.
It wouldn't be near 90 degrees, dude. These are LiDAR measurements of a landslide where they're making measurements of known features, right? They're making basically like a point cloud, a 3D fucking map, and measuring over time how the quote unquote refractive conditions make it change by measuring the angle of arrival. Sometimes the rock appears higher, sometimes the rock appears lower. But that can be equated, the difference between that and the actual straight line of sight where there is no refraction, that is an angle. And they're quantifying it as an angle. This shows 100% that refraction, as you claim exists, does not exist. And there's other reasons. The main reason being, if it existed in the way they say, that you guys say, you'd see dispersion. Why don't we ever see any dispersion? Why don't we ever see any chromatic aberration?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I am going to look into this. This one's getting copy pasted into my notes.
Well, there's chromatic aberration correctors for telescopes when you look at planets. And no one's ever looked across fucking,
The dispersion part is what I'm saying. I don't know how to answer that. I have to research.
Yeah, well, no one does. Because all the other effects of refraction somehow disappear, and the only one that exists is some weird displacement that picks shit up over the curve. Magnification doesn't exist, shrinking doesn't exist, vignetting doesn't exist. All the shit associated with making lenses and cameras, you should see when you frickin' look out there into the distance, because the air is acting like a giant fucking lens. Well, the only fucking effect we see is shit being lifted up over the curb, and all the other effects, they just don't exist for some reason. Even though we know they exist as soon as we make a lens. That's why I'm telling you, how do we what's the justification for this? Oh, I saw it in the textbook. Heard some other anti-flat earther say it. There's no physical evidence for it. There's no measurements of it. There's no observation. There's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. And the data I've seen falsifies the hypothesis.
I find it hard to believe that.
Incongruity is not actually an argument.
Non-Snell's refraction has never been evidenced. It's fucking hard for me to believe, but I'm at work. I'm gonna sit this out until I can actually argue about this.
It's not like non-Snell. It's called the principle of least time. It's Fermat's principle. Okay? And it would be a gradient index medium. That's all fine. The point we're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is something very specific. The air is not a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere that just has a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. That is an oversimplification of how the air acts, and then taking that overly simplified model and saying light would do this. Well, the air isn't like that.
Isn't it almost always denser the lower you go?
No. There's inhomogeneities that permeate the air. Air pockets of all different temperatures and sizes. Typically, it's classified as turbulence. But turbulence can be static. It doesn't have to be moving around. When we think of turbulence, we think of like wind or something like that in an airplane. But that's not turbulence in air. Turbulence in the air is just an inhomogeneous structure to the air. Where there's pockets, say you have a pocket of temperature that's 33 degrees, and then it's fucking, say, from 1 meter off the ground to 5 meters off the ground and 10 meters wide. And then you walk past that 10 meters, and then the air has different properties. And another 10 meters has different properties. What it makes the light do is oscillate up and down, just like that graph, that it bounces up and down. It doesn't take a continuous curve. It doesn't go straight, but it doesn't curve either. Not a continuous curve like that. It undulates. It's called scintillation. It's twinkle, twinkle, little star, right? You look at a star through a telescope and it dances around. That's what happens. Shit dances around. It doesn't do any continuous curve. There's no freaking evidence for any of that. The sad part is we've been arguing this for something without evidence for over a fucking decade.
I think it's just, Globers, once they figure out light usually bends towards denser air.
They never figured it out.
Together about how denser air is usually closer to your feet and lighter at your head.
That's just a claim, dude. You understand?
It's not none of those two things I said are like, you would tell me I'm wrong, would you?
Yeah, you're wrong. Why would you think it does? Oh, you heard it before.
Why would I think that the air is denser at my feet than at my head? And why would I think that light deviates?
Yeah, why do you think light would bend?
Why would I think those two things?
Yeah. Why?
I feel like you would. Which one of those are you saying is not true?
All of it.
Usually, denser air is not at my feet compared to my head. and usually light will not deviate.
What about the temperature?
And that's a factor, yeah. But
it's that factor.
Can you tell me
4,000 times greater than the density? And when you see, what do you mean? Do you density or matter per unit volume?
But you're asking more questions.
When you say density,
wrong, and then I asked you which one of them's wrong.
All of it.
So say what I said.
Because when you say, I'll tell you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why it's wrong. When you say density, you mean matter per unit volume. And that's not what density is when it comes to electromagnetic radiation. Maxwell's equations, density is the electromagnetic properties of that medium. It's optical density. Not mass per, which has nothing to do with mass per unit volume. Nowhere in Maxwell's equations are mass per unit volume. It's the polarizability of that fucking medium. That's what determines the refractive index. And the temperature has 4,000 times greater influence on the refractive index than fucking regular air pressure density. So these are just slogans and just like shit that sounds cool, but it's not even correct.
I feel like you're not lying and you're saying true things, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into it.
Google is mass density.
Know that the
is mass density and optical density the same thing? Okay, that'll be your first fucking
yeah. 4,000. How would you equate the 4,000 to 1 when you're using? Aren't you using different units? Like how could something
it's the changes, it's the gradient, it's the changes of the gradient, right? So what I'm giving you is from Understanding Astronomical Fraction from Andrew Thomas Young. It's free. You can find it on the internet. He talks about within their models, the model of quote unquote refractive index is gradients. That changes in temperature, right, have 4,000 times the effect as changes in density. Because it's not the density's absolute value, it's the density gradient, right? And the temperature gradient changes the refractive index 4,000 times a greater amount than it changes in the density gradient.
The gradient from 1 to 5 of density and the gradient from temperature in degrees. Doesn't that still seem weird that you would say it's 4,000 to 1 when you're using
That's how he put it. Gradients? It's not my phraseology.
I'll look into it. I appreciate it.
Understanding Astronomical Refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. That's the source. I think it's about halfway through, or maybe a third, that he talks about it. But he will also say that he's using an idealized spherically symmetric atmosphere, which is not how the air really is. It's a toy model. Don't actually exist.
Thanks for taking me to school, Indio. Can you repeat? Andrew Thomas Young, what's the title?
Understanding Astronomical Refraction. I was just thinking maybe we should rebrand. We should just rebrand into Biggie Earthers. And we'll use all the long distance observation to argue that it's just it's a bigger ball than NASA's line. They'd all believe us then. Show them the Rampion wind farm, be like, yeah, dude, this means we're actually on a ball. It's got a 1,000,000-mile radius. You're like, yeah, man, you're probably right. It's just a giant ball. They're lying to us. Just as long as it isn't flat.
Yo, April, why don't you open up your mic, bro?
Oh, she's in here? Yeah, April. The globe does have an edge. You think you're walking on it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, April, how come we don't fall off the edge?
April asked, where's the edge? I said, over there. He said, where's... I said, over where? Bro, it's over there.
You know, whatever you say, they'll say, what's after that?
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what you say. Where's the edge of that, though? You believe that, April? Is that what happens? Do you fall off the edge?
We got a bunch of Glovers in here. Nobody wants to talk about it, huh? We have, what? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Shut
5,
up.
6, 7.
Am I scaring them away? Should I like go hide and just pretend I'm not here?
Yeah, I'll get them talking. They can jump in.
Actually, I kind of want to listen. I'm freaking sick of talking at this point.
I was typing right now for like 2 hours, dude. Is it like the Thumb Olympics? My thumbs are tired. Oh, man. April, come on, bro. No other Glovers want to help out April, huh? He's dying in the side chat right now. Somebody save him.
April's not new. They're a troll.
Surprised there's no white knights in here, though. White knight, anybody?
We don't believe there's any edges, April. Get it through your little skull. The Earth isn't a disk floating in a giant fucking void. It's not floating in anything.
April, the Earth is not a cartoon that you have in your head. You saw on the TV. No, that's not what the Earth is. It's not a cartoon disc. Nothing like that.
Oh no, the freaking sausages and ball guy's back. Let's see. Oh, he's not even in VC. What the heck? Okay, never mind. He stopped typing. Does anybody else think the Earth is a ball, donut, cube? Want to back up that claim, anybody? Does anybody else not hate the sound of their own voice that wants to pipe up?
Somebody mute Candyman 8, or did they come in muted?
They came in muted that I know of.
Hey,
So
thanks for unmuting.
I have the confusion about like the shape. Like if you are claiming the Earth is flat, okay, then you are also claiming that it doesn't have any kinds of shape. It doesn't have any geometrical structure. But if we think about it, like I believe in Earth is what can I say, round. It's like orange and it have a shape. Okay. So it does have it doesn't have any kinds of edge. So
What's the shape of a rock, April?
Okay.
and then it's shaped like what can I say?
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Rock can have different kinds of shape.
Doesn't have a shape.
Why not? Rock does have.
It has a form, but not a shape. Okay,
It
shapes
depends.
are like there's the platonic solids, there's the non-platonic solids, right? There's cubes, there's spheres, there's dodecahedrons, right? Those are shapes. The Earth doesn't have a shape. It has a form, and the question is that form, does it extend forever? Is the Earth inside some giant void floating around like you think that the Earth is? We don't think the Earth is inside some giant void.
Why
if I
not?
ask you,
Like,
what's the shape of the universe, April?
No, it's not a good example. Like, why you are giving example as a rock? Like, every rock have different kinds of structure, different kinds of form, different kinds of what
Because you don't find squares and triangles and shit like that in nature.
What can I say? Cube, like a cube, like
Yeah,
four.
do you find cubes in nature?
Fourth, what can I say? Fourth dimension. So, we can't even judge a rock with a proper geometrical structure of flat Earth. So I'm asking the structure of it, and you are giving me an example of rock.
No, it's an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy that there's some things that don't have a shape, an idealized shape, but they have a form. Okay?
It's
So
a
rocks.
deflection, not an analogy.
What's the deflection? What am I deflecting from?
The answer, what is the shape of a rock? That's not an answer to what's the shape of the Earth. It's a deflection. The Earth's a globe.
How is it the Earth's a globe only on TV, dude?
Indio, you crack me up because clearly you've read a lot of this stuff and you still believe the Earth is flat. You should be
That's
the one.
because unlike you, I've read a lot of this stuff, and that's why I don't believe it.
But that makes you the dumbest of everybody because you have all the information.
I researched it and I don't believe it, and you haven't researched it and you do believe it, but that makes me dumb? How does that work?
I've researched it. Just watch the Discover.
Really? So what's the deflection of the vertical?
Watch the Discover Epic, and you can see the Earth rotating. Not only
how do you know? How do you know that that's the Earth rotating? That imagery. How do you know?
Of course.
Oh, because they said so. Oh, yeah, they said so. That's how you know. And I believe them.
How do I know?
That's how you know.
How do I know you're right? Because you said so.
Because you can fact check what I said.
Oh boy, you can fact check Discover all day.
How?
You're going to find it's real.
How?
How?
You guys are amazing. It's a real spaceship.
You're just asserting yourself over and over again. You can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real.
Let's find out how much this dumbass actually knows. How
Go
fast
to
does
the
the Earth
internet
spin?
and go to the internet.
Go to
and
the
look it
internet
up.
to go compare it to other fucking fake pictures. Great.
Do your own research.
What's the radius of Earth?
Okay.
Did.
He doesn't know.
How fast does the Earth spin? We have a
35,
well-read guy here, right? He has read a lot.
2,000 miles an hour.
39, dude.
You guys are having the same speaking points. I know them all, so don't worry about it. Tell me why.
How fast does it
So,
to discover?
Candyman, can I falsify the images from Discover?
Yeah.
Is it possible to show that they're incorrect?
No, it's not possible.
Oh,
to
so
show
they're unfalsifiable.
No. I said it's not possible to show they're incorrect because they are correct, but you can falsify them. You guys
Okay,
are
what
pretty
test? Tell me the methodology that I would use.
good. Not playing your game. Just go look at it.
Yeah,
It's proof
just
of the
go
Earth.
look at them is not a test.
So I'm going to believe you and
No.
just agree that the Earth is flat. I've seen the
No.
Earth.
Who said that? Who said that, Candyman? Who said that?
You think the Earth is
Who
flat?
said for you to do that?
Right? Do you think the Earth is flat? Right?
Answer my fucking question. Who
Answer
said for you to
my
do
question.
that?
You think the Earth is flat, correct?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, well then now we have.
How do I know? Have you asked me how I know that?
No, I didn't ask you that.
I know you
There's
did.
no way for you to know that because it's not true.
There's no way for me to know it. But you can know the Earth is a globe.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so tell us, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I've seen it. So if
You've seen it with your eyes. Where did
I've
you go?
seen it.
Because I want to, Candyman, I want to go there too. Where do you go?
You can literally go on the website and watch the Earth spin in a time.
Okay, no, that would be how somebody else knows. That wouldn't be how you know.
No,
I want to know
that's
how
not-
you
that's not
know.
how- That's not how knowledge works, Indio. If
That
was
is
the case,
exactly how knowledge works.
Where did you
There's
get your
knowledge.
knowledge?
There's knowledge and
Where did you
belief.
get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
I'm going to answer you again. Experience. That's 3 times I answered.
Yeah, you've never gone to the internet and never read a journal article on the internet.
Dude, want to know
And you
what's on the
believed it.
internet? Videos that I took
Yeah.
at the beach.
Yeah, but you guys always misinterpret them. Go look at the Discovery
Misinterpret 'em.
satellite.
And then what?
What is your answer for the
I
Discover
know the
satellite?
Discover satellite images are not real. Do you know how I know that?
You can't say that. That
Yes,
just
I
makes you
can
look
say
dumb. It makes you look dumb.
Okay,
And you're
that's
not
not
dumb.
that's not an actual answer, and it's not a counter argument, and it's not a refutation. Do you know how I know that they're not real? 2
You can't
reasons. I got
definitively
more than
say
one reason. Do you know how I know they're not real? Because they depict something that's physically impossible, namely curbing oceans, which we measured, and we know they're not curbing. And number 2, you know the GIF that they show of the moon that was taken by Discover going in front of the Earth? You seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Why doesn't the moon rotate?
It's a pretty quick transit.
No, it's not. It's over a period of hours. It's over a period of hours.
Yes.
You can
Do you
do the
understand that the moon
calculation
is-
to how much the moon should rotate. The moon doesn't rotate from Earth's perspective,
The
but it
moon
should
is
rotate
tidally
from.
locked to the
Shut
Earth.
up! Shut up! It should.
The moon
it
is
should
tidally
rotate.
locked to the
Shut up! It should
The moon is
rotate from.
tidally locked to
Why are
the
you
Earth.
interrupting me for the 3rd fucking time? It should
You're not
rotate
saying
from this.
anything.
It should rotate from Discover's perspective, but it doesn't.
No. It
And you
goes
can
past
calculate
Discover.
how much it should rotate. And I did the calculation. It should have rotated 5 degrees.
No. Well,
No,
maybe it
nuh-uh.
did.
It didn't. Doesn't rotate at all.
That's your proof that it's not real.
That's my proof that the images that they make are fake.
They're not fake.
They can't be real.
Why not?
I just told you because the moon doesn't rotate.
The moon is tidally locked to the Earth.
Not to the fucking satellite.
Did you watch
It's not
the timeline?
tidally locked to the satellite. It's tidally locked to the Earth.
As something goes by you and it's rotating at the same time, you're going to
It's not rotating with the fucking satellite. It's rotating with the Earth.
That's your claim. The fact is,
Shut up, dude.
You said it's tidally locked.
Just shut the fuck up. That's my claim. Yeah, the moon's tidally locked to the fucking Discover satellite now. Hey, that's news. That's news fucking to me. There you go, Candyman. In the chat, the moon doesn't rotate. It's easy to do the calculation from the vantage point of where the epoch is, which is supposed to be L1. It's supposed to be 1.5 million miles away from Earth. From its viewpoint, the moon should fucking rotate. It is not tidally locked. How could it be tidally locked to the Earth and the fucking satellite 1.5 million miles away? Unless that satellite was in a geosynchronous fucking orbit, which clearly from this GIF, it couldn't be. So fucking try again. You're just a silly fucking believer. Any image that passes in front of your face, you want to believe.
Oh, I'm back. Cool video. I've seen it. The moon is tidally locked.
To where?
You need to know how many degrees of. I mean, maybe you can't see the rotation.
I told you how many. 5.
5 degrees over what?
From the viewpoint of where the epoch satellite would be 1.5 million miles away.
No. A million miles away. A million miles away. It's 1.5 kilometers away. A million miles away. It doesn't. It's at Lagrange 1. So it really rotates around Lagrange point. But all of that is impossible in your world, right? You don't believe in space.
Yeah, that's how we know it's fake.
No, that's why you believe.
This is called an internal critique, Candyman. So try a new gimmick.
No, that's why you believe it's fake. I understand.
What's an internal critique?
If it can't.
What's an internal critique?
I'm not answering that question.
Of course you're not, because you're a fucking sophist.
No, I tell you, I've got a source. I've given you the source. It's a satellite or a spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, that sits at Lagrange 1.
That's what you believe. All you're telling me is shit you believe. So what?
Belief?
You have no idea if it's at the place they say. You have no idea if those images are authentic. You have no way to fucking validate them because you have no reference from which even to know if the Earth looks like that. The Earth could be fucking purple for all. The Earth could be purple from space for all you know. You have no idea if that's what the Earth looks like. It is complete faith. So tell me, since it's obvious that you take this on faith, why should I believe this?
No.
Why should I? Why should I believe this is real?
He cut out.
Hey, Candyman, check your satellite connection.
He disconnected.
He was bouncing the signal off of Discover.
No, he's bouncing his signal off of the globe. So
Catnap, did you came back from your nap? Catnap?
No, I get kicked. I try to chime in, but I get kicked.
Nobody kicked you, dude.
Candyman, you're kicking yourself, Candyman. You're kicking yourself.
You're going to be flat earthers. It's just, I don't understand.
Why should we believe these are real, dude?
That's what I'm asking you. How would you, in your world, how would you verify that?
You can't. It's impossible. All you can do is what the image depicts. You can check if that really exists. So in the images, they depict curving water. So you could come to the water that's actually on Earth and see if the actual water is curving.
No. Yeah, because you're...
No? Yeah. Oh, so we can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth?
No, you can, but you guys refuse to do it.
Okay.
Really? So 40-mile laser tests are refusals to fucking do it.
You guys, don't you remember me? I'm the LIGO guy. You guys refuse to deal with that one, too.
We know who you are, Donald. Chill.
Who?
The LIGO guy? I'll eviscerate anybody on LIGO.
Yeah, the LIGO, which they had to take into account the Earth's curvature.
No, they didn't, dude. No, they didn't. I have the civil engineering drawings. No, they didn't.
I looked at the drawings. In fact, I gave you guys a reference, and they did.
No, you didn't. Oh, so the civil engineering drawings, the strip.
Yes, they're on the LIGO website, which is what I guess I sent. Probably it was Yoder, and maybe it wasn't you. I'm sorry. Fact is, they're there. It's stated in their description that they had to take that into account, or the laser would be off by 1.5 feet.
Yeah, but
4 kilometers.
That's nonsense.
Well, no,
it doesn't matter what they say. It only matters what they surveyed.
It doesn't.
How many survey teams? How many survey teams did they use?
The fact that they said it.
Who cares?
That it was a factor.
The people that said it didn't survey the fucking site. They didn't build the apparatus.
What are you talking about?
The curvature that they would have factored in would have been measured, right?
The curvature was measured. It would the laser beam would have been off. The laser beam goes flat. It doesn't go level. It goes flat, and they would therefore be off by about 1.5 meters at 4 kilometers.
That's the claim.
It's not my claim. That's their explanation for why they had to take that.
Yeah, and it's wrong. And it's wrong.
Well, you're saying it's wrong. The people at NOAA
because I've read the documentation. Look, the documentation that you read. You're reading I don't know what you're reading. The face on their website, but they actually have documentation that they published. See, first they published before they started building. They published a white paper on the geodetic surveying, but there's 2 addendums to that.
What did you say? Geodetic surveying. I like that.
Yeah, on a geodetic survey. Yeah, they published 2 addendums to that, in which their original survey was all wrong based upon what you're talking about.
No,
it ended up being all. Don't say fucking no.
The plans that I read have different elevations above sea level for the 2 ends of the.
That had to be changed.
No, this is as it exists.
I'm gonna post the documents that say, "Hey, dude, everything we did was fucking wrong." So we hired this outside fucking group to fix it.
All right, and post the one that says we didn't have to account for Earth's curvature. That's the one I want to see.
Fuck you.
Well, I mean, they can make corrections.
I mean, the blueprint
can make corrections in their survey.
No, post the one that says you don't suck dick.
Wow, you're really losing it. That's pretty good. I know.
No, you're a fucking sophist. Trash, dude. You don't want to have an honest discussion. Show me the one that says they didn't account for Earth curvature. Why would they write that down?
Well, because
why would they write that down?
If the one that did have to,
why would they write that down, dude?
If the one that did account for it was wrong, they would have to say why they had to correct.
Did they write we have to account for Earth's curvature in it? Did they write that down? Did they write down in the documents we have to account for Earth's curvature? Did they write that down?
The Earth is a globe. LIGO was built.
We heard your chanting earlier. We don't need to hear it again. Does it say it explicitly in the documents?
It's true that they had to account for Earth's curvature.
Okay, you believe that. Okay, we know you believe that. Did they say it explicitly? No, they didn't. So what you asked from us, you don't have yourself. You're a piece of garbage and stay on mute. So I'm going to read from the fucking document. I'm going to post it in the chat. California Institute of Technology, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO project, Zucker, Sibley, Warden, mail code, all of that. Subject determination of the as-built LIGO global coordinate axis for Hanford, Washington. Final analysis of the LIGO BTVE interface survey monuments. Revision B corrected a typographical error in pages 1 or 2 or 3. Revision C corrects calculation error involving the distortion of the Rambert conformal projection, easting northing grid coordinates of a sphere. The effect changes slightly by greater than 1 centimeter, but not negligible. Axial displacements of benchmarks along the arms, angular orientations are negligibly affected. The description of the correspondence between XY easting and northing are also corrected. So this paper goes through how they had to survey, resurvey, because their initial survey was wrong. It gives the that can actually shoot something. So the max, you said 1.5 meters. They literally have a meter of fucking play within the instrument itself. So I'm sure you knew all this before you started talking. Now I'm going to post the document in the fucking chat. Fucking pretender clowns. Up the yang, dude. Now, Candyman, there's the updated survey fucking calculations.
No, I'll read that. But what you just described.
Read it. You wouldn't comprehend fucking a goddamn thing about it.
What I heard you just read is they had to make an adjustment of somewhere around 1 centimeter. Is that what I heard?
That was for a particular thing. That was not the only correction they made.
Yeah,
that was for that particular note. That was at the beginning.
I think this is a classic case of a flat earther misinterpreting.
Yeah, I don't think you'll just get hurt, dude.
The Earth is a globe, my friend. You can see it on Discovery.
Listen to him chant, dude. It's like you're in a fucking cult.
Well, because say
it again. Say it again. Say Earth is a globe. Oh, I'm gonna touch myself. Say it again.
I'm mesmerized by the Earth, by the moon's transit. By the way, why is the moon transiting? Why is it going past?
That's not a fucking photograph, genius. It can't be a photograph within your own model.
It's a time lapse, right?
Yeah, it's a 3+ hour time lapse.
Right, and they take. I don't know how often they take them, but why isn't the moon just stationary above the Earth?
That's not the fucking moon, dude. Are you retarded? No, it's not.
It is the moon.
It's not the moon.
But why is it moving across the camera?
Candyman, are you not understanding? It's not the moon.
It is the moon.
I told you why it's not the moon, and you haven't addressed the problem why it's not rotating.
You're the authority. India,
okay.
You're the authority, right?
He's not listening.
I'm just getting rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Fucking just sophist bullshit after sophist bullshit, endlessly. Are we in the politics server?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Does feel like it.
From there?
Sounds like it.
Look, I posted some numbers in the chat there. There's about a foot difference from arm 1 in the middle towards the ends, which are exactly arm 1 beginning 64.12, arm 1 at the end of it 64.09. It's almost the same height. I mean, there's a difference of what, 0.3 inches. It's insane, really. And if anything, it curves inward. So they're building this on a concave Earth. Plus, you can adjust every section, every few meters. They have adjust screws for this to make it perfectly straight, right? So it's ridiculous.
They have almost a meter of play inside, right? So because it's a vacuum, they don't have to worry about scattering or any of those other things. But they have baffles and other things that are on the inside of the tube. They have a meter of play.
Yeah, inside of the tube. Yeah,
inside of the tube. Yeah, external of the baffles, because they count for how much space the baffles would take up, how much space all this other stuff would take up, and they still have a meter left.
Oh, did he leave? He couldn't take it, huh?
No, I disconnected him.
Oh.
Dude, you're not going to get anything honest out of him. Anytime you pin him down, it's going to be, I'm going to get out to something else, bring up some irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with anything.
Super annoying. It feels like we debunked LIGO several years ago as well already. Still have to deal with it.
Oh, why is the moon transiting the Earth? That's not the moon, dude. That's how we started. That's not the moon. Do you think he thinks everything that he sees in an image is real? I think he's out there right now looking for Superman's Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, man. It's just next to your Humble Snowman's house.
Yeah, I got fucking Frosty the Snowman's crib. Then the North Pole. He's gonna make the whole journey, man.
High five the Easter Bunny on the way around.
Where does the Easter Bunny live? It's some
Easter
random
Island.
word. Easter, yeah.
Hello, DJ.
Yeah, I muted you, Catnap. I don't know why you're laughing at that, endorsing that shit.
No, that Candy guy. I don't know. DJ, I'm asking like I want.
Shouldn't endorse dishonesty. That's what I'm saying.
I don't endorse that. I was just trying to get him to make another argument, not the argument he was using. It wasn't sufficient.
Yo, what's up?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're saying about 70% of the water. No, I was asking. I want to know what percentage of the Earth is flat. Because if you say 100%, then there has to be like a model of it.
Yeah, we don't know. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, so approximately 70% of the globe is claimed to be flat. So we would say the majority of the known surface area, right, that we've, that we can check ourselves is covered in water. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But then when you say Earth, is Earth that 70%, or what is the other 30%?
Land. Bed.
Yeah.
Land.
No.
Talking about surface ratio.
I'm asking like if I need to see the 100%. Oh wait, is 100% of the Earth flat? But you say no because 70% of it is like water or whatever or something like that.
You think 100% of the Earth is known?
I'm asking, is according to you, is it known according to you or not?
I don't think it's
a
known.
Mountain flat.
Okay, so if it's not known, then how can we say the Earth is flat? When we say Earth, that means 100%.
Dude, not everything has to be quantified. The Earth is flat. Good. This was already explained to you 4 times. You got muted on this very question when I asked you what I already told you, and you're doing it again. Why would you do it again?
I know what you're saying. You're saying I don't know, but then you cannot say the Earth is flat. You just say 70% of it.
But you can't tell us why we can't say the Earth is flat. Why can't we?
Because you said you don't know how much of the Earth is
flat. So
what? Then the Earth is not flat because you don't know. You're just saying a portion of this ground. A portion of this ground we observe and stand on is flat, not the Earth.
So when someone says, "What color is your car?" I say it's red because all of my car isn't red. I have to say, "Fucking my car's not red."
No, this is a false analogy fallacy.
Oh no, that would be a false equivalence, and it's not a false equivalence.
No, that's a fallacy.
Because flat is a property, right? Flat is a property of the Earth, of the great expanse of the Earth that we know. Okay, you have to suppose that there is a quantity of the Earth outside our purview, which is at least equal in size, which has a different form, and is not flat, and it's something else.
Okay, so what? So when you say the Earth is so when you say the Earth is flat,
bro, this is semantic bullshit, Catnip.
It's just going in a circle.
Yeah, because this is a bullshit semantic nonsense.
You refuse to hear that India told you that we know of. He added that. You just break that off like he never said it.
But you guys are saying I don't know. That means you're not certain whether whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, I don't know why you're jumping to that conclusion.
Okay, then what is the Earth?
Look, we know what you're trying to do. This rhetorical tactic, Catnap, is not going to work. No matter how many times you loop around and chase your fucking tail, it's not going to work. Give up.
Okay. But the thing is, when you keep.
But this should be a demonstration to everybody in this chat that this is the best you can do.
So when you say Earth, you just mean ground. That's it. The ground is flat. Everyone agrees the ground is flat. I don't get it.
Why are you playing semantic games, dude? You know what we mean.
Yeah, but when you say Earth is flat, you're making it out to be as though like
the place where we fucking live is flat, locally and not locally. There's no not flat place that any human being has ever been.
You can just say the majority of the ground is flat. You don't have to say
your all or nothing fallacy is not going to work here.
Flat or almost flat Earth. Or mostly flat Earth, or flat Earth. I know.
No. What the thing is?
Look, we're gonna use the verbiage we want, and we don't give a shit about the verbiage you want.
Okay, fine.
You're not gonna tell us how to refer to this topic. You can take your head and stick it up your own ass. I don't give a shit.
I'm just saying it doesn't logically make sense when
fucking
you say Earth
speech
is flat.
police.
But at the same time, you say we don't know how much of it is flat.
Thank you for your opinion that I don't give a shit about.
No,
Please
it's
don't
not an
use the word
opinion.
logic
I'm
in a
just saying, yeah,
sentence like you know what
this
it
is
is.
Nobody cares about your opinion on how we should be referring to flat
You
Earth.
know what proposition and negation is? A P and not P. You're saying Earth
Yeah,
is flat, and then at the same time you're saying we don't know how much of it is flat.
Do you think flat's a shape?
I didn't say it's a shape. It's completely irrelevant.
Jesus Christ.
This is a P and not P. You say Earth is flat, yet you say we don't know how much of it is flat. So what is it? Is it you don't know how much of it is flat? Or is it flat?
Yeah. We don't know exactly how much of it's flat, right? But we
So
know
why do you
that
say
a lot of the known surface area is covered in water, right? If the Earth's a globe, according to the way that gravity works in the radius, right, you wouldn't be able to have a single 10-mile stretch of water that doesn't have any curvature over it. In fact, every 10-mile stretch of water anywhere on the globe would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature over it. Right? If we check all of these different places and we don't find any curvature in any of them, it can't be a globe.
Okay, well, this isn't. I'm not defending the globe. I'm disputing the flat Earth.
Yeah. So a topographical plane is all we can measure, right? That's what we experience, and that's what it tests as when we go and test it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's fine to say that, but then I just wouldn't agree why you have to.
You're
say,
just making an argument from ignorance, dude.
It's not an argument from ignorance.
It is an argument from ignorance. You're trying to foist it on us.
Yeah, but you keep.
Oh, if you don't know, if you can't quantify the Earth in its totality, then you can't say you know anything about the Earth.
No, we can. I'm just saying you say the Earth is flat, but at the same time you say we don't know how much of it is.
Well, because we don't have an exact quantity?
Yeah, so then why do you keep saying the Earth is flat?
Because we could only make true statements if we know the exact quantity? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying your statements are.
Then what are you saying? Like, why do I need to know the exact quantity?
You're making a.
Why can I not know? Why can I be ignorant of the? Why can't I be ignorant of the exact quantity and say the Earth is flat? Why?
No. Because if you say the Earth is flat, that means you're not ignorant. You know something else.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
No,
it does. Do you know what a P and
Okay, I'm going to restate my question. Listen this time, okay? Why do we need to know the exact quantity of the Earth to say
I'm not
it's
saying
flat?
you have to know. You're making a statement that makes it as though you do know. When you say Earth is flat,
No one ever said, "Hey, this dude
didn't
says
say
the Earth
that.
is flat. He knows what did you fucking the entire Earth is." No one ever thought that once.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just literally said that.
No, I'm saying that when you say the Earth is flat, it turns out to be as though you know that the entire 100% of it is flat, and and then therefore there's like.
Does not imply that. We would use the qualifier. We would use the qualifying word. We know that 100% the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Dude, are you like a fucking speech Nazi or something? To get us to say things the way you want us to say them?
just trying to get a job for Flat Earth customer relations. That's what it is.
I mean, I have to go to work in 3 minutes, but
No, this is just a
Well,
shtick.
just go now.
no.
Dude, go make one of these specious arguments to your boss and then say bye to your job. He goes, go mop the floor. Well, you can't say there's a floor unless you know there's 100% of a floor. So unless you know where all the floor is, you can't tell me to mop the floor. You're fired.
What's weird too is if the oceans are all flat, why would what's the? It's not even that big of an inference to say, okay, well, like the land probably is too. Like it's not. Yeah, we don't deductively know with 100% proof, but like what is it? It's such a weird
So
flex.
So what you're saying is, this is what you're saying. You don't deductively know that the Earth is flat.
You deductively know anything?
So you don't really know the Earth is flat. That's what
You deductively know that you're not a brain in a vat? Like what? Like you're doing the weird. This is such a weird flex. You don't understand how cringe this is. I'm a glober.
It's not even a flex. It's just dumb.
No, I'm saying what they're saying is that they don't know how much of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and you can't tell us why knowing why we can't know the Earth is flat without knowing the entire quantity of the Earth. Just a specious fucking argument.
It's not really.
It's dishonest, specious nonsense.
No, because we know
you don't have any arguments for the globe, so this is where you have to go.
No, I'm saying that you don't. We know how much of the Earth is a globe. We know how much of it is curved.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we know.
If you're saying no, you do have an argument for a globe.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't have an argument for the flat Earth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we do. The surface of the Earth is flat.
They did, but you're saying you have an argument for the globe, right?
Yeah, I'm showing them how the consistency between the two, right?
Yeah, but give your argument.
It's completely irrelevant. The whole globe argument is completely irrelevant. I'm reducing
your globe claim about knowing the size is not based upon empirical data. It's based upon imagination because you don't have. Listen. You don't have measured distances on the globe. You have calculations, so you don't know the surface area. You don't know the distances. You calculate a distance based upon a sphere of a presumed radius, which has never been measured, which can't be measured even in principle, of 3,959 miles. So you don't know it's a globe. You're just saying that. You're just saying you know how big it is. You're just saying that shit. It's not true.
Debated. I'm positing a reducto, so I'm reducing their whole argument to absurdity. That's what I'm doing. Do you know what that is?
But you can't say how it's absurd because I've asked you like 4 times now.
Because all you end up is all you do is appeal to mystery at the end. Appealing to mystery is
but
no one appealed to mystery, dude. What is this like fucking?
They can just say
logical dartboard.
It's clear to me that, and I'm not being pedantic. You are, but they can just say the places where we've measured, right? They can claim that those areas at least are flat, and then they can extrapolate on maybe all the water. And then, we can talk about the land after. Like, it seems like that they are pretty parsimonious with that shit. Like, they don't just say it's entirely flat, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point. When the thing is, they say Earth is flat, that automatically comes to the assumption that the whole Earth is flat. But then they're saying at the same time it's not. We don't know how much.
Only for dumbasses like you.
Yeah, that kid
think about it like this.
Can't you do nuance? Are you incapable of doing nuance?
It seems like they're clarifying now, Catnip. So just don't strawman them. They've clarified.
I already clarified. The whole debate.
So give your argument for the globe then. Like, they've clarified.
You don't have.
Go ahead.
It's 5:31. I gotta get to work for 6. I have to go.
Goodbye. Just for the record, debate, Daddy. I had to mute him over the same thing like an hour and a half ago. Because he kept asking the same question, we kept answering, and he just kept asking the same question. He was doing ask, ignore, repeat. And the reason he did it is because he brought up eclipses, and then he really couldn't answer the top-down shot of the Salanillion eclipses and just spiraled fucking out from there.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. Some of these people are fucking annoying, and I see what you guys have to deal with like that.
Thank you for that. At least someone recognizes.
Well, yeah, I was even trying to redirect it, and then as soon as I did redirect it, he fled. So I guess he doesn't have an argument.
Doesn't it alarm you that there's people that are very emotional about this topic? Doesn't that just that know very little about it? You know what I mean? They know so little about the globe paradigm. And it makes them very emotional. It's just weird to me that they defend things tooth and nail as if they're defending their mother's honor. But then you ask them questions about the thing they're defending. They don't know anything about it. I just find that very strange. I think you should be emotionally invested in things you actually know and care about, not things you have a vague association with.
We had a physicist in here earlier today. We had a good conversation with him for at least 2 hours, I think it was. But he'd never looked into the topic of this before. He was just in the server. He was from Germany. I forget exactly what.
Oh, I heard him talking this morning. He sounded pretty cool.
Yeah, he started. Well, he'd never really like heard the arguments. He'd never looked into it. He just saw the channel. He thought it would be funny to just listen in, but he got involved pretty quickly. He started off a bit combative, and after he actually sat back and listened to some of the arguments, went over some long distance observations, laser tests, went over a whole bunch of just explaining the 101 stuff, and yeah, he ended up having a really good conversation, and he was brainstorming on the spot, trying to think how he could prove the globe or debunk flat Earth. He couldn't really come up with anything. In the end, he basically admitted. He said, "Look, I first I thought it was ridiculous, but after hearing you guys' arguments, he's like, I can totally see why you guys think the way you think." He's like, "Of course, I disagree with it, but I haven't looked into it enough." And now he wants to.
He doesn't know why he disagrees with it. He just does because he's supposed
Yeah,
to. It's crazy,
exactly.
man.
Exactly. But yeah, he'll probably be back at some stage. But yeah, he was good. You know, he had a good chat with Yoda about satellites as well, which he he ended up asking, saying that, well, he knew quite a bit about the topic. He said he was working on satellites and stuff like that, but he ended up, conceding that Yoda kind of knew more than him about it, and he was asking Yoda a bunch of questions. So yeah, it was a good conversation.
So many people working on satellites, and it just seems like nobody knows anything.
Yeah.
I want to read something. I forgot this part about. This is funny. So the LIGO, this is going back to LIGO, just to frickin' put the cigarette butt out in it, in the wound. MTech data was used for elevation measurements. Now they had to survey it with 3 different companies, and they didn't want to resurvey it for the 4th time, so they decided to just like take all the data and try to like average them, kind of. So it says the arithmetic mean of RSI in MTech elevations was also tried. The root mean square errors to planar fits were better for the MTech data alone. Do you hear that? It means the data had a better planar fit than the fucking than presupposing GPS. Now MTech was done. The MTech, the RSI, they made like little mounds with GPS receivers on them, little concrete monuments. Whereas the MTech was a survey done optically with theodolites and all that shit. So the optical survey basically showed a plane, and then the GPS survey, because it's using the WGS84, which you ended up discarding anyway. So when someone comes in here and says the things he says, oh, LIGO did this, and just, it's so, I don't know, fucking kindergarten, dude. It wouldn't work if... No, making it was way more complicated than that. The surveying again and again and again. They had to massage the data. They have all this play error. And they're like, if they didn't account for the curve, there'd be 1.5 meters. They had to account for 1.5 meters of drop. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. That's horseshit. It's just nonsense. But you'll just keep, like him, just keep reasoning, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And of course, when I show him the document, he says, well, you're a flat earther, you just misinterpreted it.
Oh, Catnap's back, but muted. I was asking him for that argument, but have you guys ever had one of a flat earther from your group leave flat Earth, like from the 10 years you've been doing it?
What do you mean?
Like, have you ever had somebody who was convinced of flat Earth in this group that's left flat Earth after? Like, they were re-convinced of the globe somehow?
Well, not really, no. No one I can think of. I know there's people that said they were flat earthers, so there's Chris. but I don't know, like, the people that, like, were on our server that said they were flat earthers, I'd say 3, quote unquote, went back to the globe, but I don't know if they were flat earthers in the first place. They didn't have a high participatory type deal. You never heard them make arguments. You never seen them debate, post shit, or anything. They were just part of the server, basically.
I think it would be an interesting person to talk to, an ex-flat earther, for a lot of reasons.
Oh, Sean P. But he was a quote unquote flat earther for a long time, and then he went back to the globe. But then talking to him, he didn't even know any flat earth arguments. So how much of a flat earther was he really? He didn't even really know the globe arguments.
Was he a true earther like Jeranism?
Huh. Sean G. Why did I say Sean P? Sean G. Everyone that so-called gone back, I already suspected them of not being a flat earther anyway, quite honestly. People do it for all sorts of reasons, I think. Like, just people that they're trying to infiltrate. Which happened. So there was a guy, he faked being a flat earther, started his own Discord, got a bunch of people off our Discord to go over there. And, over time, 6 months, this was like a long troll, got personal information from all of them and then doxed them all. The whole time, pretending to be a flat earther. So that's why when someone comes in here like I'm a flat earther, we grill them. Well, not grill them, but like, yeah, what evidence convinced you the earth was flat? That will instantly tell us whether they're actually a flat earther or not. Just their answer.
The LARPer flat earthers always make the same mistake. They always say, "Hey guys, I believe that the Earth is flat." Okay, so you're not a flat earther. That's kind of a giveaway, right? And there was
as soon as
there
they
was
use
one
that B word.
Yeah, there was one guy over on X, Jason Bjorn. He was a flat earther for like a couple of years. He posted all the memes. He did all that stuff just to go, but he was just doing it. He was a glober the whole time, and he admitted that he did it to, I don't know, mislead people or whatever. But if you're talking about this group, the 24/7 flat earthers, I mean, we're a little bit of a different breed. We're talking about empiricism in here. So no, I don't think any of that group has left. You would have to be like a weaker kind of flat earther to leave, if that even existed.
There is a lot of really shitty flat earthers on like TikTok and Facebook and stuff like that, where 90% of their arguments can be torn to shreds really easily. I reckon even if they came in here, like we could even by accident we could have them leave flat earth because all of the arguments they think is sound are just shit, right? Arguments that can just be absolutely destroyed, right? Like if they went up against a well-versed glober in a debate, they would just get wrecked. And if they came in here with those type of arguments, they'd probably get muted pretty quickly. So, yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers like that I could see them leaving flat earth once they realize all their arguments are shit, and they probably don't know the good arguments. So I don't know. Mostly the flat earthers that left flat earth seem to have been the ones that were clinging on to that AEMAP Jeranism model, right? They called it the flat earth model, and the one where they claimed that you cannot possibly have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And that all of the stars rotate around a single point in the north, right? All of them just rotate around together. Like Robbie Davison, Patricia Steer, a bunch of these types of flat earthers happy to have on the globe side now. So I think it's not such a bad thing that we lost some of these people to this final experiment thing. I was hoping it would kind of kill that
that AE map model, right? What people call the flat Earth model, with the little sun and moon rotating in perfect circles around it. But it still seems pretty rampant on TikTok and platforms like that. Like every single flat earther is pushing that, it seems, on TikTok, which is disturbing.
Do you guys ever have any doubts?
About what?
About, or like, are you extremely certain and that, like, there's no doubts, or like when you're first convinced of it, were you stopped having doubts after a certain amount of time?
The amount of people that we talk to that are highly qualified and fail to produce any empirical evidence, the more that you look into this, the more you look for the empirical evidence that validates the globe explanations and realize that there really isn't any, the more anti-flat earthers that I talk to, I realize that they don't have any empirical evidence and that they're kind of just parroting scripts most of the time. Right, that does happen a bit on our side as well with the parroting of scripts, but I mean, all the Globers ask the same 10 questions, so that's bound to happen. But yeah, look, I mean, it's not like we see some tests and and they accounted for the confounding variables and it matched up with the globe. Right, we're never seeing that. It's just test after test after test after test, and the more you look into it, the more you realize that the tests are, when nobody's finding any curve. And then the more you start digging into the globe history, right, that's when it starts to get really interesting for me. It's like, most people don't know anything about how the globe became something, how it became a thing. And most people think that it was because people went out and through empirical methods, they worked out that it's a globe, whereas that's absolutely not the case.
That's going to be this blue triangle, though. What you're describing is this blue triangle right here.
You take the three angles and you add them up, and if it's more than 180 degrees, that is not a flat surface.
Well, it can't be because you're making this blue triangle right here.
No.
Well, you said it's not under the Earth. It's up in the air.
What do you mean under the earth?
Up in the air is this blue triangle. Up in the air is this blue triangle.
No, it's not.
You're being as dishonest as a motherfucker. You know it.
It's not.
No, you're a dishonest fuck, bro. You're dishonest. I hope people in the
it's like saying if you take a photo, your phone camera is not literally in the ground.
Okay.
That is our point. You're saying the red line is what they're measuring. However, each point of that red line triangle is not visible to the other, because you believe there's an Earth curve in the way. So no one is measuring
there's still
that.
Visibility.
No one is measuring that line.
You can still get visibility.
Yeah, when you have visibility, you have a planar triangle between those points.
No. If you have a point
because it's above the surface, and so it's not curving along the surface, creating a spherical triangle. And so that's where the spherical axis comes from.
Okay, let's just hear this, Donald.
If the angles internally,
yeah, we know, dude. You don't have to repeat yourself for the 9th time.
Then it is not a flat plane, right?
Yeah, that's great, but that's not what they're measuring.
Yeah, but that is what is measured. That's why.
Okay, and that's what's in contention. If you have 3 points connected by Donald, if you have 3 points connected by 3 straight lines, is that a planar triangle?
They're not necessarily straight lines. That's the point.
No. If they are connected by 3 straight lines, is it a planar triangle?
3 straight lines, completely straight, no curve, then it should be a 180-degree planar triangle.
Okay, so are the lines of sight between the theodolites, are they straight lines?
Some of them are.
What do you mean some of them? Which ones aren't?
There's straight line of sight, so if you have a line
that's right, straight lines of sight, that's right.
Well,
three straight lines of sight.
Line of line of sight corrected with refraction.
Corrected with.
No, like if
So
you
not
see
measured.
something, if you see something,
So not measured.
well, if you see something,
So
and you
not
measure the
measured.
angle, well, you measure the angle internally.
So not
And
measured.
yeah, you measure the angle. It should be 180, right?
So
if it's
not
more than
measured.
180, if it's more than 180, then it's clearly not a flat surface.
So not measured.
Yes, if you measure more than 180, measure more than 180. If it's measured as more than 180, it is measuring as not flat.
But you
if
can't.
it's measuring as more than
Demonstrate.
180, then you're measuring not flat.
You can't do it with a theodolite. You could only do it with a chain.
This is done. This is why they have spherical access.
No, it's not done.
Yes, it
you don't
is.
know what you're fucking talking
That is literally
about.
what spherical access is. It is when it's more than 180.
Yeah, but it's never been measured, dude.
That is why they have corrections for it.
Donald, you can chant all you want. It's never been measured.
It had. That's
Ever.
why they have corrections for it.
Then tell us how they do it.
I just did.
No,
you're having trouble with this.
You said that they measured straight lines of sight and then corrected it. That's
They
not a
measure the
measurement.
angle. They measure the angle between different points.
Okay, that angle, because they have 3 straight lines of sight, has to be 180 degrees.
Again, a straight line of sight does not imply a straight, flat surface. Do
No
you
one
understand
said
that?
it did. That's a
Like, if
straw
you're on-
man.
if you're on-
That's a
if you're on
straw
two
man,
ends
and
of a
you're
hill-
trying
if
to
you're on two
deflect.
ends of a hill
No
and
one
the
said it
top of the
implied a
hill
straight,
doesn't-
flat surface, Donald.
If you're on
What
two
was
ends
said
of-
was, if you have 3 lines of sight and 3 points, it's a planar triangle and not a spherical triangle.
If you have,
Yeah, dude. If
you're measuring, if you're correcting for spherical excess and it's more than 180
then it's not a
degrees,
measurement.
If it's measuring, if you're
Then
measuring
it's not a
angles-
measurement, Donald.
If you're measuring angles internally of more than 180 degrees, then that is not a
Yeah,
flat
if
surface.
we heard that, you said that like 50 times,
You're
but
not
nobody's
denying that
actually
they're
done
even
that,
measured.
Donald. But Donald, nobody's actually done that, and you've admitted it.
No, that is done all the time. That's why there's spherical excess corrections.
Yeah, no, there is not.
Yes, yes.
Not
Why do
corrections.
spherical excess corrections exist?
They don't. Show us one.
They do. You
Show us
literally
one.
saw one. I think
Donald,
you saw
show
the
us one.
equation
Post it in the
right
chat.
there.
Show us one in the chat right now. A spherical axis correction. Show us.
I can't post in the chat, but if you let me post, I will.
DM it. I'll
DM
post
it.
in the chat.
Just let me post in the chat.
DM your spherical excess correction. DM it.
Oh my god. Just post in the chat.
You're gonna go on mute until you give it to me. If you don't fucking DM it.
Oh my god. DM you? Really?
A correction.
He's gonna show us the spherical axis correction.
Okay. I want to know where his spherical triangle is.
It's
Where
in the
is
correction.
triangle? No, but I mean, like when he thinks that they're actually doing this out in the field, where is it?
I know where it is.
It's not on the surface. It's in the air. It's above the surface. So are you measuring spherical excess of the air? Because it's not on the surface.
If the altitude is the same, then it is.
Hi guys.
Same thing, right?
It doesn't matter if the altitude's the same or not. No, it doesn't.
Well, Donald, I know you're not going to
Well, then
understand.
it's not a flat plane.
Well, I don't understand. Because it was done in the air. It's not a flat plane. Are you a retard? So, Donald, I know you're not going to understand this, but I'm going to post it anyway. So this is a transcontinental triangulation. How to do a baseline. Reduction of the horizontal directions to sea level. Do you have any idea what this means? What this is? This is page 47. This is the very first instruction on how they did the surveying, their methodology. This is the very first thing they do. After taking their angle measurements, that you admitted they do. What is this? The resulting directions at a station as given in the abstract still need a small correction to reduce them to what would have been the object observed upon then at the sea level. Why do they have to reduce it to sea level? Because they'd have a planar triangle. So they have to project, just like I said, that triangle, just like it's in the graphic, onto a sphere. In this case, they're projecting it onto the Clark ellipsoid. They've never measured spherical triangle in the fucking history of surveying ever. It's not even possible. You understand? It's not even possible. But you're trying to tell us they measure it.
It is literally. You understand that
You
light
can't tell us
bends,
how they
right?
do it.
Light bends, right?
I just showed you how they do it. No, light does not bend.
So so mirages don't exist. We're actually seeing that. Like those
That's a
are real.
reflection.
Okay, but if light's not bending,
That's a
then,
reflection.
Yeah, but if light is okay, reflecting light. If light
Reflecting
is bending,
light isn't bending light, dude.
if we see things that are bent, then they're clearly either light is bending or they are bending.
No, there's things called reflections, dude.
That would be looking at yourself. If what you were looking, if your line of sight, if the thing you're looking at is literally
What's an inferior
bending,
mirage?
oh my god! If what you're looking at is bending, then
What's a
it's
superior
either
mirage?
bending, either light's bending or it's bending.
What's a superior mirage? What does that look like? It's a double image.
It's not going to save you. It's not going to save
It's
you.
a double image. It's a reflection.
Cool. And when
What's
we
an
see
inferior
things,
mirage? It's a
and when you
double
see
image.
things-
It's
when you
also
see-
a reflection.
If you don't see a double image and you see something bending, then it is clearly not bending, right?
What are you talking about?
If you see something bending or rising or sinking, then either light is bending or the thing is bending or moving. Clearly, it's not the latter.
Doesn't have to be bending.
That is literally what it is. It's either the first or it's the second.
No.
Either the thing is sinking, rising, or bending itself.
You know
or
that light is
bending.
not a ray, right? You know that,
Light
right?
goes through air. Light is.
You know that light is not actually a ray.
They are photons that go through air that bend.
Oh,
that go up past. Yes.
Christ.
Either you think that their windmills and oil rigs are actually sinking and bending and rising, or light is bending.
No, I think it's more complicated than that. Okay. So you're trying to get away from the fact that this says right here that they do not measure greater than spherical. They don't measure spherical triangles, that they create them by doing this very first step, reduction of the horizontal directions to sea level. This is the very first step in surveying. After the measurement, before they write it down in their little logbook, they do this mathematical operation and then they write it down. No one has ever measured the spherical fucking triangle. So you're listening to fucking morons. And even if light was curving, they didn't measure that curve. And actually would have to fucking corkscrew because the tilt is in two directions. It's tilted back and sideways. So not only does some object in the distance need to be tilted backwards, it needs to be rotated, which no one's ever seen. Because if you read this, what's it say? The reduction is due to the circumstances that the verticals at the stations are not in the same vertical plane. The correction changes the vertical plane, moves that point down to a reference ellipsoid, and then calculates between those 3 points on this new triangle a spherical triangle. None of this shit's measured. But you guys try to bullshit people and convince them the Earth is a globe based upon erroneous information. Your erroneous interpretation of what's going on.
The line of sight would have to be veering off to the left and curving over the ball.
Yeah, it would corkscrew.
6767.
Done. I'm gonna mute you if you keep it up. Second time he's done that. Yoder must be having a fucking aneurysm. Yoder, I'm sorry I gave you an aneurysm tonight.
I don't get how he doesn't get the toothpick thing in the orange. Like, I don't. It's just so. That's just so simple to understand, man.
He gets it.
I can post a way you can look at this, or an observation.
I still don't have those spherical excess corrections.
If you had, this would be a spherical excess observation.
Yeah, how? You only have to tell us the method.
You can look. You can use the stars.
You can use the stars to measure the Earth.
Spherical. You can to measure triangles, like relative positions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you have to measure the baselines?
So it's point of reference. I mean, you can use trigonometry. If you have,
what does that mean?
What does trigonometry mean?
No, what is you just use trigonometry? That's not an answer, dude.
If you know where points are, you know how far away from each other you are.
Oh, that's what I said. So the baseline, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but if you know how far you are from each other.
Okay, how would you know that?
How do you know how far you are from someone?
Yeah.
How do you measure distance?
With a tape measure.
Is that the only way you know how to measure distance?
It's the only accurate way.
So you're not measuring curving of the Earth unless you're using a tape measure, right?
Oh no, yeah.
There you go.
Talking about.
You can't be dishonest.
We did. We did use a tape measure. We did use a tape measure.
You don't use tape measures over water. No, that's bullshit.
No, but you measure the height of the dude.
No. Oh, right. Yeah, you measure the height. How? You just said you can't.
With a tape measure.
No, but the distance from you to the observation, you're not sticking a tape measure over water, are you?
No.
Exactly.
But this is an internal critique.
No, it's not. That's literally shitting on your own any ability to measure distance.
No,
you're just saying you can't measure distance now.
The FE core is
if you knew how far you are,
dude, you can blab all you want.
All you need to know is how far you are from each other.
FE core is an internal critique. And in their document, it even says, this is a test of the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. It's an internal critique. So they used the globe distances.
I'm telling you how you can get angles and measure great triangles using the stars. And if you know how far you are from each other. Yeah, we can figure out how far you are from each other.
How?
Measuring distance.
How?
You don't know how to measure distance?
I do. Why do you keep asking me that?
Because you're acting like that's absurd. If you can measure distance,
how do you propose to do it?
Then you take, how do you breathe? Like,
how do you propose to do it?
So if you're,
this is so funny. You guys always do the same thing. Once I say ask you guys how you measured the distance, I know where you got the distance from. This is a game, okay?
No, if you know,
you assume that the Earth was a globe, and you did the Haberstein formula on the globe you already presupposed existed. Okay, that's where you got your fucking distance from.
If you know the distance from you to someone else,
by doing what? Calculating the Earth to be a globe?
No, if you know the distance from you to someone else, and you know the distance from you to another person, then if you can all see the same thing, if you're all in like a room and you can all see the same object, you can measure your angles between each other. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, but that doesn't work for celestial objects.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't that work?
Because the light's parallel, remember?
What?
What? Did you forget?
It's parallel to everyone?
Apparently.
So if you're on the South Pole and you're on the North Pole,
well, this is what we know.
You're going to have the same sky?
Look, you're going to have the same sky, but that doesn't mean that, like, if you took your line... Well, brother, you're going to ask me a question and you're going to answer it? That's hilarious. Let me answer the question. Okay, tell you exactly what I mean. That means if there's an object in the sky, okay, and you're looking at it and somebody else is looking at it, if you took your lines of sight and extended them, they would not intersect at that object. You understand? And I know that seems counterintuitive, but if you actually take like 3D models such as AutoCAD or Blender or one of those.
So it's not
and let me finish. If you take AutoCAD or Blender, right, and you take the sun azimuth and elevation angles or the moon or any other thing, and you stick them and model them on the surface of a globe, and take those lines of sight, those angles, and try to intersect them in 3D space. They don't intersect.
If you're looking at the same object and a line goes,
Yeah,
from
that's
you
what
to
you're
the object-
assuming.
No, hold on.
You're assuming you got a line of sight that intersects at the object somewhere in 3D space.
If you're looking, if you have a line of sight at it, if you can see it, then you can have a line of sight straight line towards it, right? If you can, if it's right, if you can see it, you can make a straight line towards it. If someone else can see it, they can make a straight line towards it. And if you're on a flat plane, you can make a straight line to each other.
That is true terrestrially, but it's not true for celestial objects, dude. What don't you understand?
No, but again,
I know you believe in uniformitarianism.
You're
and that you're in a cult of uniformitarianism. You know, some things are different than other things.
You are asserting it's not true, but in order for it not to be
I gave
true,
you an example of it not being true and proved that it's not true. I didn't just assert it, Donald. I didn't just assert it. I proved it. Okay.
No, you didn't.
I'll post the AutoCAD. I'll post the AutoCAD video in the chat right now.
AutoCAD. If you can see something in the sky.
AutoCAD to 13-digit precision. Yeah.
If you can see something in the sky, you can draw a line from you to that thing.
This is using the sun.
You can draw a line from you to that thing. Okay? Because you have a line of sight. You can see it. If someone else can see it,
yeah, I know.
Then you can draw a line from them to it, and then you draw a line between each other.
Bro, I understand what you're saying. You're spurging because this it goes against everything that could possibly be true. What you're saying is true for you personally and terrestrially. It's not true for celestial objects.
It's not about terrestrial or celestial. It's basic math. Like if
it's basic math. Where does this basic math come from? Does it have to have some correlation? Does it have to have some correlation to reality?
It is correlated with reality, like straight lines.
So I'm telling you that it's not in this case.
Wait. So if you have a line between you and the object in the sky, let's say it's a balloon. Like if you have a plane in the sky or a balloon, you can do the same thing. See the thing when someone else sees it, draw a line from you to the person.
And you mentioned again a terrestrial object.
What?
And you keep using terrestrial examples to prove the celestial examples. Is it hard to understand that they don't behave the same way?
An object can be on the ground, in the air. It does not change math. You realize that, right?
Math is not reality, dude.
Okay. Now we're just 2 + 2 = 5. Okay, sure. Like that's where we're at now. Okay. I think you should have met someone else. That's
Did you not? That's logic. That has nothing to do with math because the equal sign is
denying math.
The law of identity. I said math is not reality.
Yeah, if that's your response to
you think math is reality? No mathematician thinks that.
If you can prove something mathematically and your response is math isn't reality, then I think the conversation is done.
Okay, you're not proving it mathematically. You're just jumping to the conclusion that the geometry that you apply to terrestrial observations is applicable to celestial ones. There's no justification for that belief.
Yeah, if it's a flat surface and the object is above us,
you're just claiming the same thing over again. You're just ipsy-dixit repeating yourself.
Would be.
Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that the laws of geometry that we apply to terrestrial objects on Earth equally apply to things in the sky?
Yeah, they follow normal physics. They follow.
This is geometry.
Yeah, and with geometry, the laws of physics and math, they work the same.
The laws of physics and math. You're just saying buzzwords, dude.
Yes,
I want the justification.
2 + 2, we are not seeing.
But
2
that's
+
what's
2
in question.
5.
But
We're not seeing any
that's
changes
what's
to
in
this.
question. The math that's proven.
Laws of physics and math are different.
Okay, yeah, it's great. So what?
Yes, and both
are you not understanding
this,
Donald? Shut your mouth and listen. I asked for the justification that your terrestrial application of math that works terrestrially. What's your justification for using it for celestial objects, and what's your evidence that it works there too?
Because math doesn't care whether or not you're on Earth or in the air.
So,
it's math.
Okay, so we can apply Newtonian physics to quantum objects, right?
Physics is different from math. If you wanted to use a frame reference,
because they have a position. No, because objects. No, good try, Donald. But quantum objects have to have a position. So did they not have a position?
The rules of math.
Quantum objects have a position.
The rules of math would be the same.
Oh, so they have a position.
No, the rules of math would be the same.
Yeah, so they have a position, right?
What is the position?
A position, a quantum particle.
What has a position?
Quantum particle.
Quantum particles.
Yeah, like an electron or photon.
They have positions.
Do they have a position?
They have positions that are, or electrons can have indeterminate positions.
So
but
no
the positions
position.
don't reveal themselves until you look at them.
So
But
if I
again,
try to express them mathematically in a Cartesian coordinate, there'd be no place there'd be no dot on that Cartesian coordinate where I could say this is where the electron is, right?
Well, you wouldn't be looking at it beforehand. That's the whole
Why
point.
can't you answer a fucking question?
Well, I'm explaining to you that your diversion here is a diversion. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
It's not a diversion. I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of you being wrong.
No, we're talking about a point of reference that we can both see.
A point is a geometric object.
Like even with quantum science, they still use positions of relative positions to make calculations.
No, they don't.
Yes,
you have no idea what you're talking. You have no idea.
No matter how you
you have no idea what you're talking about.
You can
Don't do
use
it,
math to triangulate.
Dude.
It's not that complicated.
Okay.
It's geometric.
You can use math to triangulate. Are there circumstances where you can't use math to triangulate?
If you're in non-Euclidean space.
No. Are there no.
That is one
that's
circumstance.
Not true.
That would be a circumstance where it'd be harder.
Can you triangulate the sun?
Yes.
Oh, tell me the technique for this.
You know the distance between yourself.
Where would you know that
other people?
Okay, and then
you could look at angles between yourself. And
okay, so you're going to measure. So what's the difference in angle between, say, two people 2,000 miles apart? What's the difference in their angle of the sun?
If you take the difference between known locations and angles between them, you can coordinate when the sun goes out of sight, how far you are between each other, and using
that's not measuring. No, that's not using triangulation.
It's trigonometry.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. It's
then why do you use time? Then why are you using time? Donald? Where's time in trigonometry?
It's not about time.
That's what you mentioned. You mentioned time.
Didn't. If you
you did.
No, I
when
didn't.
The sun goes down, when the sun goes up, when you see the sun, that's time.
Oh my God! You're not. It's not
okay. So we know. You're just full of shit. I'm just letting you just twist around.
You use the Pythagorean theorem. You can use triangles to measure distances, like you see how far something is.
So if the angle is so small, that it's immeasurable, what happens? Can you triangulate the sun?
Well, the angle is not too small. You can.
Well,
if the angle is there, you
can tell astronomers this because they say it is.
Well, if the angles are hard, then
why do the astronomers say you can't triangulate the sun? Why do the astronomers say you can't triangulate the sun by looking at it? Why do they say that?
I don't know why the guy says that.
Why do they say that you can't triangulate the distance of the moon by looking at it?
Because you need, in what I described, you need several people around the world coordinating different information.
Then
so
why didn't
one guy looking at it,
did that
not going to do much, is it?
Yeah. So why didn't Copernicus do that? Well, why didn't Copernicus do that?
Because if you have basic math and people set up in different places, they could figure out where things are relative to other people. It's called triangulation.
Yeah, you're just gonna say you're just saying buzzwords that you don't understand, brother. Why didn't Copernicus do it then?
Sounds like a question for you.
No, why didn't Copernicus do it? He could have just did trig. How come they had to use the transit of Venus and they couldn't just look right at the sun?
I don't think the theodolite
Donald, you just don't know what you're talking about, and I'm just watching you twist around and try to bullshit. Okay. It's well known. It's written in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. Okay, in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, 1943, Harold Weaver wrote an article called the Solar Parallax, which is about which you need parallax to do trig to measure the distance of the sun. Okay, there is no solar parallax.
Very old. Why don't you use modern stuff?
So the parallax since 1943, it came after that.
No, I'm saying why don't you cite modern technology? It's like
when things are very far away, you can't triangulate the distance, which is why they say the rays of what. If the angles are the same, you can't triangulate. You basically have two 90-degree angles, dude. Where do they intersect? You need an intersection point.
Again, if you know places on Earth, then you
need to know where they intersect. So if the angles you measure at these places on Earth, let's say one person goes to the North Pole and sees the sun at 90, and another person goes to 45 latitude and sees the sun at 45. Triangulate the distance to the sun. Go for it.
Yeah, you would draw a triangle between those.
Yeah, you draw two lines, right? Those lines are fucking parallel, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, but that's not reality.
Those lines are parallel.
No,
that is reality.
That's not reality.
That is reality.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I just cited it. That is the reality. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And this is what you're fucking being a goddamn cultist about. The fact is, when we cannot triangulate by direct observation the distance to any object in the sky, anyone, pick one, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, a star, the sun, anything, not a single one. That's why I asked you for your justification.
Yeah, but if the
think I
distance,
don't know the answers to the questions I'm asking you?
But if the distance, hold up. But if you're measuring the distance between you and other people on the ground, or if you know the distance between you and other people on the ground, then you can use the angle measurements of you and triangulate between you and objects that you can both see to cross-rep and coordinate.
But if it's so far away, they're going to be parallel lines, dummy.
The whole point is to triangulate.
Dummy, they're going to be parallel fucking lines if it's so far away.
And then you look at it, when he was pressed further about the actual flight path, it was going to skirt around the circumference of Antarctica. It wasn't going to fly over it. I put into his comments, I said, no dice, bro. I said straight over the middle or bust.
Yeah.
Straight over.
Otherwise it doesn't say anything. It just says you're going down and coming back. Got to be a straight path. Did they actually go?
No, it never happened.
Commercial pilot. I'm sure it's not his plane, right? So how's he going to get approval?
I think so.
Approval to do that? He's just saying, "Oh, well, you guys give me money," and then he's expecting no one to do it.
I think he was under the impression that it wouldn't be a worry to get the authorization to actually do the flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, take me straight over it.
Yeah, because that would be a killer, right?
Yeah, well, I'd be carrying a compass, even though it probably wouldn't do me much justice, but I'd want to at least see, right, ice as far as the eye could see, forwards, backwards, left and right. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
and
follow the compass on a straight line. Make sure the plane's going straight.
Yeah, as straight as can be. You know, I guess.
You'd want to be in the cockpit too, right? Because if there's a
probably
slight turn,
want to see that. Yeah,
you wouldn't know. Because if you get to that point where they say, you know, the compass doesn't work properly, right? Like, how do you know you're going in a straight line?
Nobody's got any footage of that, ground or air. Nobody's ever proven that they've done anything like that. Nobody. Just stories. That's all you got.
So you know how they claim that the compasses go all haywire down in the south, right? What's the plane using if it goes straight over the South Pole?
I'm not sure, but I don't think they do, unless they're orbital.
Because what's that orbital flight? What's that called? Suborbital.
One, yeah, it's like what they call it. One something.
One
DJ
more
knows.
orbit.
One more
One
orbit,
last
that's it.
orbit or one more orbit.
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Thanks, Sheila. Yeah, that one.
One more orbit.
Yeah, I think they're at like what altitudes? Like ISS altitude or something similar.
Oh, what did they do it in? What?
Didn't they claim to use was it the Dragon or something? One of Elon Musk's craft?
I don't know about that. I thought it was like a glider or something like that.
Not at
Some form of a glider, propeller glider.
That might have been Branson, one of Branson's. I don't know. I can't remember. DJ's here. I don't know if he's able to talk. You know a bit more about it, I think.
Got a couple of minutes, Deep.
What is the question? I still, remember the globe model a little bit. What's the question? Orbital flights?
Yeah, there was a claimed flight called One More Orbit. It claimed to go over the south and back up. Yeah?
Maybe some of them, I guess. I don't know.
It started in. They got the Guinness record for the fastest pole-to-pole circumnavigation, but if you have a look at the path that they took, they kind of went down to Antarctica and then they did a U-turn and came back up again, right? And also they only went over a little bit of Antarctica as well. But apparently Antonio Subarates was watching the live stream because they did live stream it, and the tracking was live streamed or something like that, and he was tracking it, and apparently it didn't even go over Antarctica at all. It did the U-turn before it even reached the shoreline of Antarctica. And what's weird is that the YouTube channel, their website, it doesn't have any good footage. Most of the footage that they have of the trip is just showing footage from inside the plane, not looking out the windows. There's a couple where they landed in bits of footage where they landed in different airports, but there's no footage of them flying over Antarctica or going anywhere near the South Pole or anything like that. It's weird. And then the lady that was in charge of the live streaming is an expert in faking footage and things like that. She works in the movie industry, and it's the exact same one that they put up with the Fram 2, which is the orbital.
That's the one I'm thinking
circumnavigation.
Okay, well, hold on a second there, DJ. I'm just asking Google here. We're just analyzing the claim, right? Obviously, let's not get excited about what it says. So it says that there are thousands of satellites in polar orbits right now. NOAA satellites, other nations' weather satellites, Earth observation and mapping satellites, commercial communications like Iridium. So it's not a once-off. I'm talking about the claim. The claim is that there are actively thousands of satellites doing
talking about manned
flights.
Filmed.
Yeah.
Oh,
filmed and manned. Yeah.
It has to be manned. Okay.
Or womaned.
Or neutral.
How does that change the claim, though?
Well, evidence, right?
Yeah, I guess it being filmed, I guess, they
But there has
They
to
showed
be a
the
human.
footage.
Like, I mean, they have claims with humans from, you know.
Well, I don't think they have video
Although-
cameras or anything, you know, on any of these satellites that they're claiming are doing that. So, I mean, this is the first
I mean, they
one that
are
had
observing
people.
the Earth. They're mapping the Earth. That is the claim, and
Right.
the weather patterns. So, like all of these
that
are
frame one.
census.
They don't
That
have any
frame one's the
video
one I was
cameras.
actually thinking of. DJ, I was
Right.
mixing it up with one more of it. Yeah.
So this
Can you put that in the chat so I can? Oh,
Janique Mickelson is
it.
the same one in charge of the One More Orbit and or the One More Orbit media, right? All the media, the live streaming, all of that sort of thing. So she's an expert in making space movies and things like that, right? Like faking stuff and making it look real. Anyway, not that that's proof of anything. It's just kind of interesting. And yeah, same person that was in charge of the the one in the capsule where they apparently did, I think they did like I don't know, 10, 15 circumnavigations, right? Round and around and around. A lot of her movie special effects footage looks very similar, which is kind of weird as well. You know, people in capsules looking out at a globe Earth from space. But yeah, it's one of those things, you know. Trust it or don't trust it. I got channels, all the information saved in the Fram2 channels in my server. The history of all of the people that were aboard it.
Oh, it's in Pickled Minds, is it?
Yeah, it's under Fram2. If you just go to the search results and type Fram2, you'll see the channels. There's 2 channels. So, you know, here's just a screenshot from my server. So this is the kind of movies that she makes, you know, sitting in a capsule and looking out at the globe from space and that kind of thing. Kind of similar to what we saw in the footage of the Fram2. Which is just a coincidence, right? So
الله يسلمك كان في السيرفر واه كانت تسركل في واحد السيرفر
شور بومباتيتا.
Wow.
Hello.
Is there a native English speaker here?
Hi.
I'm not.
I am.
I'm only speaking English accent. I don't know.
No, there are 2 Australians, but they're like level 2.
I don't even think I am a native speaker.
Which rooms do you think native English speakers would prefer? I mean, in their server.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
In what server? Flat Earth channels, that's what they would prefer.
Huh?
Yeah, channel. I mean,
Yeah,
what rooms do they usually prefer on the server?
Yeah, this one.
And?
Just this one.
Really?
It's the hottest channel on every server.
I mean, there are always people in this room. I think to myself, like, how much longer can you discuss either Earth is flat or not?
24/7, baby. 24/7.
Forever.
Yeah, why do you think it's a sphere?
It's what? Sorry?
Or why do you believe it's a sphere?
It's
What language do you speak, brother? I'll help translate.
Oh, yeah. If you're asking my native
Yes.
is Turkish.
Turkish. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit.
No,
Holly, why do you think the Earth is a ball? A globe?
I mean,
Kure. Kure.
because of seasons.
What is a season?
Kure.
I mean, winter,
In Turkish.
summer. If constantly seasons continue to change, how can you explain that? How can you explain that?
Well, the sun moves. When we look at the sun, we see it move across the sky. And during the northern summer, it's more over my head than it is over the heads of the people south of the equator. But the sun moves. We are also not a disk floating in outer space.
Yeah, we're a disk not floating in outer space, right? We're on a disk though, right? No, we're not on it. We wouldn't know if we're on a disk or not. Nobody would.
Yeah, in order for the only shape where there is curvature everywhere is a ball, a globe, or a sphere. If there is no curvature, then the Earth can definitely not be a ball, globe, or sphere. If it's flat, then it can be any shape. We don't know what the shape is, but it can be any shape, except for a sphere.
No, we're not actually addressing an overall form. Like, we're dismissing one because of the fundamental requirement, geometric requirement. But that's missing. But yeah, we're just talking about one. Really, we're just one aspect of the surface that we live on, it being oriented horizontally, and scale wise, smoother than glass. Well, though there's hills and topography, and you got your waves, and you scaled it. What they give us, what they tell us about, what they say is known topography. The known surface features. It's topography, like your elevation profiling, right? What they tell us about that, if you scaled it, it would be smoother than glass, apparently. And very flat, very flat, very, very flat.
I prefer horizontal. I'm going to change it from flat Earth to horizontal Earth.
Horizontal Earth.
That's not a good idea. That's not a good. Horizontal is kind of a meaningless term. Flat is a much more meaningful, geometrically speaking, term.
Yeah, but you can have flat on a 45-degree angle too.
Yeah, but then these horizontal is a relative concept, right? It's in geometry. If I show you a sphere, where's horizontal? A sphere can be rotated anyway. Well, a sphere is uniform, so it doesn't have a top and a bottom and left and right.
Okay, if you've got crosshairs in the sight of a gun, right, and then you angle yourself to the side and then point upwards,
right? Exactly. Like if you put your rifle on the ground and you look sideways through the scope, it's now vertical has become horizontal. Like what the?
Yeah, but the thing underneath is horizontal.
It's a meaningless term for this discussion.
You'd still need some reference. You'd still need some reference to know that you're angled, and that you're
it's the vertical.
The horizontal and vertical of your crosshairs in your sight is now with respect to this other thing that you're referencing, right? So what is that thing? It's your experience of reality.
Right, but the only thing you use in practice on Earth to determine these things is the vertical. This is the only thing you can discover anywhere on Earth, right? The vertical.
Not
horizontal,
not
you cannot.
Because if you've got a water level and you've got two sides.
Yes, but that responds to the vertical.
I know it responds to it, but you're creating a vertical, right? You're creating a horizontal, not from a vertical, because the vertical reference is the horizontal. Yeah.
Yes, you are. Because the moment
it goes both ways. Yeah.
No, it doesn't go both ways. If I place you in a falling chamber, right? The water becomes a blob. You can't use water to determine vertical or horizontal, but you could still find out the vertical.
If it's contained.
If you know which way you're falling. But if the chamber is enclosed, you see shit and you don't even know which way you're falling. The only way the water knows what horizontal is because it has the downward acceleration vector acting on it. That's how it seeks level. It responds to that. You remove that. Imagine being in a enclosed box, free fall, right? You will not know which way you're falling.
They can keep arguing about this.
Vertical is your friend.
So there's an intrinsic relationship, like Timo was saying. You can't really have one without the other.
What do you mean? You drop a plumb line, you have a vertical, you don't have a horizontal unless you try to measure a right angle to it. Now do the opposite. How can you do the opposite? How can you establish a horizontal to find the vertical? You can't in the generic case.
It's the zenith.
In a generic case, when you don't have access to other things in a dark room.
We're fucking Peter up, man. He spent 2 years trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is flat. Now he's like, "What the fuck?"
But this is basics. This is basics. Like if I put you in a closed room and ask you to find the horizontal, you will only do it by finding the vertical first, using a tool or otherwise. It's not related to the shape of the Earth. It's just a fact. Like, what are you going to look at? You're going to look at the stars? Or you're going to look at the horizon? You don't see those things. So how are you going to find the horizontal? By finding the vertical.
I don't know, Timbo. I like horizontal Earth too. Like, let's just ruin their entire cosmology.
We'll call it vertical Earth then. Makes same sense, right? Because vertical is just horizontal and 90 degrees subtracted from it. So
then you'd have to call it square Earth.
Vertical Earth.
No, you'd have to call it square Earth.
Okay.
There is none with one. There isn't one without the other. Like if you've established vertical, you also have your horizontal. If you've established horizontal, you also have vertical.
Yeah, but you also have diagonal, and you also have 22 degrees off, and you also have 21, and
off the horizontal,
nothing
right?
special about. There's nothing special about that.
Or the vertical. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, well, that's like saying nothing. You cannot have a diagonal without the vertical. And there's infinite lines crossing the vertical. So it's saying nothing. Flat is saying something specific. It has no curvature. The Pythagorean theorem holds true on the surface. That's meaningful, mathematically.
Is flat a 2D plane, Peter?
No, this is the shape of a surface. It's a characteristic of a surface. Right? Geodesics are Euclidean straight lines. It is Pythagorean theorem holds true on the surface. That's meaningful. That's what a flat surface is.
Does the Pythagorean theorem have meaning on a horizontal surface?
Horizontal is just a label for orientation. If that surface flat, then yes. If the surface is not flat, then no.
I don't know. I think I have to agree with Timbo. Timbo, I like your horizontal Earth, dude. Score 1 for the Canadians.
Anyway, it wouldn't really matter because we experience being upright mostly, right? Like, until we rest. But so we do have this natural experience of vertical and horizontal, and so we stand vertically. There's an up and down, and then we experience the surface we're standing upon stretching out in all directions around us, as in a planar fashion, horizontally, right?
Depends on where we're standing, right? If I stand on the slope of a hill, then no.
Yeah, then our gauge, our senses detect there's a change.
Yeah, no, because the vertical is the same for me when I stand on the slope of a hill and you stand on flat surface, let's say on the edge of a lake. The vertical for you and I is the same, they're parallel. What's under my feet is completely different.
No. If you were actually slanted, beginning to slant, and your
why would I?
Told you your body was forced to have to maintain its use extra effort to maintain that verticality, right?
Exactly, because you only detect vertical. That's the only universal orientation that we can agree on, regardless of circumstances.
Because of the change in what?
Because of the downward acceleration vector.
Right. No, yeah.
I know where the vertical is.
Because of the change in the surface, right?
No, not the change in the surface.
Yes. If you were on a flat surface, you wouldn't be exerting more effort to maintain that verticality. It's because of the slope that you encountered, right, and that you're trying to negotiate.
Extend your arm. Right. Don't worry about efforts. Sit on your ass. Extend your arm. Deploy a plumb bob. And whether you sit on a flat surface or on a slope of a hill, the plumb bob will point in the same direction. That's what you know. And the horizontal is just bullshit. How do you find horizontal standing on a slope of a hill? How do you?
I'm talking about your natural, right? Your senses.
In natural environment, how can you find the horizontal? Find me a horizontal with your senses.
When negotiating the surface, we experience there being more or less effort involved, right, in trying to maintain vertical.
Because of the vertical. Your brain is telling you where the vertical is.
It's intrinsic. You've experienced that change because of the change in the surface that you're trying to negotiate.
Oh, God.
Yeah, aka change in level, right? Change from level. You realize when the surface is not underneath you is not level anymore.
I get that, but that's because of the vertical. Because there is an acceleration in a specific direction.
Okay. Cool.
That's otherwise you wouldn't be feeling that you're tilted.
Okay, it doesn't really matter why.
Physical phenomenon.
It doesn't really matter why. I'm just stating what is.
It matters when you want to get precise and stop the absurdity of just naming things in a Bevite way, like horizontal. The only objective thing is the direction of the acceleration vector. If you remove that, such as in free fall, you don't know what is where at all. That's the only thing. You could be seeing a flat floor underneath you, and your head could be pointing there. Like it means nothing if you remove that vector from your sensation, or from your tooling.
When I see it coming to meet me pretty fast.
No, because it's falling with you. I could put you in a spherical chamber and drop you into free fall. And what is where? Where's your horizontal now? Where's your vertical? This is the only thing. The vertical. Once that sphere hits the floor, you'll know immediately where the vertical was. But you're seeing no horizontal. It's a spherical chamber. Hitting that floor will resolve all the questions you had about where the vertical was, because your face will follow. That's it. Now imagine standing in that sphere, and those things exist, those little bubbly things. You're not standing on a horizontal surface because you're standing on a curve. Concave Earth. Dream come true. You know where the vertical is. So if I asked you to find the horizontal, you would. You'd just draw a perpendicular to it, and you'd say that's the horizontal.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. But Timbo was talking about the surface underneath us that we experience. Yeah, you gotta have context. I mean, like we're talking about trying to describe and understand the nature of a surface, right?
I understand that. We're just discussing about what the best appropriate label for that endeavor would be, and that's flat, not horizontal. Horizontal is just a relative orientation. It's just not a good label for what we're doing. What we're doing is looking for curvature in the surface.
In certain context.
Okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Yeah, fine. You win. How about that? You win. Can we talk about something else?
Sure, but I'm going to continue on that point because like with the water, right? With your water, yes, the surface of your water, right? You get the bottle, and you tilt the bottle, and the surface of the water wants to maintain that orientation. It won't change with the bottle unless it's frozen, right?
Unless it's in free fall. What did you remove in free fall? Do this experiment. Do this experiment.
Conditions, bro.
Do this experiment. Do this experiment.
My goodness gracious, man.
Take a little box, little chamber that is a cube. to its floor, your horizontal, you're going to glue a water bottle. You're going to look at it. Oh my goodness, water is horizontal. It's beautiful. And it's glued to the floor, which is also horizontal. Now take that cube and put it in free fall. The water will not be horizontal. The water will not be horizontal. It will become a blob.
Conditional.
Exactly.
That's
So the only thing that water was responding to was the downward acceleration vector acting.
Fine. Blame it on whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
Blame it.
It's the context.
I can
involved,
refute
right?
I can refute that instantly.
I'm sure you can.
I'm going to refute it. Do you want that?
Only if you do it instantly.
Okay. Imagine you're in a bus, right? And it's got a container on the background, and it accelerates, right? And you're in a chair that has wheels. You will, like, as it accelerates, you are going to just stay there, and you're gonna stay pretty much in the same spot as it moves forward, and then suddenly you will hit the back of the container, and then you're gonna feel the pressure. You're gonna feel pressed against the end of that container. When the bottle is falling, that's like not hitting the back end of the container yet. When you're in the ground, it's like you're against the seat, or the back, or what is against a flat surface. You understand that?
Yes, but I'm disappointed. You said you were going to refute something, and you just repeated what I said using a different analogy.
Yeah, because like the water is not going to behave the same while it's falling than when it's resting on the ground. When it's resting on the ground, it's like when a car accelerates and you are pressed. It's like when a car accelerates and you're pressed against the seat.
Yeah, so you're just repeating what I said. Or are you going to refute what I said?
Something's accelerating.
I'm not repeating.
You're repeating
you
the same
said
thing.
That the acceleration forces should be acting on it while it is falling.
No, I didn't. I said in free fall, an object does not feel any acceleration, and therefore it cannot orient itself in response to this vector.
Wait, what the fuck is happening here? Somebody's calling me or something. Wait.
Used.
But we're not talking about living on a raindrop. Fuck's sake.
Let's see. What the fuck is this? Fuck's sake.
Yeah! I actually had a question. If you guys could answer it for me.
I can try.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to be the guys that's about experimenting. So I've been looking into, and DJ, looking into like electromagnetic forces being the cause of the, the downward vector, kind of like you can tell about in some conversations. Is the biggest problem with experimenting with that, or trying to figure that out, access to the causational mechanism of the field? Is that one of the biggest blocks in the whole thing?
No, not at all. The biggest problem is that we can clearly show that the acceleration vector does not respond to magnetic field. Because you can locally alter magnetic field, right? As an experiment. It's a test. And when that happens, nothing happens. If I drop an object that doesn't interact with magnetic fields in the first place, it keeps falling down, so nothing changed. I can crank up the Teslas there, up the yin yang, and nothing happens. Things still fall down the same way. You cannot make things levitate that don't respond to the magnetic field. Take a potato and try and, make it go upwards by applying magnetic field. Nothing happens. So it's not that. We know it's not that. That's the first thing we eliminated when looking at the origins of the downward acceleration vector, since those are the only two things we were looking into as humans, right? Why things fall, Newton, and electromagnetism, Maxwell. So obviously people were trying to see if there were commonalities there, and they found nothing so far.
I say they found nothing, but I was just wondering if the operational mechanism was the fundamental necessity. If it's not a fundamental necessity, then I'll keep working.
Yeah, you and millions of other people.
Was your question directly related to why things fall or not?
My question? Yeah.
It was? Okay. There are reports of things that may indicate there is a relationship, like the one guy that forced the two opposing ends of magnets together, locked them in together, and then dropped these two magnets as a whole, right, from a certain height in comparison to other things, and found that these magnets forced together fell slower. Now I don't have the data set. It's just something I heard in an interview someone speaking about. They claim to have done this. I haven't done it myself. I haven't tested that myself either. So I don't know. It could be that there is some sort of relationship, or that it can be affected. And other people say that everything is electrically charged to some degree, and that if with enough manipulation of surrounding magnetic fields, electromagnetic fields, whatever, you can get just about anything to levitate. I don't know if that's true or not. Apparently, you can.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen things like the whole, using a Van de Graaff generator to pop something like a aluminum foil like triangle with, negative ions, and making it levitate off the ground and stuff like that. So I'm definitely trying to see that. I haven't been able to get quite the thing grounded correctly yet, but I did, drop some paper near it and watch it suction all the paper out of the air over to it, and then as soon as it hit it and polarity reverse, it shoots all the paper off and like crazy, like popcorn, and it goes flying everywhere. So pretty cool toy that I have to get grounded correctly in order to use it and experiment with it correctly. But
Next thing you should do is make a potato levitate.
Sounds like a plan.
Anyone has seen an electromagnet pick up a car in a scrapyard. So what you're describing is that, oh my goodness, certain things respond to magnetic fields. Wow. That's what you're describing. We all know that happens. Now tell me why a potato falls and does not levitate when I apply an electromagnet to a potato. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a different interaction altogether.
I do appreciate everybody's responses to my question. I thank y'all for clarifying and things. Even Peter with all his cynicism and micronizing my abilities, gives me fuel. Appreciate it.
Wait, are you doing that quiet thing again? I don't hear the flat earth bot thing.
You don't hear it? You have it muted?
I don't believe so.
You got the bot muted or what?
No, I don't have it muted.
I'm just kidding. Why are you so giggly? What happened?
Because I
You got some new globe proof for us?
No, I just love the planet.
How do you know it's a planet again?
Because it's brown. It's in outer space.
Who's seen it
And
from outer
like,
space?
bro, space is real. You're just slow, and it's okay to be slow, but not too slow. Outer space is real. Like I said again, where do you think meteorites come from, bro? Like, we don't
What
see
meteorites? You've
rocks
seen a
in
meteorite?
space. What?
When have you seen a meteorite?
I'm
Tell us about it.
saying, like, with the dinosaurs and shit.
What?
This story keeps getting better.
The dinosaurs.
You've never seen a dinosaur.
I've seen. There's proof that there's dinosaurs, isn't there?
No, there is not. Dinosaurs do not exist.
I'm pretty sure there's proof that dinosaurs exist. Stop. Shut up, bro. There's proof. You got the bones of the dinosaurs. Right, my guys?
All right, so the bones of them. Is the rest of them there?
I don't know, bro. We got.
So you got some bones. You got some bones that you're gonna say belong to a creature identified as being a dinosaur. Okay, that doesn't mean they exist.
No, that doesn't mean
Actually, it means they don't exist anymore. So
like, what are you
whether or not you think they did exist or not, it doesn't matter because they currently do not exist.
I know that, but they exist though because we have the bones and proof evidence of them in that time period, bro. Okay.
You have a story that you believe about that.
There is no story here, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh
All right,
shit!
people. I'm gonna post up a picture of a skeleton in the side chat. I want you to tell me what this is, okay?
Wait! I shouldn't be feeling like this. Ooh, wait. Okay.
Are you ready?
Wait! Oh my god!
Wait for what? Damn.
Stop! Yo. Okay.
All right.
My body's taking so much.
I posted up a picture of the bone. If any forensic anthropologists know what this is, let me know.
Ooh.
What is that?
Give me a second. Ooh.
Tell me what dinosaur that is.
Oh, they don't even look like a dinosaur. They look like one of them beetle things. Oh,
Beetle
my
thing.
god! Oh my 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 god!
Oh my!
Which beetle is that?
Yo! I'm shaking so much.
It's Ringo Starr.
Chill, please. I don't want to die. Please, chill, buddy.
Did I get it right, Lats?
Oh, what was that? Sorry?
I said it's
Oh my
Ringo
God.
Starr. You said which Beatle is that? And I said Ringo Starr.
Move in.
no.
Move out.
No, that's not a beetle. That's that is an animal of it's a mammal.
Oh God. Oh, stop shaking. God. Yo.
But is Ringo Starr not a mammal?
Am I tripping? Do I not know what the hell is that? Oh, we'll look that up real quick. What is a Ringo Starr?
Wait.
You think about the dude?
Yeah, you asked him which Beatle, which Beatle is that?
Oh, dude, I'm so slow. Holy shit. I don't even know that was the guy in the Beatles. Oh my goodness gracious. Ignore me.
Yo.
Sorry, I'm slow. That was a great joke. I'm just slow as shit. Sorry, T-Dan.
It's all good. All right.
Sorry.
I guess, you might, you're a little, wait. Yeah, you are a little bit past that generation. So, yeah.
Yo.
Just a little bit. Oh, did you figure out which dinosaur that was yet?
More of a boomer joke.
I told you it looked like a beetle.
All right, which beetle is it?
Like a red beetle. Like
A red one?
Yeah,
How do you
like a
get
red
color
one.
off of the skeleton?
Yo. Jesus.
Yo, what?
Wait, calm down.
Oh shit. Flatlord got it.
I'm literally shaking and I'm so scared.
What is it, like an armadillo or something?
The platypus.
What's an armadillo? Yeah, what is an armadillo?
Bruh. Oh, yeah.
That's
Okay, let me
that's
see.
crazy right there. The armadillo is one of the coolest creatures ever.
No, but it has the two like little bones. So like the teeth. That's the teeth, right? Bro. What the fuck? Like, Oh my gosh. I never do it in a cardigan, bro.
All right, Ipo, which dinosaur is this? I posted up another one in the side chat.
That's a Shaniquasaurus.
Most corniest joke ever, bro. Shut the fuck up. Oh god. Okay. Chill. Yes. So. Oh god. Okay, relax your shoulders.
Hey, I don't know why it's so funny to me. Okay, come on, Ipo. Which dinosaur is it?
Okay, go into this. Hey, what dinosaur we're talking about here?
Well, I posted up in the side chat.
That's not a dinosaur. That's not even a dinosaur, bro. Dinosaurs are like a land creature.
Well, did you not know about the prehistoric animals that were in the sky, the land, and the sea? You said you have evidence of dinosaurs because of bones.
Give me a second, man. Give me a second.
Brother.
Just give me a second. Okay. Give me a second.
Are you getting robbed right now? What's going on?
Robbed?
I think she's
Who's
shopping.
being robbed?
She's busy.
The mine. The mine? I'm gonna tell you everything you need to know.
Okay, if you can't talk right now, just go on mute for a second till you can start talking again.
Put me on mute, dude.
Hey, lads, I got a dinosaur fossil for you. This is in a museum in Germany. Hey, Ippo, this is for you too. Ippo, check out this dinosaur fossil. This is in Germany.
Oh no,
I love this one.
What the hell is that? Wait, this is real?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
Brother, I don't even think those bones go together.
It's called the Magdeburg unicorn from Magdeburg, Germany.
Get it.
Brother, what the hell
You're
is
a dinosaur. You're a dinosaur denial, lads.
This thing looks fucking disgusting.
Well, you see what happened was a bunch of paleontologists found a bunch of bones inside a dried lake bed, and they started gluing them together in fantastic ways. And they called that paleontology. And that's how they invented dinosaurs. And this here was in like the 1600s, I think. This is when they were kind of new at it, and they weren't really sure exactly how things should functionally fit together. But, I mean, they improved their game. I mean, obviously, they improved their game over time. But this is one of the earlier examples. This is like one of the first globes.
They like glue like a scapula to like a... What even is that?
Yeah, they actually thought this could have been a real creature. It's like those like the nerd cereal, which are like these creatures with only legs that run around.
It's like your first iteration of a minion right here. Yeah. That's freaking hilarious. I've never seen that before. That's freaking funny.
Fuck, man, imagine pissing one of those off in a hallway. You're fucked.
It's like you and 4 of your friends that are running straight down the hall are all going to get impaled at the same time.
The question is do you run backwards or forwards? They got their pros and cons, I'm telling you.
All right, for people that don't know what the second bones that I posted up were, that was a blue whale, by the way.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a whale.
Yeah, I saw that thing. I was like, damn, the freaking skull's crazy looking.
That's a big fat clamp, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was insane. Not the platypus one looked crazy too.
Looks like a giant goldfish to me.
I mean, that tail doesn't even look like it is the tail. It looks more like a section of like maybe
like ribs, yeah,
your ribs or something. Yeah, possibly a wing or something. I don't know. Like it's just incomplete. It's
Okay,
All right,
I
this is the
got it.
last one.
I got it, y'all.
Okay, people. Guess what this
Oh.
is?
Ah. So,
I got
wait.
one more.
I don't got it no more.
Oh, holy shit! What happened to him?
who dug up Elephant Man?
Oh shit!
Okay. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the
Yeah, Zygo got it.
So-
She's right. It's an elephant skull without the tusks sticking out. Looks freaking
Elephants
crazy.
look ugly. Damn. I hate to be that ugly. Oh, Jesus. Feel like I just ran a marathon. My heart beat so fast. Jesus, y'all. Oh, my God.
Did you get your vape cart sorted out?
No, but I think this shit is laced. Oh, my God. Jesus, please help me. I'll never do none of these again. I ain't trying to die. I'm trying to die for real. Man, I just... I'm mocking me. Oh, stop. Stop it. Oh, calm me down.
What is going on?
Full disclosure, I really don't want to be a part of any illegal activity that you might be doing.
Wait, let me not say that. Let me not put that in.
Yes, we do not condone anything that's going on over there. Anyway, I'm gonna go on mute for a little bit.
Also, it's worth noting that all those bones that you see in all the museums and stuff, like over here, none of those are real at all. Like they're not real bones.
Hippo, please check my message in the side chat and acknowledge it. Thank you. Alright, I finally reached the spot where I can stop. I'm gonna unmute you, Hippo. Or who muted Hippo first of all? Was it because of what I said? I don't want to unmute for any reason. It looks like he's not here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's serious, I think unless it's going to be serious and on topic, there's some people that aren't really tolerating the nonsense. Don't want to have to listen to it.
Yeah, she was just talking about, nicotine products, and she's not old enough to be using nicotine products. So I wanted to make sure that we were staying within terms of service and kind of a serious thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, people also lie all the time on the internet about everything. So
This is true.
How do I know that's not a lie?
yeah, it is. And lying is a form of attention seeking too. So
Hey Yoder, did you get a chance to look at that video I finally got to actually send to you with the extra pictures on it and stuff?
AG Town, yeah, I got you. Yeah, you sent me videos, some clips from one of several STS shuttle missions involving the use of a tether, electrodynamic or electrostatic tether, which looks about the same as you would expect if you had a microscope and you're zoomed into like
a droplet of dumpster juice and watched all the different organisms run around inside. Zoomed in with a microscope. That's what it looks like to me. But hey, there you go. Is it an electrodynamic propulsion tech demonstration, or is it some protozoa in a petri dish full of other organisms and bacteria? Nobody knows. But that's NASA.
Right. I meant the. I was talking about the message about the wind tracker site before that. Did you get that one?
I'm sorry. I'm curious. What were you likening to like looking through a microscope into a petri dish full of bacteria?
I've got it. I'll post it again in the side chat. Never mind, it will not. I don't have image perms for some reason. Again, oops. I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, D-Town, that's crazy. Before that, you sent me what looks like I couldn't quite hear exactly, but something looked like weather patterns that were taken. And you can see the seams of where the different regions were stitched together. And this betrays the idea that this is one continuous swath of land that's being collected, whose information is being gathered by a satellite that's above, because it's got seams, right? It's got borders and edges. And so whatever they were doing, it was like, okay, we've got this satellite over here looking at this image, and it went over here and looked at that image, and we decided to create a boundary between the two images and then stitch them together. Like, why would he do that?
I thought it was interesting after I got the system to break and got those screenshots. Now, if you go back to that site, the graphical progression, instead of being those blocks that are all stitched together, which is why they wouldn't load for me, why they kept breaking, it's now a sinusoid running across the entire Mercator projection they use. So it doesn't load the same way, so it loads more smoothly and doesn't break in those blocks like it was for me before.
Where are you posting this stuff? I can't see it.
I'd love to post it for you right now. I posted in the chat before and I sent it to people, but I can't. I don't have image perms in the side chat. I don't know what happened. I had them yesterday, or even this morning, so I don't know what happened.
Just curious because remember the 90s mission where they had the tether and it broke loose, and STS something or other mission, and the tether broke loose, and they were filming it in like IR, and you see all these like huge ass like looking organisms like passing in front of the camera. Like they're like huge cells. Like it looks like they're like jellyfish, or it looks like you're looking through a microscope at cells wandering around, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Video, yeah. To me, My point was, to me, they look a lot like stars do when you zoom in on them. They look a similar shape with the little similar designs, holes in the middle, little notches and little designs and stuff on them. And they move in similar, they even have the ray tracing at the end, looks sort of like the way stars do when they move, when they're tracing them, tracing the rays. It's pretty similar looking, pretty interesting.
Yeah, Mythbusters actually
Hello?
did a episode on it. Hello?
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're a bit quiet. I've turned you up. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Edward. You've gained our attention. What's up?
I'm just saying hello.
Oh, g'day.
Yeah. Interesting subject. Discuss.
Yeah, because in that footage, we actually see something go in front of the tether and behind it. Like you see these things, it appears as though there's like depth there, right? So some of those things are closer, some of those things are further away. But then Mythbusters did this whole test, like viewing particles or something through a lens, through a window, through like multiple like lenses basically, and then adjusted the focus and stuff until it appeared like things in the foreground were actually going behind things in the background. Like, yeah, they just messed around until they thought they debunked that.
My biggest problem is the focus on that. Everybody's like, oh, they're UFOs and what is that and where are they? And that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't think they're UFOs at fucking all. I don't know what they are, but I don't think they're UFOs.
Back when I believed that they were actually up there doing stuff, right? I looked at it like they've inadvertently, accidentally, whatever, unwittingly revealed life forms in the upper atmosphere that we are unaware of. That they obviously are, but aware of. Well, that's what I thought at the time, but that we weren't aware of until then, right? Which still isn't out of the realm of possibility. I mean, there could be things in the lights existing within the light spectrum that we don't perceive in the invisible light spectrum that we don't perceive with our eyes. They're only detectable through equipment that can see outside the visible light spectrum.
Yeah, there's so much going up on there. It's fun to look into because there's so much speculation because we just don't know stuff. But like, I mean, even one of the biggest things they say that's an inconsistency about like astronauts and stuff, they'll tell you, oh, you go up there and you see all these stars. And then the other ones will be like, dude, go up there and there's no stars. Everybody's like, which one is it? And I remember Dave Weissman was talking about the balloon they set up for themselves, like their weather balloon, you know. They put cameras like at every angle, and he said at about 60, 70,000 feet. all the stars just disappeared, and it just blackness. And I was like, well, that's really interesting. So what's going on there? So, so many questions, but it's fun to look into. But yeah, there's just a lot of I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions and some weird stuff going on. So
Pretty quiet, yeah.
And since I can't post in the chat, when I get stopped here in just a second where I can, I'll send you the video and stuff I showed you earlier.
B-Town.
Says you have it.
I'm around too if you need someone to send stuff to. If other people are busy.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it says you have the stream. It says you have the stream/media thing in your roles. You have that role, so I don't understand why you're unable to.
Like I said, this morning I was even sending memes before I left for work, and now I got that one just doesn't even let me add anything. The plus is grayed out. It's like I can't add anything.
You might need an update or log back in or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try here in a second. Once I get a stop here, I'm gonna stop for like 8 minutes. So
Yeah, clear cache and all that. Yeah.
yeah, as a driver, there's some places that are cool to stop, and other places which I gotta get out of here as soon as I possibly can because I'm in the way of traffic and shit.
Oh, Castle's saying he can't either. That's a bit weird. Let me see if I can. Um, no, don't read into this. Anything. There you go. I can post. That's weird. Other people can't. we got detail and cutoff. Unable to post media. Anybody else experiencing that problem?
Yeah, me.
Dang. I don't know what's going on. It's weird.
That same as him too. I was posting earlier yesterday, and all of a sudden.
I did send you that stuff on a DM there. DW.
Hello, everybody. Wow.
Welcome in.
Yeah, hi. You are a lot, guys.
Sorry, with what? That is good.
Oh my goodness, guys. Today's my first day of wearing a back brace while at work. Like one of those workers' back braces. Oh my gosh, it's like heaven.
Nothing. Some support.
Yeah, lately my lower back's been a little bit stiff just from working all the time and everything. It's not horrible, nothing I can't, I'm still doing proper lifting, but like having the day off, it feels like I'm having the day off from working is what it feels like. It's great.
Yeah, she does. That could be big, man. I mean, I walk about 10 miles a day at work, plus lift about 500 to 600 packages between deliveries and pickups. So it'll beat on you. I use one of those big wheel like back roller things that decompresses my spine to roll it back out. I have to do that pretty often to keep my back straight, keep all the compression off.
Well, you were right. The Discord did have an update, but I still have no image perms. So wasn't that.
China, they're actually making full body suits. They also just have like basically autonomous production lines. They're teaching robotic hands to like fold boxes and shit, like pretty efficiently. So, but as far as like human structural support. They've made advances in like body suit technology that like just can aid you to accomplish things effortless, seemingly effortlessly. It's pretty cool what they're making. It's like the future.
It's like my job with the unloaders. They can't, they don't have a robot yet that can do any loading, but they definitely have robots that can do the loading, and they've proven, or excuse me, they've done the unloading of the trailers, and they can do it almost twice as fast as the average human as far as unloading the trailers. So that's going to happen soon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they've got these. I think for $1,000 roughly, you can go to this place in China and you buy these leg braces. Basically, they're and they're AI assisted, and so you can put it into different modes, but essentially it just like does your walking for you. Yeah. Sense of like changes in your body movement and gestures and whatever, and just adapts itself to what you want to do, but assists you, basically taking a lot of the strain off your muscles and your bone and whatever. Yeah, it's got medical, and military applications, as well as recreational application. I mean, you could just buy some to just like help you get up a hill easier, climb a mountain, whatever.
I'm sure I can help you do stuff that's, easier or that's impossible, but I prefer to use my own muscles to do my lifting and everything else. Keep myself strong.
Yeah, but so it has like medical application, like for physiotherapy. So like where you could adjust it like week by week to like make you do more. You know what I mean? Like to put in more effort till you've recovered and you don't even need the thing anymore. But like it has that sort of application.
Like I said, it'll definitely have some cool applications. And somebody told me I could get on one of these, like, what are they called? What do they call them? Not mechs, but basically the same thing. One of those, mechanical assisted suits like they have in the movies. I would do it. I would try it out. Hell yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, they're making them. They're doing it. China's up there doing it. Like, and probably Japan too, maybe. I don't know. Probably, they've probably had this sort of thing. Like the U.S. military's probably had that sort of thing for decades.
As is tradition.
Like, the whole Robotech or Transformers thing, is not far away from being a reality too.
I'm just working on myself being a better human robot. I've gotten myself up to where I can grab on a 10-foot rim again. And at 42, that's not a bad deal to get back up to that.
I know what the whole the back pain thing is like. I mean, I've for years now I've had this like periodic freaking bouts of like I don't know. It's either it's muscle or nerve or combination of muscle, nerve, and bone or whatever. But I just get these lockups occasionally. And it won't even take much. Like I'll just, like the other night, I just walked from the stove over to the bench and then just leaned towards the bench. And that was enough. I was not even twisted or anything. I was just forward facing, just went to lean towards the bench to then reach over and pick up a utensil or something. And that was it. Back locked up. I couldn't even move. I had to lay down, just lay down I had to get family to come and finish what I was doing. I was serving up dinner and I couldn't do anything. I had to lay there for like half an hour and then eventually got my son to help me get up, but it freaking was so painful to force myself to get up against, all the, like, because my body was just saying, you can't do this. You cannot move without severe pain. And I was like, wow. But I had to go to the bathroom and stuff, like whatever. So yeah, my son helped me, and I had to get him to like support most of my weight off my legs to like minimize the pain in my back. It was crazy. So, yeah, but it and the next day, like this was a really bad bout because usually like I'm back to like I can function with properly within a few hours, but even the next day I was like I just turned slightly and I'd be like that was like it was going up from my back into my ribs and it was crazy. It was a really bad spell.
The way your body posits that nerve problems is crazy. Like my wife was having major hip problems, like in her hip. And so we went and checked that out. Turned out it was actually a bulging disc in her back that was, the problem was pinching the nerve, but the actual pain signal was coming from the hip. It was traveling down there, and that's where the pain was emitting, even though nothing was wrong with her hip. It was a foot away up her back.
Right.
So, yeah. And my back after my accident a long time ago had that problem where the nerve would pinch, and I would actually feel it in my sternum. I would feel it coming around my ribs to my sternum. Now, nothing's wrong with my sternum, but the pain was actually emitting from the middle of my back and coming around.
Yeah, it's crazy. Sometimes, like, I'll get an itch, like, on my leg, right? And I'll dig my nail right into it, fingernail right into it, and scratch it, and it'll generate an itch somewhere else on my body, like on my back or on my shoulder, right? Like, and I'm like, what the fuck's going? And then I'll stop, and the itch that was somewhere else goes away as well, and then I'll test it again, and it comes back. It's like, what's the connection there? Like, it's weird.
Yeah. I think we all experience that. That is a weird sensation.
Not happen very often, but I have had to have before. Yeah, it's disorienting. You're like, what?
Yeah, man, I wrecked a motorcycle and have had some lower back problems. Finally found this good muscle therapist, whatever you want to call it. And my relief came from her working on my legs. Like it was really wild.
Yeah, it makes me think that there's something, there might be something to acupuncture. You know what I mean? Like, it's not totally bogus. Maybe.
Yeah, I can see that, and it's just the intricacy of our systems, right? They're pretty complex, you know, and I don't think they're as understood as they're made out to be.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. A lot more to the human body than what is scientifically accepted. Is there anyone here that's that just joined into Flat Earth?
Yeah, loads, man. Loads.
Welcome.
I'm curious to hear your perspectives. I got into it and would not consider myself very well educated, just like the basic stuff. I'm just curious what made me think I'm missing.
Yeah. Anybody? Go Boogie, but go for it.
I was just going to say, we keep it really simple here. There's most questions we don't have good answers for, and that's just the way life is. But we focus on what can be empirically known and validated. And the only thing you need to falsify the heliocentric model is to demonstrate that there's absolutely no curvature on the surface. So, that's kind of the bread and butter, right?
Yeah, basically, if the Earth is not the size that they say it is, then all the satellite orbits are wrong, all of the moon orbit is wrong, the orbit around the sun is wrong, all the planetary orbits require the Earth to be a specific size based off of all the math calculations that they've done.
Is what's if there even is a consensus, what is the belief?
It's not a belief. It's about empirical measurements. Everybody has different beliefs, right? Even within Christianity, the people have different beliefs about Christianity, right?
Yeah, so what are some of
Flat Earth isn't a belief. Flat Earth is a measurement.
And experience.
Yeah, experience.
Then what do you believe is the nature of the cosmos?
It's exactly as we see it, where the Earth is flat and stationary, and everything in the sky moves above our heads.
So what do you believe the stars are?
It's not a matter of belief. They just look like lights in the sky, man. They have a periodicity that we use to measure all the time on Earth. The sun measures the day, the moon measures the month, and the stars measure the annual cycle.
Yeah. Another way to put it is no one here is making a positive claim to what the nature of reality is per se. All we are doing is falsifying the globe Earth. That's it. That's what flat Earth is. Anybody that tells you they know the overall composition and structure and all that shit, they're lying to you.
Okay, I was curious specifically about the stars. That's why I asked that one. Do you?
Oh no, dude. We're curious too. There's a lot of things that can never be verified, right? Or at least that we can't verify now.
Yeah.
We're not a disk floating in space either. For all intents and purposes, you can perceive the Earth to be the floor of the universe.
Yeah. I want to say, like, what is the universe to you?
Earth.
What you experience, what you see is what you get. So there's no outside view of it. So we're limited in our ability to comprehend reality as a whole.
Mm-hmm. But I guess then, what are some of your beliefs personally, whatever? Doesn't need to be. I'm not asking if there's like you said, it's not a TM or a religion or anything, but what are some of your beliefs as to what makes the stars the stars? Like you said, they're means of measuring the cycles of the Earth. What are they? Anybody have any thoughts?
Well, you can find plenty of flat earthers that might have thoughts on that. And like you said, this is things that we're all curious about. But that's not what this place is about or for. You know, this place sticks strictly to what can be empirically validated. So we don't have to worry about going from one belief system to another. You know, this is about, now we can show you how the globe has been falsified over and over and over. And, you know, you can learn a lot by hanging out here about the things that we are taught about through heliocentrism. And when you look at the nuts and bolts of how these things were fabricated and came to be, you know, it's not what you might think. Now, as far as, you know, like I said, this place is full of empiricists that focus on what can be validated. That's what this place is for.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Marco-san, and then I'm gonna ask you again later. But I kind of want to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Shoot.
So my first question, this is the question I'm going to ask you again later, right? So that way maybe you can understand our point of view a little bit better. If you found out that the Earth was flat, what do you think the stars would be?
What do I think the stars are?
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, I don't make any claims as to what I think the stars are now. I don't make a claim as to. I'm not saying that I think the Earth is round either, but I certainly don't believe the science TMs. You know, burning balls of gas, you know, billions of miles away that are actually dead. You know, like whatever. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, okay, you kind of like, you know, cornered off my little caveat, but yeah. So, what evidence have they given you that to say that they're giant gas balls? What's their evidence?
Oh, I don't know. That's just what I remember from as a kid going to like the planetary museum and stuff. And that's all I remember, and what I think is the common consensus. But I don't really follow that stuff too much. I was curious, asking you guys if there was any type of, you know, new information that I haven't heard of, or anything like that. But I mean, I can't even. Well, I don't even know. I guess I'd first try to think of like what is, you know, what is up there. Right? I've heard about like a firmament and a dome, and like waters above, waters below, and like I've seen images.
That's a biblical point of view, but like we can't prove any of that. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of Christians in here, and they would say, you know, they believe that because that's what the scripture will tell them, and believe in the scriptures and the scriptures of Jesus and those things. I would say, from somebody who's read the Bible, and you know, a lot of people might shoot me in the leg for this, but I don't consider myself a Christian. Jesus told me to be a servant to the Creator, so that's what I do. But for all intensive honesty purposes, it looks like everything points to what the Bible describes as the earth. But like I can only prove what I can prove, right? Like I measure the surface to be flat, stationary. The stars move across the sky in their fixed appointed times. The sun has its fixed appointed time. The moon has its fixed appointed time, and all of these things. So based off of what Genesis chapter 1 says about the sky, it points to that.
I'm sorry,
but
Sheepdog. I just got to run real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're
Sorry
good, man.
to interrupt you.
I just wanted to let you know. Yep. What about you, Boogie Woods? What do you think? Or anyone for that matter, do you think there's any validity to the biblical cosmology versus what we observe naturally?
Biblically,
I'm at work too, buddy. Oh, I was just gonna say, I agree with what's said in here for the most part. The only thing we know for certain is that there's containment, right? I think a lot of it, I mean, it's as far as an alternative view to what we've been taught. I mean, I guess there's plenty throughout ancient cultures that you could look to for inspiration, guidance of if you want to play the guessing game of what is. But I like the empiricist vibe here. Man. I like sticking with what I can prove.
Yeah, and, I have this funny, unique observation, right? And they say, "Oh, if the Earth is like the Bible says, then where's the dome touch the ground at?" Let's say it were like that, right? I don't think it would come down like the way they show it in the cartoon drawings that they show. I would think it would appear more like, if I'm speculating at this point, like if y'all have ever seen the Texas Houston Astros Astrodome. I mean, this is like a beautiful, like, not example, but like, like if we're speculating, if this is biblical, all the angels and spirits are all sitting on the outside watching us play on the inside, right? It would look something like this, where the stars are above, everybody's sitting on the outside looking in and watching us run around and play. I mean, pure speculation, but I mean, you got your stars on the ceiling, right? You got your wall on the outside. You got your dome up there, right? It's a dome. So people say, "Oh, what's the dome look like?" I'm not saying this is what it looks like, but I imagine this before I imagine some hemisphere.
Well, I'll put it like this: I don't have the ability to say that model is incorrect. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just leave it at that.
It's like with me, like those scans I found that I was talking about earlier, like that just sounds like creates to me the old history and stuff like that. So that's where my head's pushing is towards more of that ancient cosmology, just because of what I've seen. So, but as far as understanding, dude, understanding like the mechanisms, like we're so far away from that. It's crazy, but I think that's not a bad thing. I think it's really cool. It's full of wonder, but it's like right here versus like, well, where do the Zeta Reticulans come from on the second star of Orion or some dumb shit we'll never get to, So it's right here.
And regardless of what this realm is as a whole, I undoubtedly agree that the empiricist route is the only honest and proper way to break the illusion.
Hey, I just want to sorry to interrupt. Just want to say thank you to Sheepdog for taking the time to answer me there. I got family that came over, so I got to get going. But interested in the topic, and thanks for your time, guys. Take care.
Yeah, come back some other time.
Buggy.
What's up, Quit?
Good. How's it going there? Wuzzle Twad Wuzzle, Australian Shepherd.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. It's been a while. Yeah, good. Going good.
Yeah, I took a spell for a while. You probably would have had some insight into the last question, or some sort of view on it about the cosmology and biblical, like from a biblical stance, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it tends to kind of describe the Earth in that way. The surface.
But
they
last
take
guy,
it
he had to
metaphorically,
leave.
though. I think that's the only problem.
Right.
Kind of way, like
the
the
last
sky
guy.
itself is the.
Yeah, that's what the last guy
that's
was.
What they say.
He was questioning. Yeah. Like, what are the stars?
Yeah.
It's really difficult because even biblically, because I was going to say it doesn't really go into too much detail about exactly what the stars are, but it does give them the same title as that of angels or light beings, heavenly beings, celestial beings. I do find that interesting.
I don't think you will find that in the canonized books. Maybe outside the canonized books, maybe. I'm not sure.
No, I just mean that, like, from the words that the words used to describe stars is essentially in the same vein of etymology as what the words that they use for celestial beings, angels, whatnot.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
It's sort of similar to how the same word for wind or air, whatever, like is the same for spirit.
All right.
And from what I understand, ancient cultures kind of had like this intuitive view that if something's inanimate, it's not really alive unless it's choosing to be still by will, like by choice. But anything that shows some sort of movement, right? That it's under control of that of an entity, of a being, right? Of a consciousness that's like willing that motion, right? It's like it's operating itself or whatever. Like I guess, or the wind itself is causing inanimate things to move. So they had this view that motion was caused by consciousness, basically. That there was nothing that just moved of its own volition, just happenstance, whatever. Like that motion was, caused by intent. And that is our experience. Like if we want something to move, an inanimate object to move, we have to exert energy. We have to use. It takes effort, right?
You have to will it.
So that, right. Yeah. So for a lot of people, like this idea that things just move without that, it was preposterous, right? Really, like so they viewed the sky, as though it was being, purposefully controlled and made to move. Whether those things like are beings that move under their own volition, or whether something else is causing them to move, with intent. But this idea that they just, that was foreign to many cultures, really. Like that something could just move just because it's like without any intelligence behind it, right?
Like those rocks that roll around that field by themselves.
Now, well, the Bible talks about the rocks crying out, right? Well, God could make them do so, right? Rise up, whatever.
No, man, but I mean, there's kind of a beauty and a wonder and not understanding things and knowing that you won't understand things. The stars in the heavens. It's just, are you sure you want to lose the ability to look up and wonder?
It's it's a magical wonder. Yeah, I mean, people don't want to feel vulnerable, but it's ironic too that like in that that nature of not wanting to be vulnerable, right? Because like not knowing something, that makes you vulnerable, right? But then it'd say that like they've come up with these stories about what everything is that places it in one of the most vulnerable environments you could ever possibly imagine. Dangerous.
I agree.
Like,
Knowing
so
something incorrectly
what
is
comfort is there in their paradigm? Like, really?
That's such a good point. Like, not knowing is uncomfortable, but not as uncomfortable as knowing incorrectly.
Right. We are at the mercy of nature's forces and this wild, crazy, dead, cold, ever expanding void, right? Like with things flying around inside of it that can destroy a tiny little planet like ours in a blink of an eye and things like that. Like
Well, of course, I would say even though we're big fans of empiricists, we all like to wonder and speculate, right? And I don't know.
That's what I've been trying to share everybody with those wind tracker site images that I sent you too, Boogie. Like that's my space. That's what I'm going for. What I'm aiming for. Fuck Antarctica.
Oh, I'll check them out. What is it again?
Remember I sent you those the screenshots that I got from the wind tracker site where the images were all broken?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's where I'm aiming. I'm not looking to try to get out of the cage, that's for sure.
Oh, I remember my train I lost a second ago. Thinking about all the things that kids are taught and how I'm talking about from nursery rhymes to the heliocentric model of dinosaurs, like all these relatively frightening things. Like, nursery rhymes are really fucking morbid. And I even think that kind of teaching kids about Santa Claus, this is just my opinion, that teaching kids about Santa Claus is a way to get them not to believe in a creator, because they teach these kids about this guy in the sky who's always watching you, knowing if you're naughty and nice. You get a little bit older and they're like, oh, that's not real. There's really no guy up there watching you, knowing if you're good or bad. And then your grandma takes you to church and you're like, trying to tell you about some guy in the sky watching you, and you're like, yeah, I've heard this one before.
Right. Yeah, it's the idea that there's an ultimate purpose, right, for everything and everyone, versus none whatsoever.
Yeah, no direction, no meaning.
Ultimately, only that which you create conceptually for yourself.
Yeah, I like having that discussion when it comes to like fear, because people wonder like fear, like the numbers, like 13. I got it tattooed on me because a long time ago I was like, well, that meaning bad luck sounds fucking stupid, so I'm not going to sign up for that. But then doing more digging into it, we create the fear. When somebody says something is scary, we say, oh, it's scary. They didn't make it scary. It's not scary. We created the fear of that thing ourselves. So we do that. We get scared of something for a reason. We put that in our head and we make it scary. That's why some people are scared of certain things, other people love them when it comes to like horror movies and stuff like that. For instance. So it's a thing we create ourselves. And if we say like 13 is not unlucky, like for me, I'd be 13 is not unlucky. It's not my lucky number because then I'm still going to the concept of luck. But if I say it's just my number and I think it's a good number, and you look what it meant in history, it did mean harmony and the divine feminine and everything else. So like it meant something good and it got turned into something bad. So instead of saying it's something bad and saying it's unlucky, I'm just saying, hey, I like that number. It's a good, powerful number. I love seeing it. I know it means harmony and things like that. So I choose for it to be good. And so for me, 13 is never unlucky. It's a good number.
Wasn't so lucky for Judas. Okay.
But yes, that was his fault.
You talking about the apostles?
Yeah. Wait, what was he one of the 12 or was he the 13th? And then they were left with 12. No, there was 12. He was one of the 12.
12, but he hanged himself in the end.
That's right. They had to replace him.
Yeah. Paul would be the replacement in that sense.
Even in the Bible, 13 is a good number. You got the 12 apostles, then Jesus being the 13th member of the whole group. So there's that.
Yeah, 12 apostles and him being 13.
Yeah, I'd really love to talk to some of you guys about some stuff that probably is not. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, because we do get encouraged to take those sort of discussions to other channels. Yeah, and some of you guys, I'd really love to sit down and talk about some things along that topic.
If I could do it without completely doxing myself, because it involves my literal address and a lot of other things. If I could do it without completely doxing myself, I'd love to go over you my whole progression in numerology over the past 5 years, for instance. Dude, it is beyond beyond possibility of just being random. It's crazy. And it's awesome to think that. Here's the thing. I got wanted to catch it all at the same time.
My mother was right into it. She had her own sort of spin on everything, on the whole numerology thing. She was obsessed with the number 665. She adored the number 33, of course. Like, not because of any Illuminati association or anything like that. Just, because of Christ. But yeah, this is like, and she was like, she'd do these she'd do these readings for people based on their date of birth and stuff, and she was remarkably accurate with some of the stuff, But she didn't ever want to make money out of it or anything. It was just like this thing, like a hobby thing that she did, and she didn't like to really broadcast it or anything, It's just come up once you get to know someone well enough that they understood she was into it, and then they'd request a reading. She'd do a reading for them. Yeah, but she was different. She had her own take on it all, and I don't know. I can't fully understand how she worked it all out, but she had all these different meanings for the different numbers and things. Yeah, she was always had a pen and a piece of paper in front of her for writing down her thoughts and ideas and stuff. I think my sister still has a whole room full of boxes that's just paperwork that she'd scribbled in, that she just wrote in. Crazy. But I get this right. So my mother said that like she used to be able to, well, she'd talk to God, right? She'd say she'd just hear. Initially, she said she heard like a voice in her ears because she was at this point in her life, destitute, at the bottom, and she was atheist, and she reached out to the only thing left there was to reach out to, and that was possibility of the existence of a God being, right? So she did. She prayed, and she said she heard it, with her ears, like this voice, right? And then after that, it was more of a spiritual thing. She'd say she'd hear, right, in a voice. But she claimed, this is her claim, one day that she felt, she had a voice told her that she is allowed to pray for material objects if she feels like she wants it and needs it, right, in her life or whatever. And it said, test me. So she went, okay, I want a saxophone. No, sorry, it wasn't a saxophone. It was a clarinet. She said, I want a clarinet. Now, she did know somebody with a clarinet, right? She had a friend with a clarinet, but she hadn't seen them in like 2 years, right? I had not been in contact with this person. And the very next morning, there's a knock at her door, which woke her from sleep. And she opened the door to this friend who wanted to give her clarinet for no apparent reason. It was just in her heart to do so.
Wow, it's pretty wild, man. It's awesome. Mysterious realm, man. Very mysterious realm.
Yeah, I believe that because I've had similar things. There's like an energy when you're thinking about somebody. Like people always say that, like you're thinking about somebody and they call you. And it's like somebody you haven't talked to in a while, or you feel somebody staring at you. You look behind, and there was somebody staring at you. So weird.
Yeah, some crazy coincidence stories out there too. Right? There's, and it would seem like it's not chance. That's like that it was pre-planned. Yeah, stranger than fiction.
I mean, if you were asking for a sign and you got that, and you ignored it, then you wasn't really even asking for a sign.
Right? There's this guy, right? I think he had a motorcycle accident, and the motorcycle had ended up on his leg after the accident, right? And these two guys put in vehicles pull over, and one happens to be a bit medically trained. I think might have been an ambulance driver or something. He's off duty, but they lifted this bike off the guy's leg. They saw he had this like serious wound. He was losing a lot of blood. The guy just did this tourniquet thing, right? Like they got a stick and took off his scarf or tie or something like that, some piece of clothing, and then used it. Gave him this tourniquet, stopped the bleeding, right? Waited for the ambulance, going to the hospital. And like 10 years later, right, the same guy that was in the accident was driving his vehicle and came across this accident. Now, I'm not sure if it was a bike accident or a car accident, but so he's come across this accident on this road, the same road, right? Probably not the exact same location, but the same road. And he gets out, goes, assists the person. Turns out this guy's got a serious leg injury, right? He's losing blood. So from his experience of watching what these other two guys did for him 10 years earlier, he did the same thing, right? And it turns out they didn't realize at that moment it was the same two guys. It was like that they reversed roles, right? And they went on TV to like tell their story about this coincidence, right? And one of the dudes says, he made a joke about it, which was quite funny. He says, "One good tourniquet deserves another." Doesn't one good turn deserves another? It's like one good tourniquet. Yeah. Yeah, but that's just things like that. It's just crazy coincidences. People that meet each other with the exact same name and birth date. It just happened upon each other. Like a dude hitchhiking. Right, he gets picked up by this truck driver, and they're driving along, and they like get to talking, and they find out they both have the exact same name and both have the exact same birthday, and they're not even from that same area, right? Like they're from totally different parts of the world. There was I saw a story on TV now. Like I don't know if it's true. They apparently interviewed these people, right, involved. They showed them on the TV, right? This little girl in like Scotland, I think it was. So she ties this note with her name on it, right? I'm not sure about the address and shit, right? She writes her name, full name, and this little note on this balloon, right? This helium balloon, and lets it go. And it ends up in the backyard of another little girl that finds it at like a continent away or something, like in this thousands of miles away, with the exact same freaking name. They thought it was a joke at first, right? They're thinking, who's doing this? Like, is this a prank? What's going on? Is someone stalking us? What's going on? Nope. Just turn out to be pure coincidence. It's weird.
Is the reaction emote turned off for outsiders in the side chat?
Some people are experiencing some side chat issues where even though they have like the ability to post media, or like you said, like now you're reporting problems with emojis. They can't for some reason.
Yeah, it seems to be your channel only
most-
because others working fine.
Yeah, I don't. It works for some. Like it seems to be working for the mods of the room, but other people are experiencing difficulty posting imagery.
So it's not a
Better
base of
media.
role thing like to do that now. Nothing of that kind.
Yeah, it's just it happened all of a sudden, just today. Like people that were like earlier today could post things and suddenly can't. Like, and it just seems like it's for no apparent reason.
Weird. Oh well, just wondering.
Yeah, it's a mystery at this stage. I'm not sure what's going on.